welcome back to Snetterton for day 2 of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. And whether you're here at the circuit or on Alpha Live, following the live stream, you're very welcome to join myself, Ian Sowman and Josh Barrett for a busy day of racing. We've got 7 races for you in total, 4 of them coming up straight away and then 3 later on, including the centrepiece of the weekend, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. And the races that we have will be starting on this rather drizzly, misty morning with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The other categories that we have represented here today are the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. We've got the final round of that later on this morning. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship also having its final round of the day, so a champion due to be crowned. Then we've got the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, as I say, the 2-hour race, and that is the penultimate round of that particular championship, with BMW Car Club Racing and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s having their final race of the weekend, although they have another meeting after this to round out proceedings here at Snetterton this weekend. As I mentioned, Josh Barrett is alongside myself, Ian Sowman, and Josh, we had some great action yesterday and much more to look forward to today with some championships to be wrapped up as well. Yeah, absolutely. We got some new champions, didn't we, yesterday? We got some champions last week and champions 2 weeks ago as well with the 750 Motor Club. So we had... and we're going to go again today. So it's been a month of crowning champions, although it won't be over after today because more championship action due next month. But yes, 7 races to look forward to today. Some really big grids too. As you can see on your screens, there's cars going around. That's currently the qualifying session for the Club Enduro Championship, where there are 44 cars on the circuit, which is fantastic. We had more than 30 BMWs that will be out in the Car Club Championship as well today. And then we see a number of series that we did see yesterday, if you tuned in. The F1000 Championship, that was really close and competitive, wasn't it? A number of drivers really close together. And as it started raining in the last, half an hour or so, all the dry setups that the teams would have been preparing are going to have to be changed quickly. We've also got 750 Formula, which is really the heart of the 750 Motor Club, isn't it? It's the championship's been going since 1949, which is... absolutely brilliant, and there's the best grid we've had this season of those. Although on my way home yesterday, I did pass one of the competitors, so I think we're only 1 car down on yesterday. Okay. And then the Sports 1000 Championships, so both that and 750 Formula finishing today, and Sports 1000, is not that many points, are there, between the 2 championship leaders? There you can see the Carl Swift and Rob Baker car. And just panning on to the Steve Cheetham car, well, I can tell you they have qualified 1st and 4th, respectively, in the Club Enduro qualifying session. So Rob Baker and Carl Swift in the Seat Leon Euro last season to the top class, Class A, for this season. We'll see much more of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship later on during the course of today. But looking at that imaging, we can see the different sizes and shapes of the cars that we have been able to attract this weekend. It's this Club Enduro Championship, which is pretty new still, isn't it? And it's been one of the real big successes of Club Motorsport. Certainly has. But we're going to turn our attention now to the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The cars will be in the assembly area. No doubt they will be on wet tyres now. It will have been dry before. So if you think back to last year, we've seen these Jedi racing cars being able to do quite extraordinary things on slick racing tyres. So if any cars, there may be a mix. It may be in this series. Absolutely. Let's have a look at the grid then, if we can, for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And this is based on a partially reversed grid from the result of yesterday's race. So on pole position, we have the invitation class car of number 37, Ben Powney. Not, I don't think, actually the first time he's been on pole position for an F1000 race. Alongside him will be the number 42 car of Paul Butcher. Second row on the inside, you've got number 4, Dan Gore, and next to him, number 1, last year's champion, that's Matthew Booth. The third row has 56, Lee Morgan, another former champion, and 11, Elliot Mitchell, who went really well yesterday to get third place. Fourth row is the number 2 car of Dan Clues, a bit of a bridesmaid in previous seasons in F1000, looking to put that reputation to bed this season, and is leading the championship at the moment. And alongside him, yesterday's race winner, number 5, Rob Wellham. Then on row 5 of the grid, it's number 60, Jack Tomlin, the closest challenger to Clues in the championship coming into this weekend. And number 33, Rob Bailey, last year's Clubman's Cup champion. And then Eddie Falkingham, 69, and Nikita Abramov, who made some progress from the back of the grid yesterday on row 6. Row 7, you've got the MSA Academy student, 41, Billy Stiles, and 30, Alok Iyengar. Then on row number 8, it's the 66 car of Max Windhauser, who had a bit of an off over the grass coming out of Williams during the race yesterday, and 67 Andrew Wheels, who had a torrid time during testing and qualifying, and Dax Ward, 29, and Peter Legge, number 9, make up the 9th and final row of the grid. So that's what we have for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. I saw on Facebook this morning that Ben Powney was saying that his rain dance hadn't worked. He was hoping for wet conditions because he went well in qualifying in the wet yesterday, but it was dry when he woke up and pulled back the curtains this morning. But it's rather changed since then, Josh.
It was quite nice when I came to the commentary box about an hour ago. The sun was trying to peek through. I thought this bodes well. The forecast suggested it was going to be bright as well, didn't it? And yet again, for another day here in Norfolk, we've got rain, and I can't remember the last time that we've had a fully dry day over the last month or so. Of course, we had rain, didn't we, at Oulton Park last week? A lot of it, a lot more than we've got today. And Mannering Park, that was dry, wasn't it? 2 weeks ago for the 750 Motor Club. But
in the afternoon, anyway, it certainly was. Just thinking about then who might be contenders for this race, then with the grid as it is. I mean, Lee Morgan, he's, I think, changed tyres since. I think he was using some tyres from last season yesterday.
He might not need to use them, though.
Well, no. So that's a good point. So we'll see what he's going to opt for today. But he has also made some changes to the gearbox as well to get that running more effectively. I think fourth really in the race yesterday was the best he could do there because of those gear selection issues.
Did we hear anything about Dan Gore? Because he kind of dropped away yesterday, which was a bit of a surprise.
No, I've not heard any more about Dan Gore.
Again, it was, of course, a wet qualifying session where I think he was on the front row of the grid, wasn't he, yesterday, and they sort of fell back in the dry conditions. So now, again, that it's damp, Dan Gore may be one to watch. Just a bit of recovery going on after that last qualifying session. The Tim Gray Motorsport BMW there being pulled away, so hopefully that can be sold ahead of their race later on. We've got some Tim Gray run Jedis, haven't we, in this F1000 Championship. But yes, it's going to be interesting, isn't it, with really any of them top 8. You wouldn't put it past any of them, would you? Because it was pretty close between the 8 of them yesterday.
Yeah.
And with those obviously in the reverse positions, it's going to be intriguing, isn't it, to see how it goes.
Indeed.
And Jack Tomlin, he struggled yesterday, didn't he? Whether he may find more pace today.
Yeah, well, he had an engine change after qualifying, didn't he, Jack Tomlin? So I guess that was an unknown quantity for the race. Dan Gore has changed his engine, I believe, since yesterday. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with the one that he'd got, but hoping for better things from this one.
Because, of course, it is Dan Clues that leads the championship by quite a long way now after 6 rounds. He's 42 points clear of Jack Tomlin, and he's been on the podium in every race, has Clues. He won all 3 races at Silverstone. Tomlin has been on the podium a few times, but he's not won a race yet. Then third in the championship is the reigning champion, Matt Booth, 100 points for him. Adam Walker, who's not here, is on 82. Then Lee Morgan on 80, who was the double winner at Oulton Park. And then the third different winner this season was Rob Wellham, but that was his first race he took part in. So can Rob Wellham continue the form of the season so far? Dan Clues won all the races at Silverstone. Lee Morgan won both races at Oulton Park. Can Rob Wellham win all races today here at Snetterton?
Yeah, of course, it was at Silverstone that Rob had those engine issues. The engine he had, it wasn't a fresh rebuild for this season. He'd already done a few meetings and a few test days. But unfortunately, it's been a little while that he's been out of the car, therefore, before making his seasonal debut in mid-October here at Snetterton. But going well with a win, but he was challenged, wasn't he, by Dan Clues, who had to come up through the field a little bit yesterday, but then really took the fight to Rob right towards the end of the race. And I think looking at it, I think he now is driving with a bit of a championship head on Dan Clews. He's got a good advantage in the championship, doesn't necessarily need to be busting a gut to get the race wins now, and that will also play into things.
And with only one drop score, or say if you had a bad result here, then you're likely to start much further down the grid later as well. You may not just have one bad race, you might even have a damaged car and not be able to get back out again, which would be a real drama, and you certainly don't want to do that. But Rob Wellham, he went well here, didn't he, last year in the wet? He went well in qualifying the wet yesterday too, so Rob Wellham may be one to watch.
Yeah, but he's obviously got that work to do from row 4 of the grid, and he's got some really quick drivers ahead of him, so it's not going to be easy for him to do that.
Of course, Dan Clews and Lee Morgan did achieve that in those previous 2 meetings.
Yeah,
but it's so important to do the first lap well, because I think Lee Morgan overtook almost everybody, didn't he, on that first lap at Holton Park?
Yeah, he did. Had a really strong first lap. So the car's now coming onto the grid, and it is the 37 car of Ben Powney on pole position. He was actually on pole last year in his debut outing in F1000. He won the Clubman Cup at that race meeting when he was driving the Arrive and Drive car that is today out in the hands of Nikita Abramov, who's driving that car, lining up on row 6 of the grid.
It's strange not to see Ben Powney in orange Team Selleck's colours, isn't it?
It is, although there is orange on that car on the sort of lower third.
Certainly not as much as what you would be used to.
No, it's slightly disconcerting, isn't it, not having it there. Another more driver just worth mentioning, Dax Ward, who starts at the back of the grid in the number 29 car, or towards the back of the grid. He stalled in race 1. He's actually the inventor of the speed marshal light that all of the cars on the grid have. And the light flashes orange when the car's below 15 kilometres per hour, so to warn other drivers of a stall, which is quite useful and therefore slightly ironic that Dax's car stalled yesterday. It also flashes orange if it goes below 45 kph when the car's running, so that would help if the car's had a spin or something like that. And with the visibility probably a bit impaired today because of the damp conditions, that's when those kind of warning light systems really do come into their own.
Thanks for everybody that joining us on the Alpha live stream. Do comment on the YouTube page and we should be able to pick those up. Do share the live stream around on your social media channels. 750mc.co.uk/live is where you can find all the live streams throughout the future.
Yep.
to keep up to date with what meetings are going to be live streamed in the coming year. And of course, the 750 Club website is the place to go, isn't it, Ian, to looking forward to next year?
Yeah, absolutely. It's also the place to go as well if you'd like to download the digital version of the race programme as well. So 750mc.co.uk, you'll see at the top of the page a banner that moves across the screen, and one of those will link to the digital programme, which is exactly the same as the paper programme that we normally print. So whether you're here at the circuit or watching at home or somewhere else, then you can download the programme and get all of the useful information that you would get.
Are we getting 2 green flag laps here, Ian, looking at our start line marsh?
We might do, because, we have thumbs up from Matt Suckling across the way in the commentary box, who's been using sign language to communicate with the marshals down there. Well done, Matt. We'll be hearing from Matt later on, doing the interviews with the drivers post-race. Just looking at the championship then, the situation as it stands now after drop scores have been taken into account. We've got Dan Clews with 140 points, Jack Tomlin 108, Matt Booth on 100, Adam Walker I think going to be out for the rest of the season, so he's going to gradually drop down the table. He's still in 4th at the moment though on 82, Lee Morgan on 80. It's all very close after that though. James Hill 74, he was in retirement yesterday. Elliot Mitchell had a good strong race yesterday, also on 74. And so on and so on.
It's only actually Clews and Tomlin that are not dropping a 0 already with 4 races to go, isn't it?
Yeah, so really just those top 2, and it is just the 1 drop score from the 10 races that we'll have this season.
So everybody else dropping a 0, so they can't afford another bad result.
No, exactly. So with that lead for Clews in the championship, with Tomlin not having a particularly strong result yesterday and only 4 races to go, it is looking pretty good for him. But if he was to have, for example, a problem in this race that also ruled him out of the next one, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility, although I wouldn't wish that on him, then it could change things somewhat with only 1 drop score available to the drivers this season.
I guess with 2 good races today, he could also wrap it up today, couldn't he? That's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, so the drivers doing their best to check the grip, get some heat into the treaded tyres that they'll be using, I would think, almost exclusively in this race.
You'd think so. I think it's just that little bit too far gone. It was surprising, wasn't it, 12 months ago, how damp it could still be and slick tyres to work on these Jedi racing cars, but I think it's just a bit past that degree. We've had gentle drizzle for the last half an hour at least.
Yeah, although I don't think it's raining now, so it is looking a little bit brighter out there. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come for the rest of the day. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe it is raining. Thanks for our producer for stitching us up there, or stitching me up anyway, and giving me a shot of proving that it is raining when I thought, looking out the window, that it wasn't. But there we go.
Yeah.
So they're coming around to complete the first of their green flag laps, and they'll do one more. And this is just because the conditions have changed since the race yesterday.
And because we've got a bit more time to play with the timetable today, and hopefully we'll still get the full 15 minutes in. Because I know sometimes with a long green flag lap like this, the time can start earlier, can't it, if race control feels that is necessary. Yeah,
but fingers crossed we'll get the full race distance in. 15-minute race around this 3-mile circuit. In yesterday's dry race, it was that equated to 8 laps. It was a race that was won by just 0.6 of a second by Rob Wellham over Dan Clues. Elliot Mitchell third. It was a good drive from Elliot Mitchell. I thought he was perhaps the star of the race yesterday. He made a few nice moves, didn't he, to move up the order?
Yes, and it was sort of not a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? Like you say, he's been working his way up, like you said yesterday, he's been working his way up the order. But he was really right amongst them. He actually got the fastest lap of the race, didn't he? A 1:49.75. Obviously, won't be getting near that today. But that was, 3/4 a second quicker than anybody else, I think, which was really impressive. So perhaps he would have been hoping for a dry circuit where Ben Powney was looking for a wet circuit. But we'll see how it goes during this race, because, of course, in qualifying, some drivers maybe just being a bit cautious not to throw it off the road.
Yeah.
Well, they might have got traffic or whatever as well with so few laps on a wet qualifying. But now you've got the race, everyone is going to be pushing on. So maybe it's going back to last year thinking who was good in the wet. But it was a lot wetter than this, I think, last season, wasn't it, when we had the full wet race? Yeah,
no, it was. It looks like someone's possibly been dropping some fluid of some kind. You can just see little patches on the circuit of some kind of oil or other fluid that shouldn't be there. I was just looking at one of the marshals down out of our window. Also, I think perhaps checking just to see if anything had been spilled onto the circuit.
Oh yes, it doesn't look ideal, does it?
No. Yeah. Marshal there having a look, and he'll be relaying that back to race control, I think, to see if we're able to continue with getting this race underway as planned.
Problem with when it's damp, it's not very easy to do anything about it, is it?
Exactly. And that's
Jack Tomlin, is it not?
It is Jack Tomlin's car, I think.
So this really does mean that could the championship even be wrapped up in this race, which would be pretty remarkable. With still 3 races to go after this one, because this, of course, will be Jack Tomlin's drop score. But he obviously won't be scoring any points, which he needs to be doing.
I think this potentially it could be. That could wrap the championship up for Dan Clues.
On net scores, he's already 42 ahead of Tomlin, and he's 62 ahead of Booth. And with one of he can obviously count all those results.
It depends what Clues does, of course.
Yes. And the likes of Matthew Booth, of course, who is out there. Yeah.
We've got the safety car and rescue vehicle on track, actually ahead of one or two of the cars, which I think may have been a bit slow on their green flag lap, and there was perhaps a bit of a gap, and the cars thought there was no one else to come through. Anyway, we've got Ben Powney lining up on pole position. It's Paul Butcher alongside him in the number 42 car, long-time racer in the championship. He won the Scrutinier's Best Prepared Car Award for 2019. Probably the most recognised livery in F1000. Paul, I think, a fan of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as well, looking at the number that is run on the car for all of these years. Second row then, we've got the 4 car of Dan Gore. That's the black car run by Mattel Race Cars, but that's all we've got time for because the red lights go on and away they go. And it's a good start there from Ben Powney from pole position. They all managed to get away, I think. No issues with anyone stalling on the line. and it's 3 of them side by side, but Lee Morgan's got away quite well. I don't think he was in the leader. I think there was someone ahead of him. We'll try and pick that up. It was Paul Butcher, number 42, ahead of Lee Morgan then as they head up towards Wilson for the first time. Morgan is going to get Butcher under braking for Wilson, is he? That Ben Powney takes a very deep line into the corner and they run 3 wide on the exit, and Powney's gone around the outside of all of them. We saw him practice that on the green flag lap, and sure enough it's worked. He's got into the lead, Josh.
He may have not made the best of starts, but he made the best run through Wilson. Absolutely brilliant. That was from Ben Powney. Of course, hasn't done much single-seater racing, but he leads away ahead of Lee Morgan. He came through from the 3rd row of the grid, so it was a really good start from him. Such an experienced driver in these cars. Then it's Dan Gore to Paul Butcher, who did make a good start, so already dropped to 4th. Around the outside of him looks to come Rob Wellham, and he goes through despite being out over the curbs. I see Matthew Manette, who usually races against these competitors. He's saying that Rob Wellham and Ben Powney will be quick in the wet, and they're proving it, aren't they, coming through the order, both using those outside lines, and they're finding the grip. Now Wellham sees actually back Powney getting away, and there's one off the road.
Was that Clues?
May have been,
I think it was Dan Clues, the championship leader. Looked like his car off the circuit. We'll get confirmation of that towards the end of the lap.
Of course, he didn't qualify very well in these type of conditions yesterday, did he? Quite a bit of spray, actually, isn't there, as they make their way down the back straight. There's something flapping underneath Ben Powney's car, is there?
That's something to keep an eye on. Certainly into Brundle they go for the first time. Morgan and Gore going side by side for second position. It's Gore in the black metal car. It's going to have the inside line for Nelson, though, but Morgan kept it in around the outside. He's got Rob Wellham trying to come through on the inside now as well as they head into the bomb hole. It's a really frenetic first lap of racing. It's letting, though, our race leader just pull away a bit, isn't it, from the next 3 or 4 of them that are really scrapping. It's Morgan that's settled into second place for the moment, and then 3rd Dan Gore, 4th Rob Wellham, but it's a good old lead this for the man out front, Ben Powney, the pole position man.
Yes, I think this is why Rob Wellham knows he needs to get on with it, because if he's going to close Powney in, although of course he doesn't score points, but I'm sure an overall victory is what all these drivers will be looking for. It's an invitational car for Ben Powney, and into Ritchie's they go. Wellham looks to the inside of Gore. He can't do that. Now, of course, everybody would have seen, wouldn't they, Ben Powney using that wide line effectively on that first lap. So I wonder if some others are going to try that on the second lap of this 15-minute race. Dan Gore locks up. He runs out wide, but that may not be a bad thing, and it's not, is it? He can get the accelerator on and be able to stay ahead of Rob Wellham. Behind, Paul Butcher's held on to 5th, Elliot Mitchell 6th, Matt Booth is 7th, and after that off, Dan Clues is down to 8th.
Yep, so here they come through Palmer, then Wellham carrying good speed through the left-hand zone. Should get a run here on Dan Gore as they go down towards the left-hand hairpin at Agostini. So it's the number 5, the silver and orange and grey car. Well, he got a good run, and he's trying to do what he did on the previous lap and try and go around the outside of Dan Gore. We did this on Paul Butcher a lap ago, but it's not worked this time. So Dan Gore stays in 3rd position. Rob Wellham, yesterday's winner, in 4th spot. All the time, Lee Morgan getting a little bit further away from both of these, and no doubt Ben Powney pulling away from Lee Morgan as well.
Big slide on the exit of Hamilton for Rob Wellham, which just dropped him away a little bit from Dan Gore, but he's able to come back after him again. Of course, it was Gore that was second quickest to Wellham in that damp qualifying yesterday, so he is proving to be a much tougher rival to overtake than what Paul Butcher was. Of course, Butcher led early on. He's dropped down to 5th.
Getting a 10-second penalty board being prepared. That's going to be shown to Eddie Falkingham. No doubt that will be for a jumped start, out of position. So Eddie Falkingham running in 12th place, going to be penalised. Meanwhile, Rob Wellham has got through into 3rd place, ahead now of Gore. He's done that at Brundle, and now he has to set about the pursuit of Lee Morgan. It's not a very long pursuit. He's only maybe 6 car lengths ahead, but he's got a bit of work to do. And Ben Powney has just extended his lead a little bit, not a huge amount, I don't think, this lap.
And Rob Wellham's looking down the inside here at Coram Curve. Such a quick corner that just keeps going on and on and on. Who's got the grip? It's really wet through there as well. I'm sure that's where there's more spray than anywhere else through Coram. Lee Morgan's been able to hang on. Wellham's on that outside line. Can he get the power down? But actually through there, the inside line seems to prove more grip. There's that penalty board that Ian mentioned. There's Ben Powney, the race leader, after 2 laps. 2 minutes 20 was his first flyer. So that is, what, half a minute off of dry pace in the race yesterday. But the fastest lap of all has gone to Rob Wellham, a 2:19.76. That's half a second quicker than the leader, despite being stuck behind Dan Gore for some of it. Now he's got to try and make his way past Lee Morgan. We can see now everybody's using that much wider line, which does invite others to look down the inside, but generally that is unsuccessful.
So we've got Powney leading his gap reduced then on the second lap, actually by a few hundredths of a second. Lee Morgan was 9 hundredths faster, and of course Wellham faster than him. Wellham again gets a good run through Palmer, but I said this on the previous lap and he wasn't able to make a move at Agostini again. He's going to the outside of Lee Morgan, goes a bit earlier this time, got his car all the way in front now. He's trying to go and do almost the Ben Powney equivalent line here, and it has worked, and he's got ahead of Lee Morgan. That is really nicely done from Rob Wellham, the driver from Suffolk. No doubt he'll have some support here this weekend, as well as those watching him on the live stream. And Lee Morgan now spins out of third position. Really, there was no pressure on him there because Dan Gore not that close to him in fourth place. But Lee Morgan there has dropped several places. He's down to at least sixth, I think, because Matt Booth has gone through.
He has. Paul Butcher lost more places on that latest lap, hasn't he? He's down to 8th. So Elliot Mitchell, Matthew Booth and Dan Clues all got ahead of him. But this is the chase for the lead. Ben Powney against Rob Wellham. As we mentioned, Powney Invitational cars. So Wellham is leading the championship points runners. But I think he's going to want to take an overall victory here. He's not worried about the points so much. He's already caught Powney. That was a 2-second gap. He really is exceptional in the wet conditions, isn't he, Rob Wellham?
Yeah, absolutely. And he has missed, as we've said, most of the season. Ben Powney's done quite a lot of racing, but not in F1000. He's done racing in the Mazda 7s. We've seen him in low cost as well this year. But not as yet in the F1000s before today, whereas it's Rob's first race meeting, or first races of the season. He was at Silverstone. Does he get a good run down the Senna Straight? This is to start lap number 4 of the race. We have had almost half of the times allocation, 15-minute race. We're almost up to 7.5 minutes now. Powney staying ahead, but Wellham trying to get alongside him and goes around the outside into Rich's corner. Brilliant move from Rob Wellham to take the lead of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 race.
2 minutes 16.16 from Wellham. That's 2 seconds faster than anybody else. The next quickest driver on circuit is Elliot Mitchell. So watch out for car number 11. He was quick in the dry yesterday. He's proven to be pretty decent in the wet as well. And he's a couple of seconds behind Dan Gore. Dan Gore, though, is 4 seconds behind Ben Powney, who's there in second, who's already fallen some way behind the leader, Rob Wellham, who he's almost in a different class, isn't he, to everybody else from his the speed that he is showing.
And you can see the lines that the driver's taking. They're very much the wet lines, aren't they? Trying to find some grip where there is some, not on the usual racing line, very much on the outside of the corners. We've seen that in particular from Wellham, but there Elliot Mitchell as well, going very deep into Agostini. Fourth place, of course. He was third yesterday. I think that was his second podium of the... That was his first podium of the season, wasn't it? I beg your pardon. Yesterday, and had a fourth but a fifth as well this year. But he's going really strongly, actually, Elliot Mitchell, this season.
He certainly is. And as I say, he's going after Dan Gore in this battle for what is fourth position. Elliot Mitchell 7th in the championship, but he's looking to gain some more positions during the course of the day in it. There's the championship leader, Dan Clues. He's in 7th. He's behind Matthew Booth, who's fallen back behind Lee Morgan, because we saw Lee Morgan recover behind Booth, didn't we? There is Booth then, P6. Did not see Lee Morgan in front of him, though, which is concerning. Is
that Morgan in the background, I think? We just saw a glimpse of Morgan in the background. It looks like he's got car problems.
Or has he had another spin?
Or another spin, potentially, yeah. But changed the gearbox, or adjusted the gearbox overnight. 6 minutes of the race left to go. So Dan Clues really just trying to pick up points in this race now, I suggest.
Now, is it the fastest lap from this race that set the grid for the later one?
Well, now you're asking.
Perhaps we can have a message from Sarah to confirm that. But if that is the case, Dan Clues won't start very far up the grid later on either, not unless he starts to get a bit of a move on. Here's Dan Gore. He is passing the other of those...
Perpetual Motorsport cars.
That's it. One of those cars. That's... Andrew Wills, isn't it? 67. And Elliot Mitchell goes past Dan Gore. So that's third. Looking for his second podium is Elliot Mitchell. And that's out of the championship runners. That's probably as far as he's going to get, isn't it? 5 seconds behind Rob Wellham. But could he get second in the race? He's about 3.5 seconds behind Ben Powney.
Could do. Not impossible. So through Palmer they go on lap number 5 of the race. So that's Elliot Mitchell now third, number 11. Dan Gore fourth, number 4. Behind 5 the leader, Rob Wellham, 37 in second, Ben Powney. A bit further back, Matthew Booth, number 1 is in 5th. 2, Dan Clues 6th, and Paul Butcher, Buddy Stars, Eddie Falkingham, and now Nikita Abramov rounding out the top 10 with Lee Morgan. Looks like he's dropping out of the race.
Yeah, so that was more than a spin this time. So not a good race for that team, has it been? So here's Gore. He's now 4th, isn't he? And Elliot Mitchell's gone away from him really quickly. How far is he ahead of the rest? Quite a bit. He's 8 seconds ahead of Matthew Booth. So, and there's Peter Legge. He's had a spin in what may be his last race weekend in this car, isn't it? That car's up for sale. If you'd like to get involved in F1000, that might be a good place to investigate. Confirmation
is the fastest lap from this race that sets the grid for race 2. So as things stand, that's going to put Rob Wellham on pole, who'd be second. Elliot Mitchell second at this point, wouldn't it?
Indeed, with like Clues and Booth and Morgan much further back, which could be interesting. Who knows what the weather's going to do later? There's no point looking at the weather forecast because it doesn't seem to actually create reality, does it, this weekend?
And it's the last race of the day as well, so it's quite a long time away as well. So before we get more racing from the F1000. So Clues there, pushing on, running in 6th position at the moment, just behind Matthew Booth in the number 1 car, last year's champion. Clues runner-up to Booth in the championship last year, but had a really good season this year. That's the Jack Tomlin car there in the background, isn't it, that stopped on the green flag lap.
And then on the inside is where Peter Legge's car is, who spun recently. Across the line's gone Rob Wellham, 5 seconds clear of Ben Powney, who is being caught by Elliot Mitchell. The gap there is under 3 seconds now.
Yeah, and it's 1.2 seconds that Mitchell made on that lap.
Well, we got left 2 laps, haven't we? So we have a 7-lap race this time.
Yeah.
So perhaps Elliot Mitchell needs to bring that gap down at a bit more of a rapid rate. There he is. He's going to give it a go, isn't he, Elliot Mitchell? He's already pulled out 7 seconds to Dan Gore, who had a really slow lap, actually. So Gore is being caught by Matthew Booth for 4th, so whether that may be a change before the end, it's possible. Eddie Falkenham's had good pace. He's got that penalty for jumping the start, but he's in the 221s, which is quicker than Billy Stiles in front of him, and pretty much on what Paul Butcher has done. Yeah. He went really well at Silverstone, did Falkenham. He was right in the front group there, got a couple of 4th positions, which was really remarkable for a former Clio racer. Totally different types of car.
Yeah, and a driver that's moved from one 750 Motor Club Championship into another in the shape of F1000. Ben Powney, another that's made that move as well.
Big slide there from Elliot Mitchell. He was pretty much still sliding as he got the car ready for the next corner. So that was out of Oggies into Williams. So he's not letting up, is he, in this chase towards Ben Powney. There's the leader, Rob Wellham, who is going away from these two. I wonder what that is flapping on the under tray of Ben Powney's car. It seems to have been like that for the whole race. It hasn't got any worse, importantly, so it's okay. It's safe, obviously. There's Gore. This lap, Booth not really catching any more, is he? So perhaps Gore had a bit of an issue. And Booth, in turn, looks like he's gapping Dan Clues a bit.
It does, but Clues in turn has got quite a healthy advantage over Paul Butcher. It was about 6 seconds at the start of the lap, so possibly with only a lap or so of this race to go, drivers realising that if they drive sensibly for the remainder of the race, they'll be able to bring the car home with and get the points positions that they're in now. Wellham's just gone across the line to start his final lap.
See Clues' car snaking out of Nelson for such a long time. Of course, these motorcycle engine cars, they've got a lot of torque, and therefore trying to put that power down on the road is really difficult. And you can clearly see that as Dan Clues accelerates out of the slower corners. 6 laps done then. Rob Wellham is still 5 seconds ahead of Ben Powney, continues to be caught by Elliot Mitchell. The gap's under 2 seconds now. So there is Mitchell. He continues then to chase the Sellers racing car. Elliot Mitchell is in the JFK run machine, and he's certainly closer than Powney, but will he get close enough to challenge before the lap's over?
Heading down towards Agostini for the final time then. Is not going to be close enough here. His going to take him, well, you say that under braking for Agostini. Obviously, it closes up. We'll see what it looks like by the time they get onto the sort of outfield section again, back onto the Bentley straight. But he's continuing to close his Elliott Mitchell on the Ben Powney car. So that's the fight for second, although Ben, as we say, not in a championship specification car this weekend, although he's possibly hoping to do the fairly minimal amount of work required to get it ready for championship specification for 2021.
Yeah, he's only got this car recently. He was telling me at the Mazda 7 meeting last month here that he'd got this car and he was hoping to have it out this weekend.
Oh, and off has gone Eddie Falkingham. So we were singing his praises, but he's had a bit of an off there, cutting some of the grass here. Meanwhile, Millichun is almost with Ben Powney now, isn't he, for that second place? They've come along the Bentley straight, and then a bit further back, you've got Gore possibly being caught by Matthew Booth there.
Yes, the gap was 2 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Though with these long shots, it's harder to tell how close they actually are, and perhaps it's not quite as close as we thought. But soon, coming across the line, will be Rob Wellham, won't it, to win his second race of the day. Yeah. And this is the battle of a second. Powney's still ahead, but out of Murray's comes the leader. Yeah, checkered flag is made ready, and Rob Wellham is going to take the checkered flag now to win the second race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So 2 from 2 so far. It is in second place, Ben Powney. In third place, number 11, Elliott Mitchell. So 5 and 37 the top two, then 11, Elliott Mitchell in third place. And quite a long gap then to our fourth place finisher in the end. Should be Dan Gore. A note for Elliott Mitchell, who was only 1/10 away from Rob Wellham's best lap of the race.
There's Dan Gore in fourth, Matthew Booth fifth, and Dan Clues gets the points for sixth position here. We'll work out what impact that has on the championship in a moment. Seventh across the line will go, eventually, Paul Busher. That was him, and he was 34 seconds behind the winner in the end.
Billy Stiles next, and this will be equaling his best result, an 8th position.
Yeah, teenager in his first season of car racing, took the novice cross off before this meeting. So he gets 8th place, and a 9th and 10th, I think that is, over the line in the shape of Eddie Falkingham.
Despite that off, he didn't lose huge amounts of time to Billy Stiles, did he? But he has got that 10-second penalty, which will drop him behind Nikita Abramov. So Abramov will be classified 9th and Falkingham 10th.
I don't think that's quite enough for Clues to wrap up the championship just yet.
Well, that was by far his worst result of the season as well, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
6th
so
place.
I don't think he can do it just yet. We'll probably work out all the points later on. I know that Sarah Fraser, the coordinator, will be doing likewise as well, but I think it will go to at least one more race, which will be at the end of this afternoon. Hopefully Jack Tomlin can get back out for that, one of those dramas for him on the formation lap.
Rob Wellham was saying yesterday, because of course he missed Parc Ferme, didn't he? He said he was going to remember to do that today, and I think he has.
He has done, yes. I've just checked out of the window, and well remembered, Rob. You've found your way into Parc Ferme this time. You've found the correct turn, and he will be preparing for his interview with Matt Suckling in just a minute. Matt can see, just looking to see if we're going to get anyone else to chat to as well.
It was an out-of-position start, by the way, for Falkingham, rather than a jump start.
It's usually the terminology that's used to cover a multitude of issues.
Oh, he actually parked up in the place where Jack Tomlin was due to start, so it was a totally out-of-position
Well,
start.
that was probably the cause of his confusion, the fact that Tomlin wasn't there.
Indeed.
OK, looks like we're not too far away from being ready to hand down for the interviews. So I think let's go down now to Matt Suckling, and he's got with him Rob Wellham, the winner of our first race of the day here at Snetterton.
Yeah, good morning guys, welcome to the Parc Ferme area down here with our race winner from the F1000, which is Rob Wellham. Rob, we missed you yesterday. You did an extra lap because you were so excited. The season for you this year hasn't been that good, unfortunately, with Silverstone and Oulton Park, but at your home circuit you've got now 2 victories. Well done.
Yeah, yesterday no one told us we'd go through there, so I didn't know where I was going, and like the marshals obviously were on the side of the track, like obviously trying to wave me in, and I just put my thumbs up and then carried on. So I went off and like did a lap around the Parc Ferme. But yeah, no, like obviously Silverstone didn't go to plan, but we're back now, and yeah, the cars are eat. So no, it's been wicked. Like, I can't thank Jedi Racing Cars enough for this, and obviously like it's now working, and yeah, it's nothing better to be at Snet, my own track. So no, it's awesome.
It seems to be working in both conditions as well, because yesterday we had kind of wet to dry. Today we've got pretty much fully wet out there, so the car's just awesome, and coming through the field from 8th place is pretty incredible.
Yeah, well, we've changed engine builders, so now we've gone to RLM Racing, so they're wicked. We got lots of wafts, but yeah, track conditions were weird. Like yesterday or Friday practice, they were fine. But today they felt a bit more greasy, which was odd because these are like brand new tyres. But no, it's awesome in the dry. We struggle a little bit because I've only been here 3 times in my racing career, and Dan was catching me at Rate Knots, and I didn't obviously get an interview yesterday, and I don't think I got my what's it called, the green
Garland.
thing? Yeah, Garland.
We'll get you one anyway, that's not a problem. The third and final race we've got to look forward to as well. It's looking good for you. If everything goes your way, it could be a hat-trick this weekend.
Yeah, we hope so, but one race at a time. In that one I was managing a clutch problem. Every time I put the foot to the floor and then brought my foot back up, the clutch wasn't following, so it was jumping a bit. So going into corners I was kind of freewheeling, which wasn't ideal. But no, it's awesome. It's going well this weekend, but there's no pressure. We're not in the championship, so...
Good stuff, Rob, well done. Good luck for race number 3 as well later on.
Thank you very much.
There we go then, Rob Wellham, who is our race winner for the second F1000 race. We'll try and grab a quick word as well if we can with Ben Powney, who is first time out in the F1000 Championship. He's got his car coming around here, and hopefully Ben will jump over and have a quick chat to us before he heads off and of course gets ready for race number 3 a little bit later on. But great racing as ever from the F1000. They put on a show so far this weekend with race 1 and now race 2. And if we can just grab Ben, if he's just going to show us his attention. Yes, he is. He's going to run over for a very quick chat, and we'll find out how that race was for Ben. Ben, well done. F1000 for the first time for you this weekend. Bit of a change. How do you find it?
Yeah, mad. You probably can't see the smile that I've got here. It's absolutely beaming. It's didn't really know what to expect this weekend. New car. Like, I've driven a F1000 a couple of times before, but to be honest, I never really pushed it because it was never my car. But this is new car. Didn't really know what to expect. I prayed for a rain last night because quality went well in the rain, but then the race in the dry wasn't so good. So I was a bit nervous, to be honest, because I thought if I've asked for rain and then it rains and I do really badly, everyone's going to take the Michael, I think. So yeah, no, I was pleased.
They're quick little cars. Is it something you want to do more in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I think anyone who drives one of these would say that I don't think you're going to get a better bang for your buck than the F1000, and thrilling to drive. A little bit scary at times, but I think that's kind of what makes it exciting, really.
Good stuff. What are you hoping for from race 3 later on?
Rain. Literally just rain. As long as it's rain, I'll be happy finishing anyway. I said top 10 for the weekend would be good. Yeah, so we'll see. Fingers crossed for rain, though.
Good stuff, Ben. Good luck for race 3.
Cheers, man. Thanks a lot.
There we go. Ben Powney finishing in second place, and of course we had a quick chat there with our race winner, which is Rob Wellham, 2 out of 2 now in F1000s, and we've got lots to look forward to in race number 3 a little bit later on. But more racing on track from the Race Part 750 Formula, so we'll head back to Ian and Josh.
Yes, and the cars heading out from the assembly area onto the grid for the second race of the weekend for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Indeed, it's the final race of the season for these cars, with the championship set to be decided. Peter Bove in prime position to wrap things up. Let's see if we can have a look at the grid for this, the first race of, or the second race of the day, second race of the weekend for these cars. Bring you that momentarily. Here it is. It is on pole position, the number 63 car of Dave Hodkin, and alongside him is the number 2 of Peter Bove, the man who could be crowned champion here. Second row, 25 and 42, 25 Richard Jenkins and 42 Andrew Kemp. Third row is 1 and 4, 1 Mark Glover and 4 Bob Simpson. Onto the fourth row, it's the 11 car of Raymond Barley, and next to him the number 7 of Chris Goff, 12 Conway Dorr and 5 Rod Hill on the 5th row of the grid, 46 Dan Welsh and 17 Steve Boother on the 6th row, and then rounding out the field, John Donnelly, 55, and William Smith, number 8 on the 7th row, and 82, Martin Kempen, 73, Tony Brazier on the 8th row of the grid. But you said that you passed one car on your way home last night, Josh. Who was that?
Yeah, that was the race kits Merlin of John Donnelly, who only did one lap in the race yesterday. And indeed, that car I don't think is there. So that's not a particular surprise after seeing that. But the rest of them, I think, are. And this, as you say, this is the final round of the championship. And a championship which should be won by Peter Bove. All he needs to do is finish, basically, and Mark Glover needs to win it. And Mark Glover is down in 5th on the grid, and in qualifying was 9 seconds slower than the poleman there, Dave Hodkin. So you certainly wouldn't bet against Peter Bove, would you?
No, absolutely not. 6 rounds of the championship this season. This is the 6th and final round. No drop scores, a reduced number of rounds due to the coronavirus pandemic. We should have had 8, but to the meeting at Angles, he was also lost because of the additional restrictions in Wales. And so just the 6 rounds over 3 meetings for 754 this year. Hopefully more of a normal calendar for 2021. And Peter Bove with 122 points already in the bag, dropping his first points yesterday, is almost done enough to be crowned champion already. Just needs really to finish this race. But Dave Hodkin yesterday, we said he was so good in qualifying. Obviously his second fastest qualifying time was also good enough for pole position, and he won yesterday's race by 17 seconds, and that actually could probably have been more, couldn't it?
Yes, and now it's wet again. Is that going to be even further advantage to Dave Hodkin? Be wet tyres all the way. And in qualifying yesterday, everyone was really struggling, weren't they, to find any kind of grip. And we heard a moment ago from Rob Wellham, who said equally now there's not much grip out there. So I think it's going to be difficult for these drivers. It'll be interesting what Richard Jenkins can do in that Shepherd, isn't he? He went well, obviously, in qualifying yesterday, where he starts 3rd. And yesterday he finished where? A bit further
8th in
down.
the end, yeah.
So now it's wet again. I think Richard Jenkins, former low-cost race winner, is going to be one to watch.
There's you just saw the SZT go through. That is the 82 car on screen of Martin Kemp in the remaining race kits. Merlin, the chassis was originally constructed, the Merlin, for historic 750 Formula, but has been developed and repurposed for a 750 Formula car. Sister, if you like, to the race kits Falcon, a couple of examples of which you've just seen going through. There's another one as well.
Of course, this category very much is an open development formula, isn't it? And where you can design the cars yourself, and the rules are very open for what you're allowed to do. Yeah,
we're going to get a second green flag lap because of the changing conditions since the race yesterday. So another opportunity for the drivers to explore where the grip is exactly around this 3-mile Snetterton circuit. Normally in dry conditions they run on slick tyres, but clearly that won't be the case today, although the conditions, I think I'm a bit more confident in saying that it's not raining, and but it is dry. There's a little bit of blue sky, so hopefully as the morning wears on, we will have increasingly dry conditions for races later on during the course of today. I suppose it will, the drivers in the Zam Pelmet Sports 1000 Championship in a couple of races' time in particular will be watching out eagerly to see how the conditions develop and where they go on tyres.
Indeed, I'm sure if it is raining and we say it's not, I'm sure I'll get a message from somebody trackside to tell us that we're lying and we're in a dry room and they're not.
I think that line that you can see on the circuit there, that's the Superbike penalty line, isn't it? Where they have to take the longer route, don't they, as a penalty in Superbike racing. That's basically the Ben Powney line as well, I think, isn't it, through Wilson Hairpin pretty much.
Presumably, though, as it's a painted line, you don't want to go on it, though, do you?
No, exactly. There should be a loss of grip, not as much grip anyway, but a loss of grip if you go over that.
So you can't go quite as wide as perhaps you can at Agostini, which we see being used there from Dave Hodkin. Now that we've got a live stream that drivers can follow in the previous race, I wonder how many do have a look at the live stream to see where the quick drivers, what lines they're using, then to try them out for the race that they're about to do.
It'd be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it, to see how things are developing. Maybe have your smartphone with you in the assembly area, but get rid of it before you start your race, of course.
Because before, perhaps drivers could just have a look at one corner and look at the conditions. But we saw yesterday, didn't we, how one part of the circuit could be much wetter than the other. How the track dries out, and as temperatures aren't exactly great here, the track doesn't dry out like it would have done in the summer. So it'll probably take a little while, but I'm sure we'll see a drying line develop, particularly with some of those big grids we've got, for example, in the BMWs up next. And some big heavy cars too will help to dry that out. Unlike these cars, very light cars, and that even more does mean you will struggle for traction, won't you? There's no real weight over the powered wheels, the rear wheels, to give you more grip. So it will be very tricky for these drivers, but a lot of these drivers are very experienced in the category.
Well, they are indeed. You talk about the power output there. It's the Fiat 1108cc engine that's in there. It would only put out around about 95 or 100 brake horsepower, but because the chassis is so lightweight, the power to weight ratio is pretty good, and the lap times aren't too shabby at all. Yeah, lots of these drivers, as you say, have been doing this for years. Peter Bove, a case in point, really. He's a 4-time champion already in the category. He started racing in 1985 within 750 Formula. Did a couple of years in Formula Ford 2000, but unfortunately broke both of his legs in a testing accident, and he brought this car back in 1992, and the car's been raced every year since, although not always by Peter.
Talking about lightweight, and that means the power to ratio is pretty good, despite them only having 90 or so brake horsepower. The lap record is pretty much on the BMW lap record for cars which have 300 to 400 brake horsepower.
Yeah, it just shows how you can achieve similar lap times in very different cars. And so we've got the cars now heading out onto the grid after the end of their 2 green flag laps. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, which will see the championship decided. It's either going to be Peter Bove or Mark Glover. Mark Glover, who won the championship last year here, who will do it. Glover will need a good result and need Bove effectively not to finish for him to win the championship. 5-second board is shown then. Watching for the lights, the red lights go on. And out, so away they go then. It's a slightly better start by Peter Bove. Bob Simpson, who's got family encouragement. I've had the message through on Twitter from Lisa Palmer to encourage that. He's made a pretty good start as well. He's got ahead of Dave Hodgkin indeed, as Bob Simpson, so that's a very good start indeed, up into second place, although Andrew Kemp trying to go around the outside of him now at Rich's corner, disappearing behind the guardrail there as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin. But although Peter Bove's leading, Bob Simpson still here in second position. None of them going that deep into the corner as we saw in the previous race, but Bob Simpson's got the lead away from Peter Bove there. Good move from Bob Simpson in his 50-something year of racing in 750 Formula. But now Andrew Kemp moving through on the inside and Dave Hodgkin on the outside. Peter Bove here has dropped back to about 4th position, and round the outside at Palmer, Dave Hodgkin retakes the lead after that ropey start, really, away from Bob Simpson now. So it's Dave Hodgkin leading, Bob Simpson second, and almost side by side for third there, Josh, Andrew Kemp and Richard Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins down the inside. The championship leader, Peter Bove, is being very cautious here. He loses another place to Ray Barley. The shepherd of Jenkins did go through, by the way, ahead of Andrew Kemp, but Bob Simpson there was using 50 years of experience in the category, wasn't he, at the start? We've seen him go well in the wet before, haven't we? I'm thinking back, was it Cadwell Park? He was on the podium in the wet a couple of years ago. And could we see Bob back on the podium today? Well, he's in second place and he's pulling away, if anything, from the rest. 2 Race Kits Falcons there were side by side, and it's Raymond Barley in the number 11 car that's got ahead there of 42 Andrew Kemp, who was on the podium yesterday, coming through as well. You've got Steve Boother in the number 17 Derby. He started on row 6 of the grid, so he's going well at this stage of the race. 15-minute race, as we say, but it's Dave Hodgkin then after that disappointing start. He's really made amends for that now. He has a big lead over Bob Simpson in second place. Everyone else trying to be third. It's Richard Jenkins in third at the moment, but again, the angle a bit deceptive there, but not far away from him was Raymond Barley. And then you've got Steve Boother, Andrew Kemp trying to find some grip around the outside of Nelson. No grip for Steve Boother. The car just snapping away from him on the exit of the corner, so he's had a spin. Disappointing for him after a good start, Josh. Yeah, that's the That's a Derby, isn't it, that Steve Boover is in. So he's gone for a spin. So Dave Hodkin, as expected, he's getting away. Bob Simpson, P2, in turn, has got a decent gap over Richard Jenkins. There's that battle for third that was very busy a moment ago. Where are the two championship contenders? Well, they're falling away, aren't they, Peter Bove and Mark Glover? But as Mark Glover isn't moving forwards, this is absolutely fine for Peter Bove. He'll be fine with this. He's what, 6, something like that, ahead of Mark Glover. It's really strange that Mark Glover hasn't seemed to have the pace that he's had for the last 2 seasons this year. He hasn't won any of the races, has he? He's had a few second places. He's actually only had 1 second place, hasn't he? Which was at Silverstone. So it's been a bit of an odd season, really, for somebody that's been so successful in the last 2 years.
Yep, so 12 minutes of the race left to go. And there you can see Chris Goff in the number 7 car, the violet-coloured machine. And there are all the 2 championship contenders. 2, Peter Bove, runner-up last year, but a 4-time champion in the past at number 1. Mark Glover. Now Bove does take a deeper light last time, and although Glover tried to make it through on the inside, I think that shows that the outside line does work, really. Bove able to hang on. Chris Goff just tucked in behind them. The Race Kits Falcons are side by side again. You can see different aero on those 2 cars as well, but similar chassis. Side by side, but Andrew Kemp getting ahead, I think, as they run down to Agostini for the 2nd time. It's going to be the 11 car of Raymond Barley that, we'll get back through because that's a little bit too wide at Agostini for Andrew Kemp. If you start using the grass, that's not advisable. He's now lost the position again to Raymond Barley.
Yeah, wide is good, but green is not. That is too wide, and that means that a place only is lost for Andrew Kemp. In fact, he's still ahead of Peter Bove, who still is coming under pressure from Mark Glover in this battle for 6th and 7th positions. They turn their way, crawling their way through Oggies. Where's the grip? Can they find it? How much throttle input can they put in before they do what Steve Boover did a lap ago and have a spin? That's not what they want to do. There is Mark Glover then, up the curb, so he was happy to use that without there being too much of a lack of grip. There's Bob Simpson, still second. He was 2 seconds ahead of Richard Jenkins at the end of the previous lap, and he's keeping that pretty static for now. Dave Hodkins way out in front, like he was yesterday, like he was in qualifying as well. There, though, is Richard Jenkins. This has certainly been his best performance in 750 Formula this weekend, obviously helped by the conditions. Then Barley through again. That's been a good performance from him in these conditions. Those 2 drivers haven't been this far up the order before, have they, in the category? Of course, Richard Jenkins, though, as we mentioned, much more experience in low cost and has been a winner there. Side by side now we go with Peter Bove and Mark Glover, and Mark Glover does get himself ahead of Bove through Coram for 6th, but in the grand scheme of things, Ian, that's just not going to be enough, is it?
No, it's not going to change anything as far as the championship's concerned, because really Glover needs to win, and have Bove non-finish is pretty much what would be needed for Glover to snatch the championship away at the last moment. You've seen Jenkins go across the line there in 3rd position, Raymond Barley 4th, Andrew Kemp 5th, Mark Glover 6th, so 3 race kits in a row there. Then Peter Bove 7th now in the Derby. So there is Mark Glover.
We're seeing kind of similar lap times to qualifying yesterday. Dave Hodkin a few seconds away from that, but as was the case in qualifying, it's 7 seconds again that he's quicker than the rest.
Yeah, he's 14 seconds now, very nearly ahead of everybody else in this race after just 2 laps, 9 minutes of which are left to go.
Looks like we're going to get 6 laps in, doesn't it? 5 minutes in 2 laps, so that suggests that 15 minutes will be a 6-lapper. There then is Glover and Bove. So Mark Glover hasn't really got away from Peter Bove after passing him 4 corners ago. Great big rear wing on Peter Bove's Derby. That's had a lot of work, I think, since it was originally built in 1988. But again, as it's a development form, you can do that. You can use the same chassis and then just keep working on it over the years. And as well as being a development formula, it's also then actually a pretty cost-effective way to go motor racing. It's a great way of learning about design and all that goes with that, because there's not actually that many places you can do that if you're looking to have a career in motorsport, building cars, whether that be sports cars or single-seaters. And 750 Formula is somewhere you can learn that. Yeah, Andrew Kemp just getting off the road. Yeah, you're right. And I think often, there's been an aspiration to get sort of more motorsport colleges involved in running cars in 750 Formula, precisely for the reasons that you've just outlined.
but it hasn't necessarily always come off. There's Bob Simpson then, number 4, still running in second position, still about 2 seconds or so clear of Richard Jenkins. Raymond Barley there in 4th position, and 5th is the 42 car of Andrew Kemp, 6th Mark Glover. There is Glover now, turning his way through Nelson. He's caught Kemp on this lap. He was just over a second behind. His gap's come down a little bit, I think, on this lap, I would suggest.
After that spin from Steve Boover, he got back to 10th at the end of 2 laps and was lapping quicker than Hill, Goff and Bove and Kemp as well. So Steve Boover, see how far he can get up the order. At the beginning of the lap, he was about 10 seconds behind this battle. Andrew Kemp and Mark Glover that turned their way into Murray's. This is for 5th position. As we move into the second half of the race, Dave Hodgkin's already completed 3 laps with a best of 2 minutes 33.8. He's 20 seconds clear of Bob Simpson, who's keeping this 2-second margin over Richard Jenkins. Then it's Raymond Barley in 4th. Then the cars we're watching on the screens in, I think Barley was still there, yes he was, because he's not got a working transponder, yeah. So that's making that harder to follow on the timing screens. He's 4 seconds ahead of this battle, Kemp, Glover and Bove. Steve Boover's back to 9th now. He's got himself ahead of Rod Hill as Mark Glover goes for what is 5th position on the inside of Andrew Kemp. Kemp was using that wider line, but Glover was clever there because he used the tighter line and then he blocked Kemp on the exit of the corner, but Kemp still had enough grip to move off of that line and then move around the outside. So it was a good attempt there from Glover, but actually in the end it didn't come off. Andrew Kemp still in front in 5th place.
Question from Tom Driscoll: if Jenkins is 3rd, can he still win the Class B Championship? I think the answer is no. It looks like, by our maths, that Steve Boover's already done enough to wrap up the Class B Championship for this year.
Of course, you score points within Class B for that championship rather than the overall points.
And rather than it being a different specification of car, it's effectively a different specification of driver, as Andrew Kemp gets that a little bit wrong coming out of Agostini. He'll try and hang on. He's got Glover trying to go around the outside of him at Hamilton and will do so. He's lost momentum there as well. It might give Peter Booth a chance to have a nibble as they go into Oggies. But no, I don't think it's quite close enough to make that work. They both run way to the left-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, Kemp's had a few off-track moments in this race, hasn't he? And a big slide there that lost him a position. There's Peter Bove, who I think is just taking it cautiously, isn't he? Doesn't want to do anything stupid. And he's running there in 7th position. There's 2nd, still Bob Simpson ahead of Richard Jenkins. Then it's Raymond Barley. Then that battle for 5th. Then if you look in the background, there is Steve Boover. He's got ahead of Chris Goff. If you look in the top of your shot, there we go. Steve Boover's got himself up into 8th position. So this has been a decent recovery after that spin, but now there's quite a gap, isn't there, to that next group of cars. And he's not really lapping any quicker than them. He's lapping the same pace as them. So if he was with them, he'd be battling with them. But I don't think he'd quite be able to catch them with the 2 laps at the end of this one, Ian.
I think you're right. 4.5 minutes to go, so we are into the final third of the race. Dave Hodkin has already got on to his 5th lap. So here's the Barley and Glover battle going through. Bob Simpson's just gone through as well, and he's now got a bigger lead over Richard Jenkins, who's disappeared, hasn't he?
So not according to the timing screen.
Yeah, it's not.
The gap's gone down according to the screens.
Well, he must have been right behind then.
Yes.
So close that they were right together.
Yes, Richard Jenkins just done a personal best lap, 2:39. And behind them, Mark Glover is getting a move, and he's caught Raymond Barley. So there are some battles developing now with some cars catching. And there he goes. He was catching so quickly. Mark Glover's moved into 4th position then. He's gone ahead of Barley there, who spins as he tried to keep up with Glover. That didn't work at all. So that was looking for his best result of the season, I think. Yeah. He's had a 7th before, but Raymond Barley's not going to get that this time after spinning away what was 5th position there.
So that's a disappointment for him. He's back on track now, though. There's Andrew Kemp with Peter Bove just behind him, so they're promoted.
Stephen Booth has now done a 2:39, which is quicker than this group of cars. It's the 3rd quickest lap of the race, behind Dave Hodkin and Richard Jenkins.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Steve Booth, well, maybe Shemi had that moment earlier, really.
Interested to see what's going on in that battle for second now, wouldn't it? Because we saw Richard Jenkins was catching Bob Simpson, and the gap was, what, 1.7 seconds at the end of 4 laps, but Jenkins was the best part of a full second quicker than Simpson. We're watching here Andrew Kemp, who still is there ahead of Peter Bove in the battle for 6th position. These 2 cars are the ones that are being caught by Steve Boover, who's recovering after that spin. There is Simpson then. So not quite close enough to challenge his Richard Jenkins, but he's certainly keeping Bob Simpson honest. It's great to see, though, Bob Simpson going so well in this race, because his best result before today has been a 5th. But again, when the conditions get a bit tricky, using all that experience, and he's right back into podium contention.
Absolutely right. It'd be great for him to get a podium finish to round out the season. So let's hope that he can continue to do so. There's the 82 car of Martin Kemp running in 11th position in the Merlin, only just behind Rod Hill, the man from Ashby de la Zouch, in the Mystic, the number 5 car.
They both were being caught by Conway Dorr, but I don't think he's caught any more. He was only 2 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap, but that looks like it's gone out somewhat. You
can just see Conway in the background there in the number 12 car. That's the ex-championship winning car, Centaur. Anthony Rain won the title in that thick-header 20 years ago now.
Noticing that Richard Jenkins was catching Bob Simpson. Simpson's just done his personal best lap of the race, a 2:39.89, so it extended the gap back out to 2 seconds to Jenkins. Glover 4th, who's going only a little bit quicker than them. He won't catch, assuming nobody makes a mistake. So he's Theo in 4th. Andrew Kemp 5th, but he's got Peter Bove right on his tail, so they're still close. And they're both being caught by Steve Boover, who's now done the 2nd fastest lap of the race, a 2:38.8.
Problems, though, for Martin Kemp. Looks like he is going to be heading into the pit lane. He's got his hand in the air to let the other drivers know that he has a problem and will be retiring from the race. Meanwhile, there's Richard Jenkins, 3rd place driver. Now, was just over 2 seconds behind Bob Simpson at the start of this final lap of the race. Is Bob Simpson? Yeah, there he is. Bob about a couple of seconds ahead still then, as they turn their way out of Agostinian towards the left-hander at Hamilton's.
Half a minute ahead of these two is where Dave Hodkin is. So Dave Hodkin is going to win another race. I wonder how far he'll finish up the championship despite missing Silverstone. So he'd got up to 6th, I reckon, before this race. He's going to end up at equal points with Bob Simpson, but of course he'll have the wins to move him ahead, won't he? So at least be in the top 5 despite missing a third of the season.
Okay.
Oh, and Peter Bove's gone off. So I thought he was taking this race cautiously. Maybe not. Perhaps he has been driving as quickly as he can, but that's a spin there for Peter Bove. So that's going to drop him down some positions, it would seem. Here is Bob Simpson, though, a driver that's been in the category for over 50 seasons. He hasn't missed a year, and he's going to get a podium here today, but he's not going to win because that goes to Dave Hodkin, who crosses the line then. So that's his 2nd win of the weekend, to add to 2 second-place finishes at Mallory Park, and we'll have to wait a long while before anybody else finishes. But it does look like Bob Simpson is going to take 2nd position then in this Simpson special. And there he is. He's still ahead of Richard Jenkins, so 2nd is going to be for him, with Richard Jenkins 3rd and Mark Glover there in what is 4th position.
So Bob Simpson over the line then. There's Richard Jenkins in 2nd place. The gap in the end from 1st to 2nd, 35.6 seconds. Another 3 seconds back was Richard Jenkins in 3rd place. Glover takes 4th, Andrew Kemp 5th, and Steve Boover in 6th position. Peter Bove, though, takes 7th, and with that it will be enough for him to wrap up the championship title. So not as many points as he's had on any other occasion during the course of the season, having won the first 4 races, but Peter Bove there doing enough to wrap up the championship.
I reckon Andrew Kemp will jump Chris Goff in that final round to take third in the championship. Mark Glover second, of course. So Bove, Glover and Kemp, I reckon, in the top three, with Chris Goff fourth, and then Bob Simpson and Dave Hodkin equal fifth on points.
Yeah, so that's the end of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship for this season. There you can see Dave Hodkin's car already into Parc Fermé. We heard from Dave yesterday, and it'd be good to hear from him again today. Hopefully we'll perhaps also be able to hear from our runner-up, Bob Simpson, if possible, and also maybe our champion, Peter Bove, if we have the time for all of that. You can see Matt Suckling heading down to the interview area. I can see Dave Hodkin taking his helmet off as well. Still more races to come here today, though, at Snetterton. Next up, we're going to have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've got the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship, final round of that. And then later, the Tikiwa Club Enduro Championship, the second race of the day for the BMWs, and then the final race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. I can see Dave Hodkin being presented with his garland and the winner's face mask as well that you now get. And Matt's also going to see if he can get Bob Simpson ready for an interview as well. So any second now we'll be able to hand down. Matt just getting into position, I can see. So let's now head down to the interview area, and it's going to be Matt Suckling to speak to Dave Hodkin this time.
Yeah, thanks very much. Down here with our Race Part 750 Formula winner, which is Dave Hodkin for the second time this weekend. Dave, it's been a bit of a nice weekend for you. Two wins and quite wet out there this morning.
It was horrible, absolutely horrible. We've had every condition over the 2 days, and at least it rained. The worst thing is when you sat there thinking, is it slicks, is it wet, is it slicks? It did the job and rained, so at least we knew it was wet, but it was really greasy. It was almost like driving on cold tyres the whole time. You just couldn't trust the car at any point, as you could tell by the unique tyre warming technique on the warming up lap, spinning at Hamilton's.
Okay.
Fortunately able to dump the clutch and drop the downshift and get it and keep it going, but Hamilton's remained just totally untrustworthy the whole time. Every time you went through that, it did something different to you.
I suppose it was a little bit harder that time round because the start was a bit tricky, so you had to do a bit of work to catch back up, but apart from that it was pretty plain sailing.
But it's always, the great thing about this formula is the different type of cars, and in the wet those cars with rear engines have so much more traction off the line. So you probably noticed that Peter Bove and I got swamped off the start because the people behind us have got rear engine cars, and they were able to put the power down. But a nice move around the outside through the left-hander into the infield got me back up to the front again, and after that it was just trying not to throw it in the scenery.
A lovely way to end the year. You can now relax for the rest of the year and look forward to next year.
Oh yeah, as if there isn't 50 million things to do to try and make it better.
You've done well, Dave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Dave Hodkin, our winner from that 750 Formula race. We'll try and grab a quick word with Bob Simpson, who's just having a quick chat with his grandson, I think, there. But what a great job Bob has done. Bob, we know you've been around this championship now for many, many years, but what a great result that is for second place.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Well, did you notice?
You know, for the family, for me,
Yeah.
I've been there and done it, but for all the others that haven't done it, the grandson, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. There's been lots of support online, people watching at home, people watching here at the circuit. They're so proud of what you've done, and you've done a great job today. Second place, that must have been hard though. In those
It was a long race. It was a really long race, you know, and it's getting slippery. As it's drying out, it's getting really slippery now. But I'm just glad to pull second place off.
Are you going to add another year to your championship next year?
Of course.
It wouldn't be the same without you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Bob. Well done indeed. And let's have a quick word with Richards as well, finishing in third place. Well done. That was good. Class D winner as well.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, we're somewhat down on power compared to the front runners, so this conditions really sort of play into our hands because the car handles beautifully. So I really enjoyed it out there.
and there was a few little battles to get involved with, one with Bob as well, trying to catch him down towards the end.
Yeah, Bob drove really well. I tried my best. There was a couple of hairy moments where I started to spin, but I managed to hold it together. I just couldn't get on the back of him close enough to really worry him, but it was a great race.
And many people say in these conditions it's probably the hardest to drive because they're not kind of anything, they're in between.
Completely, and there was a lot of corners that changed on each lap, so you couldn't really sort of know what was going to happen when you were coming up to it, so it was all a little bit of a lottery.
Well done for third place and also the class win.
Thank you very much.
There we go then, our top three down here in Parc Fermé for that Race Part 750 Formula race. As you said, the last one of 2020, but we look forward to much more from them next year. On track next is the first action today from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and we'll see what that race holds as we head back to you.
Well done. Thank you very much.
So now we will look forward to our first of two races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the official BMW Car Club Racing Series, which only began a few seasons ago, but we've got loads of BMWs here today. 32 of them are due to take the start, so a great grid, and we've got lots of M3s, they'll be at the front. We've got some 1 Series, some compacts, some 330s, a Z3 as well, and then we've got E36, E30s and E46 models amongst that, so a great mix of BMWs in this championship, which runs to a 4-class system. The M cars run in classes M1 and M2, M1 for the slightly more powerful machines. So in those classes you've mainly got M3s, but you've also got the V8 powered 1 Series of Rick Kerry, and an M-powered compact as well. In Class 6, that's for 6-cylinder cars. That class has really grown this season and boasts over 10 cars this weekend. And then you've got the Cup class for the 325 Ti that run to a much tighter regulations, but is a good entryway into BMW racing. So shortly we'll be getting the cars out onto the grid, and in the damp qualifying session this morning, it was the M2 car, the slightly less powerful, less power car of Paul Cook that set pole position. So really good qualifying from him, and still as it is damp, we should have a good mix of the M1 and M2 cars at the front of the field in this race, which is the 7th round of the championship, isn't it? A 10-round season for the BMW Car Club. And it's really close in the championship too, because Kevin Denwood is just a point ahead of Stephen Schreikhart, who in turn is only a point ahead of Graham Crowhurst.
So let's see if we can have a look then at the grid then for this first of 2 races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, ahead of the 20-minute race. Cars about to be released out onto the circuit ahead of the race. And it's going to be Paul Cook on pole position, as we said. So Paul Cook, number 26, is going to line up on pole position, and alongside him the number 146 car of Michael Pensfeld. Second row, 18 Jason West and 47 Niall Bradley. The third row, 80 Mike Eustace and 91 Hugh Gurney. The fourth row, 15 Graham Crowhurst and 48 Stephen Scott Dunwoody. The fifth row, 44 and 70, that's Michael Cutt and Wayne Lewis. The sixth row, 2 and 140, 2 Rick Kerry and 140, that's the car of Jasper Sapra. Seventh row, 67 and 3, that's Adrian Williams and Kaz Singh. The eighth row, 43 and 7, that's Stephen Schreikhart and Kevin Denwood. The ninth row, 35 and 77, that's Colin Whitmore and Paul Travers. The 10th row, 37 and 19, that's Kevin Granger and Rob Lyons. The 11th row, 71 and 76, 71 Jordan Saywood and 76 Stuart Pywell. The 12th row, 42 and 40, that's Mark Havers and Sean Jackson. The 13th row, 60 and 10, That's Carl McMillan and Clive Watson. 14th row, 154 and 64. That's David Nunes and Gareth Montgomery. 15th row, 21 and 31. Andy Abrams and Paul Laramie. And at the back, it should be 72, Matthew Smith, and 8, Bill Redrop, who I think hopefully will be there having missed qualifying. But as many of the cars now coming to the grid, then nearly all there. We are remembering here at Snetterton today the respected BMW specialist Russ Coburn, who sadly passed away earlier this year. He was a motorsport guru to many of the drivers, and he lastly helped the championship, and he was like a second dad to very many of the drivers in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So Russ Coburn certainly much missed, and for that reason he's going to be remembered with a minute's silence. So cars on the grid then ahead of this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's going to be a 20-minute race. And on pole position, it's Paul Cook. And we saw him out yesterday, Josh, in the road sports race.
Yes, and he was pretty good, wasn't he? He had to start from the back of the grid, and he actually got the lead, didn't he, at one stage, although helped by a few people making pit stops. But really quick driver, Paul Cook. He's been a winner, hasn't he, in the MR2 Championship in the past, and he has won 3 times within the M2 class of this championship this season. We've had races at Brands Hatch, Oulton Park and Castle Combe.
Yeah, indeed. The drivers still maintaining a slightly longer silence than we were expecting on the grid, but we will continue nevertheless to talk for you on the live stream. Michael Pensevard, he was in action at Mallory Park last weekend as well in the championship, another championship for BMWs, but he was a non-finisher in the races there, but he has been a winner in the past. Indeed, he won the last 3 races in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Indeed. Oulton Park, to be fair, there was a lack of M1 competition, wasn't there? But at Castle Combe, that all came pretty strong again, and it was, we had sort of 6 cars in a lead battle at Castle Combe. Mike Cutt, who was the 4-man last season, he was battling with him, but then spun at Camp Corner and had to retire. Mike Cutt's only had the 1 win this season at Oulton Park in the first race there, so he'll be hoping to go better, although saying that he's only qualified 9th, which has not been a great season, has it, for, I think, the reigning champion of Class M1 this year.
Yeah, Jason West, a driver that we've not seen too much, if at all, have we, in the
think so.
BMW Car Club Racing Championship this year. He went well at Mallory Park as well last weekend, had a couple of second-place finishes there, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do this weekend here at Snetterton. And Niall Bradley, he's another driver that's had a couple of second-place finishes at Castle Combe last time out, lining up on the outside of the second row of the grid.
Yes, indeed. At Brands Hatch, the winners there was Graham Crowhurst from an M2 class car in wet conditions. So can we have that, but perhaps this time from Paul Cook, because Crowhurst starts back in 7th. The other winner at Brands Hatch was Gary Whittaker, but that car, I think, has been sold. So Gary Whittaker hasn't been back out, unfortunately, in the BMW Car Club Championship. But it's pretty competitive, despite the long 3-mile circuit and wet conditions. We had 9 cars separated by just a couple of seconds in qualifying, so I'd suggest that bodes pretty well for an exciting race in these damp conditions. Tyre choice always important, isn't it? Which type of tyres do you go for? And different brands of tyres, of course, give off better grip levels in these types of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the 64 car of Gareth Montgomery, and he lines up trying to spot him on my
row 14.
Row 14 of the grid, yeah, in the Autologic backed car.
There are a couple of pretty notable absences from the grid that were on the entry, one of which is Dan Harborough, who took a couple of Class 6 victories at Oulton Park, and Jim Benson, who took a couple of Class 6 victories at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, very much one of the front runners, both of those front runners within the championship as well. They were, 5th and 7th respectively coming into this weekend.
Yeah, they both have had car issues though. Dan Harborough in the E30 on the older cars, he broke down in the second race at Coombe. And Jim Benson's been struggling for power a bit, hasn't he, since Oulton Park? So both of those missing.
Paul Cook enjoying himself on the green flag lap. I think we're just going to get the one green flag lap for these cars.
Yeah, of course it was damp earlier for them. They best lap in qualifying was a 2 minutes 20. The lap record for these cars are 2:06. They were 14 seconds away from lap record pace. So Michael Pensaval, he's on pole in M1. M2 pole is the overall pole sitter, Paul Cook, but I think we're going to have a good mix of M1 and M2 cars at the front. Class 6 pole sitter is Kevin Denwood, the championship leader and the double Class 6 winner from last time out at Coombe. And the Cup class pole goes to Cole McMillan, who's taken 3 victories within that class, twice at Oulton Park and once at Castle Coombe.
So, heading round on the green flag lap, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, it's got a slightly idiosyncratic point scoring system, hasn't it? Everyone who starts a race gets 3 points, and then it's basically 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for finishers within each class.
So it does reward consistency and finishing rather than perhaps success, and that is why Stephen Schleichhardt is second in the championship, but has not won in his class at all this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It does reward consistency, and with those 3 points for starting, turning up as well. But it's every championship has its own different way of settling the champions, different variations on a theme, and that's what the BMW Car Club Racing Championship have gone for. Last year, of course, it was Matt Page who did so well in the Cup class with 13 class wins that took the honours. This year, I don't think we've got anyone looking quite so dominant as that across any of the classes.
And nobody's won more than half of the races, have they? We've had 6 rounds, and only a handful of drivers have won 3 times within their class, and really competitive, which is what we like to see, isn't it? And it looks very slippery out there, I'd suggest here, and a lot of the drivers get very, very sideways as they try and get some heat into their rear tyres. We heard from Dave Hodkin. He said it was extremely slippery in that last race for 750 Formula. No need for slicks or wets in the BMW Car Racing Club because they run on treaded tyres, don't they? But setting it up, how soft do you put the suspension, because it is still damp, and finding grip is going to be at a premium, you would think.
You would think so, yes. We do have the last race winner for BMW Car Club Racing on the 300 circuit on the grid, and that is Niall Bradley. He won the second race here last season. So we'll see what he can do today from 4th position on the grid, number 47 car.
Of course, Hugh Gurney was a winner yesterday, wasn't he, in the Road Sports race. He starts 6th on the grid in this one. So again, somebody that's had experience in varying conditions over the course of the weekend. Looks like the sunshine is now making an appearance at Snetterton. See how long that lasts this time. And we're trying to keep an eye on those class battles, particularly Class 6, because that's got a good entry. Although Kevin Denwood, without those 2 competition from Dan Harborough and from Jim Benson, has actually got a pretty big pole gap in that class. But certainly those M-powered cars, a dozen of them or so at the front of the grid, are going to create some really tight racing over this 20-minute race, a slightly longer race than we've had for the previous 2 races here today at Snetterton.
Door open there for Michael Pensaval on the outside of the front row, just getting some air into the cockpit while the rest of this big grid lines up behind him. And it'll be warm work over the 20-minute race, as Josh was describing. Paul Cook then in the black and yellow car on pole, red for Michael Pensaval. It's a black car really for the number 18 Jason West on the second row for good, and white and green for Niall Bradley, number 47 on the outside of row 2. Last few cars into position then. Red lights are turned on now. And they go out and away they go. Even start from the 2 on the front. A good start from someone a little bit further back as they all stream up towards Rich's Corner for the first time then. Let's hope that they can all get through safely. A variety of cars of different speeds and modifications as they turn their way through. The right-hander for Rich's for the first one. It does look like it's Paul Cook, though, that's got the advantage over Michael Pensaval in second place. Then the third place car is the 48 car, so that was the one that was starting well from a bit further back on the grid. Stephen Scotland-Woody up into third position.
Remarkable start in 8th to 3rd, and he made a lot of that those places up pretty rapidly. Out over the curbs there, one of our championship contenders, Stephen Streichart, in the M2 class car in his compact. As the field flow their way through Palmer. Rick Kerry, he doesn't enjoy these conditions in the V8 engine car, he said, prior to the weekend, so he's not as high up as he would like. Change for second there, and that, of course, is the M1 class lead. So Stephen Scott-Dudwoody, in his debut in the championship, he's not hanging about, is he? More often we see him out in the Classic Sports Car Club, and he's there up into second position.
Spin for number 31, Paul Laramie, towards the back, so he's going to be right at the back now. That's on the exit of Palmer's, as at Oggies. It's Paul Cook in the lead of the race then, with Stephen Scott-Dunwoody, number 48, behind him. Michael Pensaval third, Niall Bradley in fourth, looks like Hugh Gurney in fifth.
OK, and Scott Dunwoody, no, he's got second. He's going after Paul Cook. He's not hanging about. After perhaps not the greatest of qualifying sessions, Adrian Williams has now gone for a spin. He started 13th in his M2 E46 M3. There's Wayne Lewis. He's still missing his rear bumper after that incident in Road Sports yesterday, so obviously he hasn't been able to find a replacement, so may have had to put a little bit of ballast in to bring the car up to the weight it should be. There's yesterday's winner from Road Sport, Hugh Gurney. He goes ahead of Niall Bradley. So that is Gurney getting, fourth position away from Bradley. The Road Sports winner from yesterday gets sideways on the exit of the corner, but that's OK. He's now ahead of Bradley.
So lap 1 of this 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We'll try and keep an eye on what's going on in all of the classes as well. Paul Cook here, though, being caught by Stephen Scott-Dunwoody in the number 48 car. The first time, I think, we've seen him out in the BMW Car Club Racing. He's only about 2 car lengths behind Cook, gets a good run off Murray's. He'll be into the tow as they come along the straight. It is already ahead of him, I think, as they come up to the line, alongside him at any rate. They were overlapping as they crossed the line at the end of lap 1, 9/100ths of a second between them. Scott Dunwoody ahead as they turn into Rich's Corner, though.
8th to 1st in a lap. That's not a bad effort, is it? And him and Paul Cook are a couple of seconds ahead of anybody else. Michael Pensaval, then there's another 2-second gap back to Hugh Gurney. Noel Bradley 5th. Jason West, he's one that's been losing places. He's down to 6th. Mike Eustace is up to 7th. That's been a good start, I think, from him. So Mike Eustace up to 7th. Mike Cutt is in 8th. Kaz Singh is 9th, and Jazz Sapp for 10th. Graham Crowhurst, he's lost a number of positions. He's 3rd in the championship, but he's down in 15th, so he's really struggled, hasn't he, on the opening lap?
Certainly has. So there is the car of Bradley, 5th at the end of lap 1, chasing after Hugh Gurney, yesterday's Road Sports winner, as they turn their way through the left-hander at Agostini, the hairpin. Jason West, it is, just behind Bradley in the number 18 car. Mike Eustace, Mike Cutt, 7th and 8th, a little bit further back.
So Paul Cook in the M2 class car in 2nd place. The next to them is Wayne Lewis, who's 11th. So within his class, Paul Cook was 15 seconds ahead of anybody else after 1 lap.
Yeah, just saw a glimpse of Wayne Lewis in the background there, didn't we? There is the Hugh Gurney car then, still with Niall Bradley right behind him. So this is the battle for 4th and 5th position, just coming through Williams onto the sunlit Bentley Straight now. As the blue skies, well, not quite blue skies overhead, but at least the sun trying to break through. There, though, is Stephen Scott-Dunwoody, our race leader. 2nd place, Paul Cook. 3rd place, Michael Pensaval. I think that Pensaval catching Cook on this lap by the looks of it. Then you've got Gurney, Bradley, and then Jason West going through. That's the 77 car. A little bit further back, that's Paul Travers, who's had some support on the Twitter comments. So good luck to him. Oh, I thought that moment was never going to end. It's still not, because that is the 37 car that's now recovered from being on the grass. That's Kevin Granger.
Yes, he had a right old tank slapper, didn't he, coming out of Williams, trying to put the power down. Okay, there's one of the E30s here today, isn't there, in the pack there? That's David Nunes in the 325i. 67, that's Adrian Williams amongst them too. That's a bit further back than he would like in his M2 class car. He's amongst a lot of the class 6 machines. You've also got in there car number 60, that's a cup class car of Cole McMillan, and he is the cup class leader ahead of Clive Watson. But the race leaders have been across the line, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody is some 3 seconds ahead now. Best lap 2 minutes 25. So we're slower than we were in qualifying at the moment.
Yeah, but I think the conditions will improve as this race goes on. There's the 18 car of Jason West then in 6th position at the moment. And Eustace just behind him. Turning their way through Palmer now. The cars in this race a bit close to the apex that we've seen in some of the earlier races, so whether that's an indication of a different driving style or the changing conditions, not quite sure.
Yeah, it could be now, couldn't it? And of course these much more powerful cars than we saw, and heavier cars than we've seen in previous races. Big look up there from Noel Brad. You can see visibly from the Alpha Live streaming pictures there that the front left wheel and tyre was not moving. Well, obviously the car was, so it locked up. It's very busy here once again, including that E30 with the DTM style number on the side there from Period. Novice Cross as well for David Nunes, so good to see him out there with us today. And he is in 20th position of the 32 cars. Yeah,
he is, and it's nice to see the E30. Shame that Dan Harborough not taking part here this weekend. He went really well at Alton Park, which is the last time I saw these cars, and they've been to Castle Combe since then. The 60 car, though, going through, and that is Cole McMillan. Oh, and a moment for Cavan Granger
because he got hit.
Again, because he got hit. And that's allowed the 154 car to make hay again.
Yeah, he got ahead of both of them. But he saw that late braking move from the 60 machine of McMillan, but then he got into Granger. He backed out of it, so the incident wasn't worse, but Granger had to save that big slide. And it was sideways again, this time with no help, and that may allow the Cup class leader, Cole McMillan, to go through. He's on the inside line into Williams, and he slots ahead, doesn't he? So he gains a position. But I think these cars will be lapped before the end, so the M-powered cars are going to have some lap traffic to do, aren't they, in the second half, which is going to get pretty busy, especially if they're still battling like this.
Yeah, I definitely think traffic will come into play. Still got 12.5 minutes of the race left to go. Still Stephen Scott Dunwoody leading. He leads by 4.7 seconds over the rest. Paul Cook second, Michael Pensval in third. Wipers going, I'm not sure they're necessary just at the moment, but they could have been flicked on accidentally, I suppose. There's the Cavan Grange car that's had a few dramas there during the course of this race, the number 37.
The car with wipers on, I reckon, was Jazz Zapra, who dropped right to the back of the pack, so he's obviously had an off, and he's been working his way through the field. Pretty experienced BMW driver, he races a lot in that car, but somebody had a problem, and now he's having to work his way back through the order.
Not unfamiliar to do a similar kind of thing at Mallory Park last weekend as well, so we're well used to this kind of thing.
Bit more room around here, you'd think.
Absolutely.
Here's Jason West, who's now ahead of Niall Bradley in 5th position. So Bradley's been losing a few places, hasn't he?
And with Hugh Gurney as well.
So battle for 4th. Jason West appears to be the one moving through the pack a bit. On the previous lap, he was 8 tenths quicker than Hugh Gurney. And to go with Ian's expectations, everybody is setting their best laps of the race.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, because the sun beating down now as Gurney under pressure here from Jason West. West unable to make it through. Bradley and Mike Eustace there, not too far behind. So you've got really 4 cars disputing the position here. Come on to the back straight. And it is still Gurney in 4th position. He's quite a long way ahead of the top 3, Scott Dunwoody, Cook and Pensaval. Here's Adrian Williams. He had a moment early on in the number 67 car. He's running in 19th position at the moment, just behind number 19, Rob Lyons. I think he's actually made a place up to 18th on this lap already, ahead of the 77 car. Paul Travis. Oh dear, the E30's got problems. It looks like it's hit something, I'm afraid. Yeah, well, there's the bonnet.
In the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road. Now, how that came to be, we're not quite sure. But it looks like the E30 of David Newton's out of the race.
There it is, and a bit more debris down there too.
Not in a great place on the circuit either.
There's Bill Reddrop, who didn't take part in qualifying, but has got out there for the race, which is good. There's Kevin Denwood. He leads Class 6. Yes, he does. And by a long way, 13 seconds ahead of Stuart Pywell, who's second, and Rob Lyons in third. So that's some new names to the podium within Class 6 today. There is Pywell in that 76.125, so the 1 Series car. And there is Adrian Williams, who continues to make progress after perhaps some issues earlier in his M2 class car. So he's ahead of 3:30 now of Rob Lyons. Rick Kerry in 9th place has just done the fastest lap of the race. Where did that come from? He's half a minute behind the leader, but he's just done a 2 minutes 23.0, which is significantly faster than those ahead of him.
Yeah, he started 11th, didn't he, the former British Touring Car Championship driver. There he is, actually, in the 1 Series. And there's David Newton's just concerned about his bonnet, I think. Almost wish he could nip over and retrieve it, but I don't think that'd be advisable. But yeah, Rick Kerry, they're up to 9th now, and power to add as well if he continues at that pace, because he's lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than each of the 4 cars ahead of him.
Absolutely. So not sure where that pace was in the earlier laps, but now he's worked out where the grip is in the V8 powered car, the 4-litre 1 Series BMW. Great to see that car out again, because it had issues. It had an incident, didn't it, at Brands Hatch, and we haven't really seen it since. I contacted the pit wall there. Here's the battle for 5th. Hugh Gurney v Noel Bradley. They're both losing out quite significantly to Jason West. Now, this all could be set up and tyre choice, couldn't it? Well, now the track's drying. Mike Cutt, he's going to lose out to Rick Kerry. We've seen these two battle for race wins in the past. They're battling for 8th and 9th at the moment. And Rick Kerry's gone through in that 1 Series we've been mentioning. Great to see that against all the M3s, Ian.
Definitely, it's nice to have that variety of body shape as well, isn't it? But the M3s really, and unsurprisingly, do tend to dominate.
It's such a famous car, isn't it?
Yeah.
The M3. It's won so many touring car races or that shape of car in either Britain or in Europe. There's just Sapra just ahead of Paul Travers. How far has Sapra got up now? He's into the top 20 and lapping in a pace that would get him just outside the top 10. The bonnet has moved.
Well, it has, and David Newton's not very happy with that. He should really be behind the barrier. He's I'm not sure what he's expecting anyone to do about it, though, is the question. 7 3/4 minutes left to go, so we are getting towards the final third of this race now.
That's Clive Watson. He's second in the Cup class. New fastest lap now has come from Michael Pensaval, a 2:22.14. Every lap, everyone is going quicker as the track conditions improve. Pensaval now just a second behind Paul Cook, who in turn is 5 seconds behind the leader, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Here's another shape of car. This is the Z3. That is Matthew Smith, car number 72. And he is in 26th, so going better than... He really struggled at Brands, didn't he, at the beginning of the season when it was really wet. But good to see Matt Smith out in the Z3 and have a more enjoyable day, you'd think.
Yeah. Kevin Denwood leading Class 6, by the way, in 13th position overall, car number 7. The next car within that class is Stuart Pywell, and he is about 17 seconds behind him, I think. So Kevin Denwood with a fairly comfortable Class 6 lead.
Safety cars going out onto the circuit, I think.
And that may be because of that bonnet in the circuit, but yeah, we've got the safety car boards now being shown on the start line. Now, we've only got 7 minutes or less than 7 minutes left to go in this race.
It should only take a lap if it is for the bonnet, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
But it does mean not long will be left. What it will mean is all these gaps will disappear, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody's pace isn't as quick as those behind.
No. Michael Pensaval, the 2:22.14, the best lap of the race on that last lap then. Rick Kerry, what did he do? 2:22.70, so still lapping about 3 seconds faster than the cars ahead of him. So if the gaps do come down and he gets sort of a lap, probably that's what it would be to go for it.
The problem here may be actually finding the leader, mightn't it? Because I don't think that's where the safety car appeared.
Yeah, and the pack's well spread out around the circuit, isn't it?
That's what may take the time up. Which is a real shame, because it's much better to have a full clean race, isn't it? And it was perhaps not as tight as perhaps we saw at Castle Combe in the dry, but it was really interesting to see as the track dried who had the pace at different parts of the race, and the likes of Rick Kerry going much quicker than those in front, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who was so good at the start of the race, not quite having the pace of those behind then as the track starts to dry up.
So the car that's been picked up is, trying to work out who that is. Is that the 35 car of Colin Whitmore, I think, in 15th position?
Right in the middle of the pack. That's not the car you want to be picked up.
Marshall now heading out to collect the bonnet, just disappearing behind the timing tower, I think. There we are.
So the equal and even for... Doesn't look... Oh, no, it's not a good shape,
It's been remodelled. But with the help of some of his fellow competitors, I'm afraid. But it is now at least off the circuit. And if that's all that we were looking for, and I've not seen any evidence of anything else needing attention, then we ought to be able to, in theory, get underway fairly soon. But the problem is we've got the 15th place car behind the leader.
And the leaders are only coming across the line now, so the safety car's half a lap ahead of the leader, who has backed off himself, but he doesn't know where the safety car is.
Well, and on such a long lap, it's hard to tell. He'll probably get up to Wilson hairpin, won't he, and spot it heading down the Bentley straight half a lap ahead of him.
So I wonder if we just bring the safety car in and not bother trying to find the leader, because otherwise we're not going to
get any more racing in, no. Because there's only 4 minutes left to go, and a safety car lap is going to take well over 3 minutes, probably 4 minutes round here.
Right, safety car, he's going to try and get these cars to go, which are now going past the safety car. But I expect we're not going to wait for them to catch up, are we? Because otherwise we're just not going to get a race in, and nobody wants that.
So you're almost going to have 2 trains of cars here, aren't you? Sort of one from 15th backwards, headed by Colin Whitmore, and the leading group as well.
So we didn't really get into lap traffic in the end, I don't think, did we? Because of that safety car. We're about to get into the lap traffic, but then that didn't happen. So we'll have to wait till race 2, which will come up this afternoon.
Now we've let some of the cars through, but not all of them. Because that's now Cavan Granger that's behind, who's 24th.
And of course, the other issue for safety car drivers here is, in the past, you'd have a spotter with you, wouldn't you? But because of social distancing, that's just not possible. And that makes life tough. So the pack haven't actually caught the safety car, have they? So if we do get the race back going, it's going to be very confusing.
It's very confusing already. So there is our race leader, Stephen Scott Dunwoody, number 48, and he's still got quite a good lead.
There is a one-lapped car in there.
There is the one-lap car in there, which is obviously Paul Laramie, which Paul Cook can't overtake, which doesn't help things. So this is going to play into the hands of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, certainly, if this race gets back underway, because Paul Cook's going to be stuck behind the back marker.
I'm starting to think that's quite a large if at the moment.
Safety car is not going to...
Well, there's no cars with it.
...come in. It's got no cars, and we've only got 2.5 minutes of the race left to go. So I think that the race is going to finish in this order.
It's got to, hasn't it? Because even with because safety cars can pass the pit lane, and we haven't got more than a lap time left on the clock. So that is how the race will finish.
But it's going to take quite a long while to get to that point where it does finish, I think. Because Stephen Scott Dunwoody is now going on to his final lap of the race. It is behind the safety car. And that illustrates the point, because Paul Laramie really should be keeping a lot closer to the back of Stephen Scott Dunwoody than he was there.
Well, equally, should Stephen Scott Dunwoody not have been closer to the back of the pack before that? Because he was a long way away from that marker, which I don't think he should have been. Look, even the previous lap was sort of over 3 minutes, wasn't it? So he was not keeping up with those in front. Perhaps he was trying to give them that gap, but it hasn't really worked out for anybody there, has it?
No, it's not. And the end result is we're not going to get any more racing laps out of this, unfortunately. There is another race later on today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's third season of racing with the 750 Motor Club.
So for the championship, this is advantage Kevin Denwood, isn't it? Because he's going to win Class 6. Second in the championship, Stephen Schweikart is fourth in Class M2. Graham Crowhurst, third in the championship, is second in M2, and Paul Cook is the championship. He's leading the race in M2, who's fourth in the championship. And they're really the main 4 contenders, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
Advantage Kevin Denwood, and without Jim Benson particularly to race against, you wouldn't put it past Denwood again winning later.
No, absolutely right. He'll be a strong favourite. The next group of cars has gone through, trying to catch the...
Colin Whitmore's just done his personal best lap of the race, trying to do so. So he has been pushing on, hasn't he? Very much so.
To catch the pack, which is what he should be doing, really, to make the crocodile.
But perhaps in normal circumstances, they wouldn't quite like you to do a personal best lap of the race.
Maybe not.
But we do know the whole track is actually clear, isn't it? 'Cause it was just
the track is clear, and also it's getting drier and drier every lap, isn't it? So
yeah,
it's not entirely unreasonable.
But it's not like sometimes, obviously, when a safety car is out, you've got marshals on the side of the circuit, where it hasn't been the case this time. Because it was really cleared in sort of 30 seconds, wasn't it?
It was.
And that was the idea, a few years ago, to bring in that Code 60 regulation. But without radios in cars, that's just something that isn't
the problem with Code
safer.
60 as well is it doesn't create the gap in the traffic, which is what you needed
But
there.
everybody's going 60 kilometres per hour, so it's plenty safe enough to get a marshal out on track.
Well, in theory.
But it works in international racing where there's radios. It works fine. But in club racing,
not so much.
Well, I remember the one race I saw it in, which was a Caterham race, which probably really isn't the ideal race to have a Code 60. And there was an accident when it started because the drivers just don't know it's coming, particularly if you're behind somebody. So it works when you've got radios and communication, but it just doesn't work in club racing. So that idea was quickly scrapped.
Some clubs stuck with it longer than others, didn't they? But we've counted down to 0, and we've now got a board about to be shown.
Are they going to give them one lap?
I was wondering if they're going to give them a lap.
Because again, like I was saying earlier, we have got the timetable.
Checkered flag is being made ready. Okay. Checkered flag's being made ready. So I think we can stop speculating on that one.
Well, it's going to look good on the result sheets, these gaps, isn't it?
It will do.
Some might say an American-style finish.
It is. You've got the back marker in there, of course, Paul Laramie. But so it's going to be Stephen Scott and Woody then, who's going to come up to the line. And really, the last third of this race has been spent at a reduced speed. So checkered flag, winner's the safety car, in actual fact. But Stephen Scott and Woody takes the win, wins the first race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, with the backing this weekend from Ipswich Accident Repair Centre. Paul Cook takes second place, Michael Pensaval third, Jason West fourth, Niall Bradley fifth, Hugh Gurney in sixth, Mike Eustace seventh, Rick Kerry eighth, Mike Hutt ninth, Graham Crowhurst 10th. The top 10 covered by only 9.4 seconds, Josh.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Then Cass Singh 11th, Wayne Lewis 12th, Stephen Schweikart 13th, Kevin Denwood 14th, Colin Whitmore caught the pack in the end, 15th, Adrian Williams 16th, Jazz Satra 17th, Stuart Pywell 18th, and then Rob Lyons and Paul Travers running out the top 20. The class winners though, Josh?
So in Class M1, that was the winner, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. M2 was Paul Cook. Class 6 was Kevin Denwood. And the Cup class, that still was Cole McMillan. A lot of those drivers who were trying to catch the pack all doing personal best laps as well, which is interesting. But Stephen Scott Dunwoody, that's a good debut with the 750 Motor Club for him, isn't it? A race win, and from 8th on the grid. What a first lap that was. So it'd be good to hear from him with Matt Suckling shortly how he did that. It was all about lap 1 of the race for him, passing 7 cars. And a lot of that actually was done off the line, wasn't it? We saw that out the window, him sort of going 3 and 4 wide with other cars as he really got the power down well.
Yeah, absolutely. All of it, well, more than half of the overtaking was done within the first corner or so, wasn't it? It was a really good performance. And you do wonder if it possibly has an issue in qualifying or something, or maybe it was just the car was better set up for the race. So you can see the cars peeling off just on the exit of Palmer, the right-hand turn there after the left-hand corner into this new entrance to Parc Fermé that they've created at Snetterton this year for use on the 300 circuit, which does help to speed things up a little bit in terms of clearing the circuit. I can see that Stephen Scott and Woody's car has been waved into the interview zone where Matt Suckling is going to be ready to talk to him in just a few moments' time. A reminder that we've got another race to come in just a moment. That is the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship, the season finale for those cars. And then a little bit later on today, we've got the 2-hour race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. That's due to start at around about 1:45. And then we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, their second race, and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s to round out the day.
The second race is going to be really intriguing because, assuming it dries out fully, we've got 2 really quick drivers in Rick Kerry and Mike Hutt, who will be starting 8th and 9th on the grid. And you've got the partial reverse grid. It's not normally many, about 4 or 5 cars normally, isn't it, which get reversed. And really, if you look at those top 10 drivers, they're all really quick guys. And if the track's dry, that should be a lot of fun.
OK, let's head down to Matt Suckling, and he's going to speak to Stephen Scott Dunwoody.
Yeah, down here with our race winner from that BMW race, which is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Stephen, that was a baptism of fire, being chucked out there in these conditions, but that must have been fun.
I really enjoyed it. We had a problem in qualifying where we had a gearbox oil leak, which we had to stop qualifying early, which put us 8th on the grid. Jack and John did a marvellous job of changing the gearbox for us and got us back out for the race. We got a brilliant start, and the rest is history, really. We had an easy job at the front end.
You're probably a little bit upset to see the safety car. If it would have gone back to green, it would have been a tough fight between you and Paul.
Yeah, it would have been good. I think there's a dry line appearing now, so it would have been very close at the end. So look forward to race 2.
Yeah, hopefully race 2 will be dry and then you will have a bit more fun. But these cars on their own are a handful, but in the wet even more so.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I did a lot of rallying when I was younger, so I enjoy these conditions and sideways and sliding about. But yeah, they are testing, but brilliant car.
And are you enjoying the BMW Car Club?
It's my first ever race with them today. So yeah, absolutely brilliant club.
And the win.
Can't get better than that, thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Good luck race 2.
Cheers, bye-bye.
There we go. Stephen Scott Dunwoody then, our race winner for the first of the BMW Car Club races here at Snetterton. Race 2 to look forward to a little bit later on, but for now let's head back to the track and more great racing.
Yes, and it's the second race of the day, of the weekend, for the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. The cars are on the grid. Let's see if we can give you the grid for this one. On pole position, it's going to be the number 2 car of Richard Morris, and alongside him with 54 Ryan Yarrow, and those are the 2 drivers contending for the championship. But Ryan Yarrow very much the favourite at this stage after problems spin for Richard Morris, having just taken the lead in yesterday's race. Row 2, 67, Victor Newman, and 20, James Walker. Row 3, 21, Phil Hutchins, and 72, Johnny McGill. And this grid set by the fastest lap times from yesterday's race. On to row 4, and it's Rich Miles, 24, and Colin Spicer, 31, Michael Roots, number 5, and Stephen Bell, number 18. Colin Chapman, 63, in his 200th race in Sports 1000, or RGB as it was previously called, and 87, Tom Johnston. Then row 7, Stephen Dean, 34, and Ian Kempson, 36, and Carl Austin, number 44, will round out the field. So, as far as the championship is concerned here, well, yesterday it was really advantage to Ryan Yarrow. He emerged victorious in yesterday's race from Victor Newman after Richard Morris had come through a good drive from him to take the lead, but then spun it away at Oggies unseen by our cameras. But the 5-second board is raised, the red lights turn on, they turn out now, and the race gets underway, and it's an even start between the 2 of them. On the front row, Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow, but no, Richard Morris has dropped back a long way back at the start, so the problem there is he was going up through the gears by the looks of it, so it's Ryan Yarrow that's taken the lead of the race. Richard Morris drops back to 4 cars from the end, really, so this effectively, I think, is ending his championship hopes. Ryan Yarrow it is that has the advantage then, the driver from Rochdale, as they turn their way through Wilson Hairpin for the first time. 67, Victor Newman is in second place. They're coming together there, Josh.
Yeah, Colin Spicer got rather robustly taken off the road there, didn't he? I think Jonathan McGill was having a moment himself, and unfortunately Colin Spicer was on his outside and therefore had an off. But there is the leader, Ryan Yarrow, being chased by Victor Newman, and James Walker going really well in 3rd position. He finished 9th yesterday, but it was actually quick at the end of the race, which has given him a good grid position here, and is amongst these 2 newer built cars of Yarrow and of Newman as they make their way down towards Hamilton. But good exit there for the leader, Ryan Yarrow, trying to win the championship here. He's won, 3 of these races, I think, now this season.
4 with yesterday.
Right, so 4 race wins for Ryan Yarrow, and this might be a 5th the way he's going at the start of this lap.
Yep, according to this weekend, Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow had 3 race wins each. It looked like it was going to be 4-3 to Morris, but then things turned around towards the end of it. Well, literally they turned around in the case of Richard Morris, unfortunately, who now has to try and find his way back up the order here. He's there just ahead of the number 36 car, which is that of Ian Kempson, the Contour. So a lot further back than he would have been expecting to be.
So there's Richard Miles. He's 4th, I think, isn't he? Stephen Dean 5th. And Jonathan McGill 6th. So yes, Richard Morris well out of contention, isn't he?
Carl Austin's made up good ground on this opening lap because he started right at the back of the field on row 8.
He did this at Silverstone. His start was absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, though, then had an incident quite soon after. Richard Morris is almost last, isn't he? There's only a couple of cars behind him.
He is. I wonder if there's a problem with the car. I know he had a misfire during qualifying yesterday, so I wonder if maybe something like that has recurred. Over the line, though, comes our race leader, Ryan Yarrow, to complete lap number 1. And in second place, it is the car of number 67, isn't it, I think, in second?
Yeah. Victor
Newman. And then, there we go, there's Johnny McGill, there's Colin Chapman, and as I say, 200th race in Sports 1000 RGB for Colin Chapman, so that's quite a landmark. He's been racing it almost since it started.
The championship's come on quite some ways in those times, hasn't it? You know, I remember when I saw the first race, a lot of them were front-engine cars.
Yeah.
You had 7-type cars there now, but now the car's more sports prototypes, and that's why the name change came, didn't it? A couple of years ago.
RGB was for Road Going Bike Engine Sports Cars. That was the original title of the championship, and as you can see, it's moved on a long way from those origins. I think Colin's first car was a Fisher Fury, I think, in the championship. Anyway, there's Michael Roots in the number 5 car. Long-time kart racer, a couple of seasons in low-cost racing as well, gets past Ian Kempson and Johnny McGill, so makes up a couple of places there, or does he? Not quite getting past McGill, and Colin Spicer's in problems by the looks of it, problems with that car as he came out of Agostini hairpin. It suddenly slowed, so Roots has got through now. You can see Morris at the rear of that little group, and he's struggling to get past. There's a bit of a brush there between Phil Hutchins and Ian Kempson. I think Morris will try and take advantage of that on the inside line. He'll go through, but there's then a bit of a touch there with the 36 car of Kempson as he was going through, but Morris does make up the place.
Yeah, so trying to get back into the top 10 he is. Tom Johnston, he made a good start in the Danny Andrew Mattel. He's got himself into 8th position. There he is, just ahead of the similar car of Michael Roots, who went well at the beginning of yesterday's race, didn't he? And then dropped away somewhat, and didn't make a good start to this one either. To this one this time, so he's doing the opposite to yesterday, and he's making his way through the order. Like Richard Morris was pushing on, he was using all the road on the exit of that corner, but he's only at Coram now, and the leaders have already completed lap 2. 2 minutes 10.7 for Ryan Yarrow. Change for third there. Richard Miles, fastest lap of the race, 2:09.1. 1.5 seconds quicker than the leader, goes third.
Yeah, he was in good form yesterday as well, Rich Miles, wasn't he, on his seasonal debut in the Sports 1000. We've seen him out in these cars before. Not that often, though, but he's usually been quick when he has been out.
Interestingly, he took up the option to do this morning's untimed practice session. They were all the BMWs and Club Enduro cars around him, so nobody who raced yesterday took up that option to do a bit of testing. So I wonder if he learnt anything there. It was damp this morning.
Yeah.
And he's obviously going really quickly at the start of this race. He started 7th, he's up to 3rd now.
Richard Morris has made up a place on this lap ahead of Johnny McGill, I can see there, and McGill's going to lose out to Phil Hutchins as well, and you've got Michael Roots and Tom Johnston there. Tom Johnston retirement from yesterday's race, that's in the Danny Andrew Mattel that he was looking to sell. Morris getting ahead of him as well now, so Michael Roots and Richard Morris, 2 quick drivers really, who are a little bit out of position here.
Yes, and different stories to their reasoning, I think, to get into where they are at the moment, but they're both looking to go forwards, and Colin Chapman has been passed by Michael Roots, so that's 6th for the Mattel. Now car 5, Roots. Chapman is still ahead of Morris. You can see the 2 different bodyworks on those spires, and Tom Johnson, who was going well, has had a spin now, so he's dropped further back. Here is Morris. Then it's a longer car really, isn't it, that GT3 20S that Morris is in compared to the much earlier car of Colin Chapman.
Yeah, Colin's had a few different cars over his Sports 1000 career. Rich Miles now with Victor Newman then for 2nd position, and not actually that far behind Ryan Yarrow either. 1.29 seconds was the gap from 1st to 2nd at the beginning of the lap. It looks kind of similar now as they are coming through to complete lap number 3 of this 20-minute race.
Of course, Richard Miles was 3 seconds behind, wasn't he, at the start of the lap to the leader, and that gap certainly come down.
Yeah, let's see what lap times he achieves this time as they cross the line of 2:07.61, so it was 1.4 seconds quicker than Newman, who did a 2.9 dead on that lap. Yarrow did a 2:09.53. James Walker did a 2.2.0. The rest of the cars yet to come through as Miles goes up the inside of Newman and he gets second place away at Wilson Hairpin and is not far behind now Ryan Yarrow. So could we see another change before the end of this race? There's still 13 minutes left to go, so I think there's every chance that we could do.
But he's caught him already, hasn't he? And he's going to go past him already as well, so that took a lot less time than we expected. Richard Miles then takes the race lead. He brakes late. Can he get the car stopped for the hairpin? Kind of, perhaps a bit wider than he was anticipating, but it's worked okay. So Richard Miles, who is clearly the quickest driver in this race, has taken the lead on lap 4 from 7th on the grid, and he's just pulling away really rapidly. We're going quicker than we were in the race yesterday. We're currently 10 seconds away, though, from the lap record.
Yeah, there's often been a driver that I thought if he could get out there for a sort of concerted string of races, he could be a real contender. He's really quick in the right conditions, so good to see that Rich getting out there into the lead and see if he can pull away now from the rest of them.
Roots and Morris 5th and 6th now. We're going to have some clear tracks. It'll be interesting to watch their lap times.
Colin Chapman getting ahead of Stephen Dean for 12th place there on the way into Agostini.
Chapman must have had an issue then, because was he not a bit further up? He had a slow last lap from Chapman, about 10 seconds off his best, so he obviously had a problem. Here's the battle of a second though. This is Ryan Yarrow under pressure from Victor Newman. So it looks like Yarrow's just going to have the 4 wins, but he has he had a win at each venue? He has, hasn't he? He won on the 200 circuit here in July. He won at Silverstone. He won at Anglesey as well as yesterday. Up the curb was Newman on the inside of the corner, and up the curb on the outside of the corner was Ryan Yarrow. Not sure if either of those lines were particularly what the driver was looking for. But what it has ended up is in the 2 cars side by side as they complete the 4th lap. But it's 67, Victor Newman, the Mattel, that goes ahead of the Spire as they turn into Richies, and up to second, but 4 seconds behind the leader.
2:05.47 that time for Rich Miles, 4 seconds faster than Victor Newman, who is back into second place then, because he's got ahead of the previous race leader Ryan Yarrow. But Ryan really doing enough here as far as his championship is concerned, taking 3rd position. That would give him 24 points if he stays there.
Richard Morris was side by side with Michael Roots across the line, and Morris is the 2nd quickest driver on the circuit, and he's pretty much 2 seconds faster than those ahead, but he's a long way behind Ryan Yarrow here, some 20 seconds. So
he's a good racer, is Richard, but so often he's had to do this and had to sort of make a comeback, because often his starts haven't been great. But today's example, something clearly went wrong, and he dropped way back towards the end of the field. Possibly didn't like the conditions on the first lap, but he seems to have found the sweet spot now, and as you say, is the 2nd fastest man out there, albeit still 2 seconds slower than Rich Miles.
This is the battle of a 7th. Not sure if Phil Hutchins' car's got a bit of damage on the rear of it. He's, though, chasing after Cole Austin. And again, you can see the 2 different bodyworks on these Spires that were designed in slightly different eras, and Austin gets sideways, and the Hutchins car then is on the inside line, and Phil Hutchins will gain 7th position as they turn into Hamilton, a driver that was on the podium here last season.
Yeah, Carl Austin was running up in 5th place at one point, but he's dropped back a few positions now. Again, possibly his car set up ideally for the conditions that we had right at the start, but it is changing quite quickly now. You can see it's still damp offline, but there's definitely now a drier racing line.
It does make you wonder if it is set up and tyre choice perhaps that is the reason for some of these different lap times, which you wouldn't otherwise expect.
Which Miles can tell you has gone across the line to complete his 5th lap with 9 minutes of the race left to go.
2:04.8 now, so that is 7 seconds off of a lap record pace that was set by Billy Albone a few seasons ago.
Yeah, and 6 seconds faster than yesterday's fastest lap by Richard Morris as well.
Tom Johnston has got himself on the back of Ian Kempson here. Kempson going pretty well, isn't he, inside the top 10 in the contour.
Yeah, and you can see that just looks like a much taller car, doesn't it, than the Mattel that's just behind it.
Fastest lap for Richard Morris now, 2:04.7. He's 6 seconds a lap quicker than his championship rival. Could he buy back into championship contention here?
No, I don't think so, really. I think he really needs to win and hope Yarrow has a problem. he's not going to win the race because he's 25 seconds off the lead with 8 minutes to go.
Now, if he didn't have that bad start, it would certainly been a possibility, wouldn't it? 4.73 was that best lap, as into ninth position goes Tom Johnson around the outside of Ian Kempson into Ritchie's. So Morris is 14 seconds behind Walker, 4 seconds a lap fast, so there's still 8 minutes to go, so just under half the race to go. Can he gain any more places? He's got a lot of time to find. Michael Roots, even though he's been outshadowed by Richard Morris, he's lapping quickly, isn't he? Much quicker than Newman, Yarrow and Walker.
Yeah. 7 3/4 minutes left to go. There is the 36 car of Kempson. Orange machine, which he's driven for a few seasons now in the Sports 1000 Championship.
Looks like we've lost Jonathan McGill. He only completed 3 laps.
Johnston going quite wide there, using all of the road and a bit more as he went through Hamilton's that time, heading up onto the tail of Carl Austin through August. So Carl Austin might lose another place here before the end, as conditions have changed. I think that really has favoured tyres and setup, as you were saying, Josh. One over the other as the race has gone on.
Richard Miles has now bettered Richard Morris's lap to a 4.2, but of course when Morris gets back round that might change around again. Richard Miles 10 seconds ahead of Victor Newman now with 7 minutes to go, so that could be a 10-lap race this, couldn't it?
Might squeeze 10 out of it, yeah.
4 laps to go. Ryan Yarrow's almost been caught by James Walker for third, and they're both being caught by Richard Morris by 6 seconds. A 2:02.7 for Richard Morris, and he's kind of bringing Michael Roots with him, and Roots is the second quickest car on the track, so he's also quicker than Richard Miles, the race leader.
Yeah, so a very odd race this in the way that it's evolved. 6 minutes or so left to go. Rich Miles leading, Victor Newman second, Ryan Yarrow in third place, and Ryan, testament to him and the work that he did over the winter to get the car set up well for this season's championship at Asant. It looks like all the hard work paying off, running, I think it was an old Jason Stowe spare engine in his car, 2008 engine, and it's really the setup that seems to have made the difference for him on the chassis this year, on the suspension and so forth. There's Kempson still, number 36 in 10th place, turning his way through with Colin Chapman right behind him. We'd like to get him to get into the top 10 at least, wouldn't it, in the 200th race that he's had in Sports 1000. He's often had much higher finishes than that over the years, but top 10 would be good. Tom Johnston heading into the distance. Now here is Victor Newman in second place, Ryan Yarrow, I should say, in third, James Walker fourth, and then you can see Richard Morris in fifth position. Now, how far behind James Walker was Richard Morris at the start of the lap? It was 8 and a bit seconds behind James Walker. I don't think he's 8 and a bit seconds now.
But he's not caught the 6 seconds that he did on the previous lap either, I don't think.
No, I don't think he has. So he's made general progress in the right direction, but with only 5 minutes to go, I'm not quite sure how many more places he'll be making up. Got a driving standards flag, as you can see, being shown to someone. That might well be for exceeding track limits. We can't tell you, though, who that's being directed at, I'm afraid. So we've got the top car go through. There's the second place car now, Victor Newman, 15 seconds adrift of the race leader. Now that's James Walker going through, and there's Richard Morris going through. And what's the gap between them this time? It was 8.36 seconds. It's now 3.3 seconds.
Could Richard Morris get back to second, I wonder? He's 9 seconds behind second place, and he's 4 seconds a lap fast, and there's 3 laps to go.
He might do, and he'd have to pass Ryan Yarrow, of course, to get there, and Victor Newman. He's got 3 cars ahead of him, so 3 cars between Richard Morris and second place. It's been a good comeback, this. He knew really that today it was just go out and do what he can, because it was more Ryan Yarrow's championship to lose than his to win today, the way the situation was coming into this weekend. So there's James Walker in 4th place at the moment. He finished 9th in yesterday's race, so a much better performance from James today. We've seen him on the podium in the past. There's 31, Colin Spicer, just chasing after Colin Chapman, who has made it into the top 10 now. So Colin Chapman and Colin Spicer there in 10th and 11th position. Heading off up to Wilson Hairpin. And there we have Richard Morris right behind number 20 now, so what was 3 seconds or so at the start of the lap is now basically nothing as they come onto the Bentley Straight, and Richard, who spends a lot of his time working on Racing Pride, the organisation that he co-founded to promote LGBTQ plus inclusivity in motorsport, makes up a place there on James Walker and goes through into 4th position. So next car on his list of those to attack is his championship rival Ryan Yarrow. And they head through the bomb hole now and on towards Coram. The two of them nose to tail, the Works Spire, the silver and orange colours of Richard Morris just behind the white, or pale silver and blue car of number 54, Ryan Yarrow, the driver from Rochdale. Turning their way through Murray's, 2 minutes 48. So there will be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, won't they? Richard Morris getting a good run on Ryan Yarrow, and I imagine here that Yarrow will have a bit of a championship head on, won't he? And he's alongside Richard Morris as they head up towards Rich's corner. Almost a side-to-side bump, but it's Morris that goes through.
Quite clever there from Richard Morris, because he put Ryan Yarrow on a tight line, which will fall him into the clutches of James Walker, and Michael Roots is catching them quickly too. So if Yarrow was to fall to 6th, would that give Richard Morris a chance here? Because I think he's got the pace to pass Victor Newman yet. He hasn't got the fastest lap anymore though, because that's gone the way of Richard Miles.
Yeah, 2:02.24. He's gone a little bit quicker again now, which is inevitable really, because he's got a clear track, whereas Richard Morris has been busy trying to battle past people, which he's done successfully. He's got 4.5 seconds to make up on Victor Newman at the start of the lap, and he's already made inroads into that, I think.
So now it is Michael Roots up with the battle between Ryan Yarrow and James Walker. So there's Walker ahead of Roots. James Walker does really well in this car, doesn't he? Because it is a bit older than those he battles with, and he's actually in this race a long way ahead of anybody else of that sort of slightly earlier era of Spire. What that type of car, what was that, about 10 years ago, something like that, when Tim Gray was winning the championship.
Yeah, we could get into a situation where we just need to be a little bit careful, because Richard Morris has some penalty points from Silverstone, and I know there's a bit of an ongoing situation with that. So if he finishes within 4 points of Ryan Yarrow, then I think we can only at best describe a provisional champion anyway. He's not in that position yet.
But he is right with Victor Newman to go for second.
And that could bring him a little bit closer, certainly.
Particularly if Michael Roots can get past Ryan Yarrow before the end.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you've got Richard Morris and Victor Newman. We've had Rich Miles go through already to take his, or take the last lap. Well, he would have done if there had been one, but he's on to his final lap. And there goes Rich Morris. He's alongside Victor Newman as they head up towards Rich's corner. Newman not making it easy though for Richard Morris, who does though sweep through around the outside into Rich's corner and up into 2nd position.
And behind Michael Roots is challenging Ryan Yarrow. Can Roots go through for 4th? He was right on the gearbox of Ryan Yarrow going across the line. We look back and they're still side by side. Ryan Yarrow's thinking, how far can I fall back here? Because now he's down to 5th position, because the Mattel of Michael Roots has passed him round the outside at the hairpin.
I think he'll still be all right. Actually, I reckon 5th place was going to be enough for Ryan Yarrow, come what may, whatever Richard Morris could do. But as I say, this is all provisional, pending any further changes from MS UK in terms of the point situation.
So are we into that 4 point difference now then?
Not quite yet. It would need Richard to win this race, Richard Morris to win this race, which I don't think he is. The gap at the moment is 5 points.
Okay, so if he gets the fastest lap here, which he may do if he can push on this last lap. So it's right in the then penalty points. If they weren't there, this would have been getting very excited indeed, wouldn't
absolutely. 4th there is Michael Roots, then in the number 5 car. There is Rich Miles. And it's been a good drive from Rich. He's had a good couple of races, actually. He was 3rd in yesterday's race, but a really good performance. And it's so good to see someone just come out for the first time, only time this season, get into the car and bring it home for a victory. So the final round of the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship is won by jubilant Rich Miles. Many congratulations to him, and it's a very convincing victory as well.
And on that last lap, he got into the 2:01s, which is only 3.5 seconds off of the lap record. So we get into pretty good lap times as well.
So what can Richard Morris do on his final lap? He should be coming up to the line any moment. We've got Colin Spicer and Ian Kempson having a battle for 11th and 12th position. They're down at Agostini, and they're side by side. And Richard Morris comes across the line in second place, and he doesn't get the fastest lap point. He was 3/10 slower than Rich Miles, although he did do his personal best. So he will get 27 points for that. And Ryan Yarrow has come across the line now as well to take 5th position. And with that 21 points, so he will finish the season after drop scores by Mario Martin on 199, Richard Morris on 194, and so 5 points between them. And so that should mean that provisionally, at least, Ryan Yarrow is the 2020 Zamp Helmets 750 Motorsport Sports 1000 champion. Many congratulations to him. Just to go through the finishes then, it's 24, Rich Miles the winner, 2, Richard Morris in second, 67, Victor Newman in third place, number 5, Michael Roots in 4th position, 54, Ryan Yarrow 5th, James Walker number 20 in 6th, and then it's a long gap back, Josh, to 7th position.
Indeed. Interesting to see how Victor Newman and Michael Roots' races went. Totally opposite to one another, but they finished just 4/10 of a second apart in the two teammate Mattel cars. Eventually, Phil Hutchins has come through 7th. Tom Johnson 8th, and Colin Chapman is battling with Carl Austin on this last lap, and Colin Chapman's got through and will finish in 9th position in that 200th race, which is a great feat in club racing, isn't it? 200 races in one category. Well done to him for counting as well. And yes, to stay in one category where you've been changing through cars, really great to see the support.
Well, it's a good job he wasn't relying on you to count how many races he'd done, Josh, after yesterday.
It is.
But anyway,
get to 6, let alone 200.
Well, he's got a long way to go against some drivers who've had more than that many wins by a factor of several times. Anyway, we have had, I think, nearly everybody across the line now. Yes, we have. And do we have drivers into Parc Fermé? Yes, we do. I can see there's various celebrations going on. It looks like Rich Miles' team are very pleased, as well they might be, with the outcome of that. I'm sure Ryan Yarrow will be pleased with the outcome of the race as well, the outcome of the championship as well, although he only finished in 5th position there, enough by my reckoning for him to wrap up the championship despite that good comeback drive from Richard Morris there. But
Yarrow's first finish outside the top 2.
Yeah, had that DNF, didn't he? But aside from that, he's always been in the top 2. Anyway, it looks like we are pretty much in a position now to head down to Matt Suckling once again to talk to some drivers, this time from the Sports 1000 Championship.
Yeah, down here with our race winner from that Sports 1000 race, which is Rich Miles. Rich, you impressed yesterday with 3rd place. You absolutely blitzed that race. That was a cracker. How did you find it?
We just, same as everyone else, I think we were torn on what tyres to go on for the start of the race, and we're not in the championship, we've got nothing to lose. So we thought we'll just butt on some dries, see what happens, and also it paid off. So that was good, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, your first weekend out racing with Sports 1000 this weekend. It's been pretty good with the two performances. How did you kind of bed into that race? Because there was tricky parts around the circuit. It was dry and it was getting quicker a lot throughout that one.
Yeah, it was literally just about finding where the grip was, and to be honest, on lap 1 and 2 it was quite slick. But after that it basically just dried in, so it was actually quite easy. But not that I'm trying to sound like an idiot, but the car was just great. I just want to say, and that's really cliche, but thank you to Tim Gray, my dad and my brother. Without the 3 of them, wouldn't have been possible. So, really appreciate it.
For next year, what's the plan? Is it more of this or something different?
Yeah, no, we really want to do the full season, depending how work goes and how the world goes. But hopefully, we'll be here.
Good stuff. Well, well done to end the season with a win, and good luck for next year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There we go, Rich Miles then down here, who finishes as our final race winner of Sports 2000 in 2020. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with a few more drivers. I think Rich Morris has disappeared, unfortunately, but let's see if we can grab a word with Victor Newman. He is currently just being weighed by the scrutineers, but he's near enough done. He's just going to take his race helmet off, so we'll see if we can grab a quick word with him. And also our champion, of course, provisional, as you guys have mentioned, for this year, which is Ryan Yarrow. We'll see if we can grab Victor over here before he drives off like everyone else has done, but he's going to come and join us now for a quick chat, which is good, and we'll see how he found that race in what were changing conditions, and we got a lot better towards the end, of course, with the dry conditions, but Victor, I'm sure, is very happy with his second podium of the weekend. Well done, Victor. Many congratulations on 3rd place there. How did you find that race with the conditions out on track?
Well, we were out on wets, which was, I guess, not the right decision, but was great. So a bit slippery in the end because it was all dry, but it was great.
Been a great weekend for you, a second and a third place. I know this year you've been searching for that elusive win in Sports 2000. It has nearly come, but a lot to learn for next year as well.
Yeah, so close, but yet so far. So yeah, a lot to learn for next year, and we'll see next year anyway.
And in terms of this circuit this weekend, how you've enjoyed driving around Snetterton?
Beautiful. It's an amazing track, so tough, so long, and as soon as you're up on the base, it's just amazing.
Well, good stuff, Victor. Well done on your podium there.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. There's Victor Newman then in what's going to be third place in that race. As we said, Richard Morris has unfortunately left us. It would have been great to hear his thoughts about the start of the race, but as many people have said with the tyres, it has been a kind of slick or a wet day, and I think Richard Morris went for the slicks there, so that's what paid off for him. Let's try and bring in another of our drivers down here in Parc Fermé. We'll see if we can have a quick chat with Michael Roots, who's just pushing the car through as well, and a big round of applause from the Mattel team down here after that race. And then we need to grab a quick word with Ryan as well just before we disappear, because as we said, he could be the provisional champion for this year. Michael, come and join us in here. Well done, congratulations on that race. You were pushing through the field really hard towards the end there. Why was that? Was it a choice of tyres?
Yeah, we took the risky option, going on the dry tyres. So yesterday I had some clutch issues, I was pole and that all went wrong, so we thought, well, it was actually the position for this race was given on the speed of the first race, so that was obviously shocking. So took a risk basically. It kind of paid off, I think, but it was actually really quite a good fun race. Not the result I wanted, but good fun nonetheless, yeah.
And I think you and Richard both went with the same tyre choice there, because you were following him through the field. We could see the lap times coming down, we could see the positions changing each lap as well. But if a few more minutes were added to that race, it could have been a lot better. It could have been a 1 and 2 for you two.
Yeah, I think definitely, yeah, another lap and it was obvious I would have got second, but I wouldn't have been able to get a win, and that's why I'm here really. It's my first year, so I'm learning. So Richard's obviously got that few more years on me in the cars, so yeah, I'll come back next year learning that I can push a bit harder, because ultimately he was quicker on the same tyre, so didn't deserve to win. Got to learn that and correct that for next year. And
of course, with all the learning you've done this year, I know we haven't had a full season unfortunately, but 2021 could be a good one for you.
It's been full enough for me. My bank balance is pretty empty now, so yeah, it's kind of suited me in a way. But yeah, so this was a learning year. A few things to tweak here and there in me and the car, and yeah, I'll come back next year and hopefully be a bit further at the front.
Well, good stuff. Unfortunately not a podium for this final race, but still a good performance on those tyres, and good luck for next year.
Great, thanks a lot.
There we go then. Michael Roots is the man who we have a quick word with there, and we're going to try and bring in as well Ryan Yarrow, who finished at that race just inside the top 5. We unfortunately didn't have time to talk to him yesterday due to a few technical issues, but Ryan, you joined us here in that one. Top 5 finish, all provisional at the minute, but you look like you may be the 2020 champion.
Yeah, I knew that was about the worst I could do, and I was trying to do the maths while I was driving round. I thought I'd made the right choice early on, because it seemed quite damp, and then after about 3 laps I thought, nope, we've made the wrong choice. But I think I made the safe choice, because I didn't really care where I came in this race as long as it was enough. So yeah, it's not really sank in yet. I'm not going to start doing I can't do cartwheels, but I'm not going to start trying yet until anyone tells me it's official. But,
and I'm sure there was many things going through your mind in that race. As you said, the tyre choice was the first one. The weather this weekend hasn't really played your part. The result from yesterday was fantastic. But then I'm sure as soon as you saw Richard Morris go past, you thought, what do I need to do now? What's going to happen here?
Yeah, I knew that if he won, the worst I could do was like 4th. So then I thought, well, he's not going to win because Richard Miles was miles ahead. Yeah. So yeah, I was fairly comfortable that it was enough, but I could still see James in my mirrors all the time. I thought, you need to keep trying. Like, my mind was going all over the place. It's not been ideal weather and conditions to try and seal a championship in, so I'm just relieved more than anything.
And in terms of this season, it has been a cracking year for you. We know that champions are crowned in terms of consistency, and you've had a really consistent year.
Yeah, we've just got the car to a point now where I don't really have to touch it an awful lot, and quite different to last year. I was always messing with it and I couldn't find a sweet spot, and we've just hit on it, and it's working. And other than minor adjustments for the track and stuff, it means that you can just get in it and drive it and forget about all the, how many clicks on here, how many, you just drive it and it'll be somewhere near. So yeah, it's just down to a lot of hard work over winter and stuff, really.
Well, it's been a great drive from you, a great team effort. As we said, it's all provisional, but I'm sure it'll be confirmed before too much longer. We'll let now you head off and let it all sink in.
Thank you. Cheers.
There we go then, Ryan Yarrow, the man who finished inside the top 5 in that Sports 1000 race. Delighted, as we said, it's all the emotions going through his mind at the minute, everything that he needs to kind of work out, but he's done a great year, a great weekend here at Snetterton, and he, at the minute, as we said, provisionally is a Sports 1000 champion. That's it from down here in Parc Fermé for the time being. We've got lots more to look forward to this afternoon, but for now, let's hand you back to our commentators, Ian Sowman and Josh Barrett.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Yes, we're going to turn our attention next to the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, which is due off in 45 minutes' time at 1:45. We can see there's one car there just doing a lap behind the safety car, or a few laps behind the safety car to make sure that it qualifies for the race. But it's a big grid that we have, as ever, for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. And it was the Rob Baker and Carl Swift Seat Leon that was fastest in qualifying by 2.28 seconds. They will be on pole position, of course, and that's the car and driver combination that jointly leads the championship coming into this weekend, with Andy Bailey also on 27 points. There's a bit of a gap back to the James Cowell, Darren Cowell, Alec Livesley car on 23 points in third position, but it's very close after that. It's just a 4-round championship for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship this year. With this, the third round, fourth to come at Donington Park, and no drop scores in the championship either this year. And that means that it really is important to get consistency of results and finish every race as well. But a great grid that we have here as well, Josh, this weekend. I think something like 43 cars we saw out in qualifying this morning.
Absolutely, and a real mix of machinery, and the grid's a bit mixed as well because it started raining more heavy right as the beginning of qualifying, so I imagine that was probably Cole Swift usually goes out first, doesn't he, in the area motorsport Seat, and got a quick lap in early, and then nobody really got near that. Alan Henderson was the only one, like you said, 2.3 seconds away, and then there was a big gap to the rest, so it's going to be a really busy first few laps as drivers get into the positions where they'd actually feature on real pace. And just looking down the order, the Holden Commodore, we've got that out there this weekend, of Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, 33rd on the grid. But it was wet. It's a new car to them in the dry conditions. Hopefully we'll have for the race. That's going to be one to watch, and even if it isn't featured that high up the order, it's still going to be one car to watch out for, isn't it?
It's a 2-hour race, of course, so in some sense the grid order is less important than it might otherwise would be. As you say, it is mixed up though, and we do have the Class C car of Andy Bailey, the joint championship leader, up there in 6th position overall in qualifying, and a fair way ahead of the next Class C car, which is the Kell Mazda, which is going to be starting back on row 8 of the grid, so that bodes well for Andy Bailey in this race.
It does. The only, I guess, the other point you would put to it is he's going to have a lot of cars wanting to pass him, so is he just going to have to keep out of trouble a little bit, keep an eye on his mirrors? But very experienced driver. He actually did race in Class A and took the championship a couple of years ago, didn't he, in an M3. He's dropped down to the Civic, but he's had a good season so far. But nobody's actually won 2 races within their class at the Silverstone and Oulton Park races, so it's been a competitive season. And actually, last time out at Oulton Park was the first time Rob Baker and Cole Swift hadn't won in that car. They'd, I think, had 4 wins on the trot.
Okay, so the Takiwa Club Enduro race is going to be underway in just over 40 minutes' time at 1:45. For those of you watching the live stream now, let's find out a little bit more about the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship.
Luke, here for the next round of Club Enduro at Snetterton. How are you getting on with the championship this year?
Yeah, to be fair, it's been pretty good this year. Currently joint first on points, but second in the table because we haven't had a win. We've had a second and a third, second at Silverstone and third at Alton. So yeah, couldn't have gone better really with a new built car. So yeah, I'm very happy.
So what was it that attracted you to Club Enduro? So have you come from sort of track days and interest in performance car, and then you sort of moved into racing sort of last year before? What was it that sort of drew you into club level racing?
I mean, yeah, you've pretty much hit the nail on the head. So track days, used to do a bit of karting a few years ago. Started in a one-make series. It wasn't really for me. Shorter races, I wasn't keen on it. Always preferred the endurance stuff. Saw some friends doing Club Enduro, decided to have a go, and here we are. Yeah, 2 years on. This is my second year doing it, and it's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you had good success with the Civic before, and obviously your teammates as well. Doing well in the Civic in Class B as well. Why the switch to the Golf this year? Is it some history there?
My dad runs quite a few Volkswagen dealers, so that was part of really switching to VAG Group from a sponsorship side of things. And just to try something different, really. I've still got the Civic, I still love the Civics, they're still great fun to drive, but just looking at what other people are driving and using in the championship, and that's the great thing about Club Enduro. You can pretty much bring whatever you like, as long as it complies with the regs and works on power to weight. So that's why there's a career in the Golf.
What about the future? I mean, do you ever see sort of a switch to Class A or a different car or anything else sort of around the 750 Motor Club paddock that's kind of caught your interest? Where do you see yourself going from here?
Yeah, so the dream is to go Class A with probably a TCR car, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that'll be next year or the year after. We'll see how the Golf goes and campaign that first to get it right as far as we want to get it. And then see where it takes us.
Fantastic. All right, thanks very much for your time, and best of luck this weekend.
Cheers, thanks.
So we're down here with two drivers who'll be racing in Club Enduro here this weekend. One of them, Matty Taylor, the other one, Will Ashmore. And I've got a wonderful car that they brought out to play as well, the Holden V8 Commodore, which is a wonderful bit of kit, guys. Great to have it here. We'll start with you, Matty, in terms of what you've done previous to Club Enduro and how it's really gone for you.
Yeah, so I started in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which is our tri-service event. I then moved into Hot Hatch, which I had a lot of fun in, and then we moved into Club Enduro together, racing my car last year, which was an E36 compact. We had a S54 and M3 engine in it. Unlucky, we had a few mechanical issues and reliability didn't quite go our way, and we ended up having a catastrophic failure in it. So that kind of then led on to Will spending some money and us getting this amazing beast of a car. So that's where we're at now.
And to be fair, it is an amazing bit of kit. We don't see, of course, many of these in the UK. They're more, of course, compound to Australia, but it's great to have this one over here. Will, what's the reason behind buying this specific car? Because it is a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's one of the reasons. I always like to have something a little bit different. I used to run the little green Honda Civic, same story as Matty, running Armed Forces Race Challenge and then the Hot Hatch. We tried it in Club Enduro, and really both the cars were just quite highly strung, so heavily modified to be able to keep up with the competition.
Yeah.
This really isn't breaking a sweat. It's very agricultural, it's very big, it's very simple, and we're really looking for some reliability as well as being competitive.
And you've talked about Club Enduro. It's been built up, of course, over the last few years to be a wonderful championship now. It's full grids at pretty much every round. It's quite a challenge, though, Club Enduro. It's a longer kind of format of racing, so it does mean you have to think about strategy and how you're going to play pit stops. How do you find that kind of part of racing?
So I think that's what draws us to the racing. To be honest, we like sprint racing every now and then, but Club Enduro, it just brings the team in. So we've got a great group of lads from the army. They come and help, and to be honest, they're just superb.
Yeah.
And it is just one big team. We just sit there and kind of turn the wheel a bit and try and drive, and then the boys run around like after us for everything. But it's where we want to go. We would love to do more and more endurance type racing, and I think the biggest thing we have is there's a lot of very expensive top cars within Club Enduro, and we like to be the underdogs and turn up and maybe open a few eyes every now and then.
And this car pretty much could spring a surprise this weekend, because with Snetterton being so long, 3 miles, of course, you've got a couple of long straights, so again the Commodore could lend itself to some great racing from this track.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, clearly it's going to be a straight line type of car. There's just so much weight behind it. it's a completely different beast to what we're used to. We were here testing 2 weeks ago, and it's just getting used to carrying so much more speed and so much more weight, which you've got to slow down and get around the corners, but in a straight line it's a rocket ship. And it's just got all the drama behind it, all the noise, which is just epic.
It might be a good idea actually to have a quick look around the car, so if you wouldn't mind just kind of taking us through different parts of it and kind of what it's all about really, and what's got under the bonnet.
We'll start with the heart, that's the best bit. So this is a GM Performance crate motor, a base LS3, which is a 430 horsepower crate motor. We managed to squeeze about 25 extra horsepower out of it with a bit of tuning and exhaust, but otherwise completely standard. Oodles of torque, so it matches the torque as much power as it has, it matches it in torque. And that's mated to what's known as a Jericho 4-speed sequential gearbox, which is a very old school NASCAR style gearbox, very agricultural, big gears, so hopefully quite reliable. And then we've into a standard differential at the back, but these generally have quite a good diff setup anyway. We've just put in a shorter final drive, and we're literally maxing out the top of 4th gear down the back straight here, so that should see us quite well. What's really key with this car is the chassis. There's a hell of a lot of work gone into the chassis. These cars were built in the UK and then all shipped out to the Middle East as a one-make series to support F1 at the time. This was in 2010. And once the series shut down, they were all brought back to the UK. They tried to start a one-make series, but it never really took off, so they were just sold off individually. And I managed to pick this one up quite cheap, he says. But I'll show you inside. So, you can just see, like, the cage work is very intricate. It goes all the way through to the front. The whole chassis has been stitch welded and seam welded. It's just a really rigid setup, so it actually does handle very well. It gives you the feeling of being very nimble, but you have to constantly remind yourself that the weight is there. You feel like you can chuck it into the corners, but then mid-corner it wants to push, so you've just got to get used to it. But it's quite cool in that it was a kind of spin-off series of the Australian V8 supercars, so it does have a few V8 supercar homologated parts, and you'll see, so you've got like stickers on the doors which are, genuine V8 supercar homologated bits that they had to run. I've always loved the side exit exhaust, so I had to just make that. They used to run straight through pipes, which were extremely loud. So we put in as much silencing as we can to just about get it legal on the sound side of things. Obviously, being a 6.2 litre V8, she's drinking a lot of fuel. We're talking about 1.5 litres a minute, which is crazy. So we had to put in a ATL 120 litre fuel cell, make sure that all complies with the regulations for Club Enduro, and obviously we wanted to comply so we can go to Spa next year. We won't be able to go this year, unfortunately. But that's been upgraded from a 80 litre fuel cell to a 120 litre fuel cell, and I think we will be filling that up to the brim during the pit stop and using all 240 litres that we brought with us. So she's going to be a thirsty beast, but the only other things we've changed really from how the car came is the ECU to run the different engine. Well, it's not a different engine, it's but the ECU that it came with was locked, and I wanted to be able to have data logging capability and a good dash setup so we can have that information, readily available to us. Yeah. So we've changed the ECU, changed the dash to a nice digital dash, and just made it comply with UK regulations, MSA regulations. And like Matty said, we got the car out 2 weeks ago for the first time, and out the box we were, seeing good times. I think we've got the opportunity to be quite competitive, but we're just both so new to the car, and like we say, it's a completely different beast. Getting used to that weight and the amount of speed that we can carry is a whole new ball game to us, really. Fortunately, we've got epic brakes on there. They're monstrous brakes all around, performance friction, with brake pads that are over an inch thick, so we've got plenty of stopping power. It's just getting used to it, so we're looking forward to getting out there, like I say, bringing a different car to the grid. And I can't wait for you guys to hear it, really, because it's going to make some awesome sounds. Hopefully spit some flames. We'll see.
We might ask you to start up in a minute if that's not a problem. If not, we'll leave it. But we'd like to hear it down here in kind of the aura of the paddock. And Matty, before we leave and look forward to the race a little bit later on, in terms of your kind of hopes for the race, in terms of what you might get out of it, we know it's a brand new car, we know it's new to you, but in realistic terms, what do you think you can pull from the bag?
So, to be completely honest, our number one goal is a good, reliable race that shows us progress as time goes on. Yeah. We were saying that I've driven the car for less than an hour total. Most of that was breaking it in. I think Will's less than 2 hours. So if we can see our time starting where we were in testing and just growing that a little bit through, and who knows, reliability, we should be up there in the top 5 or 6 cars. But Group A, or Class A, sorry, seems to be very, very big here today. However, we have lost a few, I think, over testing. So, yeah, let's aim for the top 5 knocking on the door there, but a good, consistent finish. That's where we really, really want to be.
And that's the thing for you as well, guys. If you're looking towards the future, this is kind of a testing ground for you. See how the race goes, see how the car performs, and then from there you can make changes, you can progress it, you can change anything you need to do for future years to come.
Well, exactly that. We're treating this, the second half of this year, as a development year, and then we really want to hit the championship hard next year. So a bit of a test bed this year. We still want to be competitive, obviously, but reliability is really key. You know, as they always say, motorsport's 90% failure, 10% success. Good old saying, and it's been very true with us. I think we've had our fair share of failure, so hopefully this will be a successful platform for us.
Well, Matty, Will, thanks so much for your time. Thank you for showing us around the Holden V8 Commodore. It's a wonderful looking car. We hope it goes well. We wish you all the best. But before we leave you and let you head off for the race, can we have a little listen to it, see what it actually sounds like down here in the paddock?
Oh, I think it's only fair. Let's give it a
Cheers, guys.
Righty. Following up in a few revs.
Yes, all right. There we go then, that's the chat with Matty and Will on the Club Enduro scene here this weekend at Snetterton. It's going to be a great race. Look out for the Holden V8 Commodore. It's going to be a sight to behold when it heads to track in the race.
So Darren, here with the Porsche Cayman today on the test day. So how's it been going for you this season with the Porsche?
Yeah, pretty poor so far for us. A lot of work, new car. We keep finding problems that obviously we're trying to address. We appear today to have got to the end of those problems and we can start working on a decent setup now to race with. So fingers crossed for tomorrow with that.
So you had the M3 before. So what sort of inspired the switch to the Porsche for this season? Was it you know, just a change, or you know, looking to develop a different project?
I personally feel that the Porsche is going to be a better car to be a front runner. I'm not sure the M3 is going to be capable of running at the front of Club Enduro, and obviously we want to be running at the front. So we're fairly close with the M3, but I felt that moving to a sequential gearbox wasn't the thing to do with the M3, and with this being PDK, it should put us in a good position to be able to go forwards once we've managed to address any issues with the car, and we can start, as I said before, working on setup to get us further up the grid.
Fantastic. And just talk us through your sort of journey into you know, racing this Porsche in Class A of Club Enduro. So you've raced in various different 750 Motor Club formulae over the years, and sort of ended up here endurance racing. You know, what sort of, you know, were your interests before when coming in, and how did you reach this journey in endurance racing?
Okay, well, I started out in the Compact Cup, in the BMW Compact Cup. Started racing on the advice of a friend of mine who's an instructor, who's no longer a friend of mine because he's making me spend all my money. But he is a friend still, obviously. And yeah, started off in the compacts, enjoyed racing those. and then progress from the compacts through to racing the 330, BMW 330. Stuck with that for 3 years, managed to win the championship, Class 6 championship with that car last year. And then I was lucky enough to get the M3 as well. I wanted to do more endurance racing as opposed to sprint racing. Obviously getting a little bit older now, and sprint races I think probably a little bit more taxing for me than what the endurance stuff is, in all fairness. I seem to have the stamina to stand the 2 or the 3 hours driving myself, and I enjoy with the endurance. I enjoy the strategy with it all, and the other factors that are there, rather than just get out there, give it your best lap for every single lap of the 15 or 20 minutes in a sprint race. Whereas with this, there's so many other factors that you have to work with, and I just find it more enjoyable.
So as a single driver in Club Enduro, I mean, are there more challenges to deal with, fitness-wise, some of the longer, more sort of demanding circuits? Is that something you had to get to grips with when coming from the sprint racing?
Fortunately, I've never had any problems with stamina in my life, so it's put me in good stead for doing this. I carry weight, which isn't a good thing, but it's never seemed to affect my stamina, so I'm quite happy to do the 2 hours or 3 hours. I've seen guys who are far fitter than me really struggle with those race times. So for me, it works really well, and I thoroughly enjoy doing that.
Fantastic. So, do you have any plans for anything different in the future, or stick with the Porsche, see how you get on, and looking towards the Class A Championship again next year, and see how things go?
Yeah, ultimately, yes, we'd like to see this car progress with this car as far as we can, and see if it is going to be a front runner, or we know it's going to be a competitive car, but we really want to be up the pointy end, really, in the top 3 if we can. Top step would obviously be the one that we want to go for. So if we can get this car running right, which I'm sure we will, Martin, my race engineer, Rutec International Racing, he's been brilliant. He works tirelessly and endlessly with the car, and any problem he does his hardest to solve it. So yeah, once we've got this car running right, hopefully next year we'll come back and it'll be a really competitive car, and I'll stick with Club Enduro for certainly for next year.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for your time, and have a great race weekend.
Thank you.
Yes, well, good afternoon, welcome back. If you're just rejoining us for this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race that's coming up next here at this 750 Motor Club race meeting at Snetterton. It's not the only race action we've got this afternoon. We've also got racing for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. But for the next 2.5 hours or so, we'll be focused on the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's due to get underway in around about 20 minutes' time. And it's going to be a 2-hour race with a very busy grid, more than 40 cars slated to be on it, and a great variety of cars we have as well. It should be a fantastic race, a fantastic occasion as well. My name's Ian Sowman. In the commentary box, Josh Barrett is alongside me. And Josh, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship is always one that we look forward to because of the volume of cars on the grid, the variety of cars on the grid, and the fact that it's a 2-hour race, meaning that we have all kinds of different strategy at play as well, especially if we have things as we've seen today with changing weather conditions, and who knows about things like safety cars as well. Lots to look forward to.
Yes, it's an important factor, isn't it? And it's the pit window. Well, there isn't one, is there? You just make a pit stop whenever you like in 2 hours. And thinking back to the first round of the championship at Silverstone, we had a safety car on lap 2 of the race. But not many cars, of course, have a tank that can last, say, 110 minutes, but some do, and therefore we had a few cars make a pit stop immediately, and that gave them the advantage there at Silverstone, particularly in those lower classes. I remember Ivan Mares, he was one of the drivers that pitted early on in that race at Silverstone and ended up getting a good result out of it, second place for him. So if you can really play it into your advantage, and that's when you're designing the car and choosing the car that you want to race, that is something to factor in. How big is your fuel tank? How long will it last?
Yeah, and that race at Silverstone, it was won by the Leon Euro Cup car of Rob Baker and Carl Swift, and I think that was about the 4th or 5th race in a row that they'd won, hadn't they? Because they also won races at the end of last season in that car.
Yeah, we saw the car for the first time at Alton Park, and they won there. Then we saw it here at Snetterton 12 months ago. Again, it won. On the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone, it won. And then at Silverstone earlier in the year, it won again. But then they went to Alton Park, and it was beaten.
Yeah, so why do we think that's been such a successful car up until Alton Park, when it finished second?
Well, it's a Seat factory-built car, isn't it? So, and it's built for endurance racing as well. So it does do touring car racing, but it also does the endurance racing, Preventic 24-hour races, for example. So therefore, it should be a bulletproof car, so you can push it throughout the 2-hour distance without really worrying about it. And it's right on the power-to-weight ratio, so it works well there. It works well on the treaded tyres, of course, not slicks here, which the car is designed for. So that is the one difference, but it seems to work okay on the slicks. And then it's the drivers. That's obviously a big factor for any race, isn't it? And Cole Swift and Rob Baker, both champions in other races before, so 2 drivers that can pedal the car well.
Yeah, they'll be on pole position today. Rob Baker starting the car, Carl Swift to take the second stint, and their joint championship leaders, Baker and Swift, coming into this weekend. I say the win at Silverstone, the second place at Alton Park, and the win there was taken by Alan Henderson, and he's out there again today, and he's also on the front row of the grid in the Lotus Elise, the drive from the northeast of England. Again, another driver that's been successful in other categories before coming into this, and he won last time out in a shortened 90-minute Club Enduro race. It turned into with a red flag and a restart at Alton Park.
It was actually a 100-minute race, thinking back to Silverstone, so this is actually the longest race we've had so far this season. Indeed
it is. Normally we have a 3-hour race during the course of the season, but sadly with the more limited calendar this year, not able to have that. But Alan Henderson, he's certainly going to be one to watch as well. Conditions different now than they were for qualifying, so who do you reckon the conditions now will favour?
Well, they're totally different cars, aren't they? So you've got the front-wheel drive, factory-built Seat, 350 brake horsepower, something like that. And then you've got the lightweight Lotus Elise of Alan Henderson, so probably half the weight, something like that. But that also means it's got half the power because it's a power-to-weight ratio formula. So over a lap, I suspect these 2 cars will be very similar in pace, and it was a really good battle I think you had at Alton Park last month. Very different circuit to Alton Park.
Yeah.
You've got the hairpin, so the infield section, that should suit the Lotus, you'd think, with the tight corners, but then you've got the long straights, and that's going to favour the Seat. And therefore, really, in a race situation, the Seat with the more power, it's easier to overtake on a straight than a corner, you would think would suit that car, but really difficult to tell. The other question mark is that Lotus had a failure yesterday, didn't it, when Bradley Philpott was driving it.
Yeah.
But obviously that's been fixed because he was out there in qualifying this morning. But that is a little bit of a question mark, I guess, hanging over his head into this race.
I noticed that Alan Henderson, he did 4 laps in qualifying and then parked it, so whether that was a recurrence of an issue or it's just a strategic, I think we've gone as fast as we can and it's now raining.
Yes, I think so. Because if you look at the best lap times from qualifying, it was all on lap 1, so coming out of the pit lane for some cars, or on lap 2 on the first flying lap.
Looking at other contenders in Class A, you've got the number 10 car that's going to line up on the inside of the second row of the grid, and that's going to be started by Matthew Wallace. He'll relay to Brother Simon for the second half of the race, and that's another Leon Euro Cup car, so it's, again, a proven car.
And run by Area Motorsport, who run the Baker and Swift Duo 2, so they know what they're doing. But I think we can hear from Matt Suckling, who's going to try and catch up with a few of the drivers.
thanks guys. Yep, down here in quite a busy Parc Fermé or assembly area for now as we get the drivers ready for the Club Enduro race here at Snetterton this afternoon. As you said, 2 hours to look forward to from this race, and I'll be heading out onto the track very, very shortly indeed. But I think we're going to try and grab some drivers if we can. We've got the pole sitters down here, which is Carl Swift and Rob Baker, so we'll see if we can grab a word with the two drivers down here before they head out for the race. Rob, have a quick chat, is that all right? Yeah. Great qualifying. It's been a great year for you so far. You and Cole piloting this to a few victories so far.
Yeah.
What are you hoping for from today's race?
A win,
of course.
to put it nice. Yeah, you know, it's been mixed conditions all weekend. Testing, we got minimal dry laps. Qualifying was mixed conditions. I managed to get one lap at the first out lap. I managed to get a decent one because we got down here early and the heavens opened and no one could match it really because of the rain. So yeah, fingers crossed for a good race.
And we understand you're going out first in the car, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Because we saw you at Silverstone in the one that you won. It seemed that Cole did most of the race there.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to try and win a championship. So we both raced for years, and there's certain things and strategies you need to do to win a championship. So we're not bothered about driver time. You know, we're here to try and win it, and that's what we're going to try and do.
As we saw in qualifying, you said you got that lap in nice and early. I think you're about 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field up front, but you've got some quick pedallers behind, so it's about defending in those first few laps, isn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of quick guys on this grid that didn't manage to get a lap in early on, so I expect people to come at us for sure.
Well, good stuff, Rob. Good luck for the race. Hope it goes your way.
Thanks.
Let's have a quick word with Cole as well, who's just doing the tyre pressures. We'll let you do that, Cole, and then we'll have a quick chat with you. We don't want to interrupt too much. Good stuff, of course, for you this year so far. We know this car is quick. We know you as a pair of driving, you and Rob are quick. Rob said he wants to win. I think that's what you're going for as well.
Yeah, well, it's nice to get the wins, isn't it? But we can't be too greedy when we're going for a championship. So first to win, first you've got to finish. So that's what we're going for, really. Not going to try and not win, but we need to finish.
Do you think you'll split the strategy an hour each?
No, we'll play the game, we'll wait for a safety car, and we'll end up doing an hour and 20 minute or last minute pit stop if we have to.
Cool stuff. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks very much, Cole. Cole Swift down here with Rob Baker. Let's hand back now to the guys in the box, and we'll come back to you in just... oh no, we've got a few more people to do. Let's go over here and grab a few more drivers. We're going to the number 12 car apparently, or the 112 car over here, which is down in Parc Fermé. Hello guys, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, we're told to come and speak to you, not because you're right up here, but just in general. But you've done a great job in qualifying.
Well, yeah, I think I kind of fluked it. I had a bit of practice in the morning, and I managed to get a good lap in while it was dry. So yeah, it's getting a feeling a bit lightheaded up here, but it'll be an interesting start. It'll be an interesting start for sure.
It's going to be busy as well out there.
It's going to be really, really busy. It's really, really busy. She's running well. I mean, I've got to give a massive shout out to my mechanic who's been looking after you. So she's running absolutely on point. And yeah, just looking to have some fun. Just get it home.
And what's your experience prior to this? Have you done anything else?
Yeah, I've done it. I've been racing this might be my 4th or 5th season. A second enduro. We did the Silverstone about a couple of months ago, and this is my second enduro. So this will be the first 2-hour stint I'm going to do on my own. So looking forward to it, and it's going to be interesting. So yeah, just want to have some fun today and get it home.
And of course, 2 hours on your own is hard work, but I think you can play the game. If there is a safety car or anything like that, you can then just dive into the pits, get your pit stop done, and you could then just be clear to the end.
Yeah, well, exactly. There's so many options. I think we just got to play it by ear. Like I said, I've got a good bunch of guys behind me, so I just kind of trust what they do in terms of making the call, and I just got to drive and make sure I get a good result for them.
Well, hope you have a good race, man.
Thank you.
We'll see you later on.
Cheers. Appreciate that, man. Take care.
There we go, then. Manager Patel down here in the Fermé area. We're now going to have a quick chat. The 20th machine down here in Parc Fermé. Another good start to this race. Will or Mark, who we got here?
Hi, I'm Mark Grice.
And Mark, great qualifying from you. How did it go this morning?
Yeah, I was lucky really. I knew I had to get out there and get a good lap in early on because you could see it was spitting and it was only going to get worse. And to be fair, I didn't think the lap was any good, but obviously everyone else was struggling, and I didn't think a lap with a lot of drifting would get me anywhere near the top of the grid.
And I think that's what many people experienced this morning in terms of the wet conditions. You got your lap in early, you've done well, but up here on the grid, you now just need to keep yourself ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was just a matter of getting that lap in really before the rain come, and then when the rain came heavier, I just thought, well, no one else is going to beat that time, and it just puts us in the thick end of the grid to hopefully do something with it.
And you're sharing with Will in this race as well?
Yeah, I'm sharing with Will. Will started this season at Silverstone on his own, but struggling with heating issues. So then he wrote me in to come and help him out at Alton Park, and then we had a win at Alton Park. So then he says, can I do the rest of the season with him to try and hunt down the championship?
And in terms of these conditions, do you prefer it dry? I don't think we're going to get any more rain, so it could be dry to the end of that. Suit you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love it dry, but if it's going to be wet, I want it fully wet. I don't like the in-between.
Well, Mark, I think that's all we've got time for. You've got to jump in because we're about to get the cars onto the track. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
There we go then. Mark Grice is down here. I think we're going to have a quick chat with one more driver, I think, before we go, or we're going to head back. I think they're almost ready to get the cars onto the circuit, so we'll see how it goes down here. Let's see if we're just going to have a quick chat with the number 51 machine, which is Luke Hanley. So Luke is going to have a quick chat with us before they head out to the circuit, so we'll head round here and can we get the door open? I don't know if that's possible. Sorry, Luke. Cheers, Luke. Right, you're doing this race on your own, apparently. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I always do it on my own. I can't get enough time in the car. It's brilliant.
And how did you do this morning in qualifying? Quite well by the looks of it.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm sure everyone else is saying the same thing. Difficult conditions, got a first lap in, and that was basically what was my fastest lap. So a little bit out of position. There's a few faster cars behind us, so it's going to be a dicey first corner, I reckon.
You just need to have your elbows out. That's the plan.
Yeah, that's it. We can make it a nice wide Mark 7 Golf, don't we?
Good luck for the race, Luke.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Here we go then, Luke Hanley down here. He's about to head out to the circuit as well as we get a scooter behind us. But yeah, the cars are now heading out onto the circuit and I think they're ready to go. So going to be a great race, this one. Club Enduro. There's still cars, in fact, coming into the assembly area. So it's quite a tough turnaround here, but it's going to be a great race. Club Enduro, 2 hours around Snetterton. What's going to happen? We're about to find out.
Thank you very much, Matt Suckling, down there in the assembly area, having a chat with some of the drivers from both Class B and Class A before we get underway, and the cars are now being brought out onto the grid. So let's talk you through the grid. And it's a big old grid as well that we have to cover. And the pole position, as we've said, is going to be the number 6 car, which is Rob Baker in the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, and he's starting that one. And next to him is the number 90 of Alan Henderson in the Lotus Elise S2. The second row, we have number 10. That's going to be Matt Wallace starting the Seat Leon Euro Cup, and number 43, Steve Cheetham, driving solo in the Porsche Boxster. Third row, we've got 112, Manoj Patel, who we heard from there. Again, another driver that's going solo in the Honda. And Andy Bailey, number 95, the first of the Class C cars, also in a Honda Civic. That's row 3. Moving back onto the fourth row of the grid, it's number 27, Mark Rice, starting the car there. He'll be handing over to William Beach in the Golf, and Darren Ball, who we heard from on the live stream beforehand, that's in the number 25 Porsche Cayman. Row 5, we've got 51, Luke Handley, who we were hearing from just a few moments ago in his Civic Type R, and 69, that's Andy Schultz starting the E46 M3 before handing over to Matthew Hampson. Row 6 is the 176 car of Matthew Pickford. And he, in fact, it's not going to be driven by Matthew Pickford, it's going to be Brian Chandler all the way through that race on his own. And the number 12 car, lining up 12th on the grid appropriately enough, is Tom Rogers in another Honda Civic Type R. On to row 7, and it is car number 14, Chris Freeman is going to start the Civic, to hand over to Johnny Monday later on. And then next to him, it's the number 8 car, which is Joe Locke, starting in the BMW E46 M3. Row number 8 of the grid is 68, which is going to be Darren Kell starting the MX-5 before handing over to St James, and Marcus Burnett next to them in the 128 BMW M3. Row 9, we have 81, which is Alex Richardson handing over to Matthew Tidmarsh there in the Mazda MX-5, and Michael Downey going solo as ever in the Porsche Boxer number 76. On the 10th row, it's going to be John Maudsley starting the 118 Golf GTI Mark V, and next to him will be the number 115 car, which is Jamie Ingram going solo in the E46 M3. Row 11, we've got 119, Peter Mansfield starting that car. He'll hand over to Will Stacey. Next to him, the number 56, which is going to be Lloyd Quinn to start the Mini Cooper and hand over to James Scott in the second half of the race. Graham Kelly in 188 lines up on the inside of the 12th row of the grid. He goes solo on a 325i BMW, and next to him is the the number 49 car, which wasn't actually showing on our list, so it's Will Stacey starting that car. So that makes me bring into question another piece of information that I've had, but we'll carry on anyway, unless the Will Stacey cars had problems, possibly, and that's why they've switched around. Moving on anyway to row 13, it's Kevin Dengate in the number 78 car going solo in the BMW E46 M3, and then next alongside him, 26th on the grid, is the Treble 7 car. That's the Honda Civic. Alec Livesley will be going second in that. Jeremy Crook it is that's starting that car, though. Leon Bidgeway goes solo in car number 32, 27th position on the grid. That's the Lotus Exige. And alongside him is the 42 car, the Honda Integra, started by Tom Whitehead. Row 15 of the grid, you've got the number 18 car. That's going to be Steve Dolman starting the Mark IV MX-5. He'll hand over to Paul Sherd later on. And John Atherton goes solo in the number 88 car in 30th position, the Lotus Elise S1. Row 16 of the grid, you've got 15, which is Colin Gillespie in the BMW 130i, and 130 is going to be Luca Diella starting the Civic Type R before handing over to Joshua Leake. Row number 17, number 7 is going to be Will Ashmore starting in the Holden Commodore to hand over to Matty Taylor later on, and 28 is Stephen Lake going solo in the Lotus Elise. On the 18th row of the grid, number 59 is a solo driven car this weekend. John Munro, unfortunately, tested positive for COVID a few days ago, so he's not here. Nick Dougal going solo in the 59 car. And the 481 car next to him is Edward Christie in the BMW E46 M3. Still going, on the 19th row of the grid, we have the 62 car, and that's going to be started by Ben Woodcock. He'll hand over to Andy Gay later on. That's the 318 IS BMW. Next to him is the number 89 James Alford E46 330. Row 20, 23 and 40. So that is the car of Graham Robinson, the Lotus Elise, to hand over to Ben McCauley later on. And alongside him, number 40 is the Stuart Humphrey, sorry, the number 191 car, even read the right number. That's the Stuart Humphrey Mazda MX-5. He'll hand over to Stuart Ridge-Jones. And then on the 21st row, it's the 36 car of Nick Leston. He'll hand over to Peter Griston, the Golf GTI, for the second part of the race. And next to him, 316, which is the car of Ivan Mayers, a Mazda. I think there should just be one more car on the grid. And that, I believe, will be the car of Jonathan Barrett in the E46 330.
And then, of course, that car that qualified at lunchtime as well, the Mark Jones and Tony Rogers Sayat, to make 44 in the end, won't it? 43 cars qualified, but we should get 44 starters. And eventually they will all be on the grid ahead of a green flag lap. That's pretty much happening now, isn't it? And what we were talking about prior to that, how different those two cars they are still coming out the assembly area, aren't they? How different those two cars on the front row are, the Sayat and the Lotus. There's nothing really that is similar about them, but except for the lap time, that is similar.
Yeah, both black and white, basically, with some blue on the Sayat as well, but beyond colour scheme, very few similarities between them. It's going to be a good and interesting race, and we'll see how the strategy pays out. But they have to make all of them a mandatory 3-minute, 30-second pit stop, which they can do at any point in the race. That's a bit longer than last year, an extra 30 seconds to allow for sanitisation of the car. Any stop that involves refuelling has to be at least 3 minutes and 30 seconds long. Other stops don't have to be as long as that for minor maintenance, but if you are doing a driver change, you have to spend at least 30 seconds sanitising the car as well, just to comply with the MSUK coronavirus policies. So it's a 2-hour race, this one. It should be getting underway very shortly. We've just seen the last couple of cars come out of the assembly area, so very shortly, I imagine, we'll be going on to our green flag lap. Yep, you can probably hear the klaxon there. It's not really a klaxon, is it? But the 1 minute signal has been given. So shortly we'll get the rolling lap underway. A reminder that there are 3 different classes as well in Club Enduro. So it's a multi-class competition. And as many of the 750 Motor Club categories are arranged these days, it's done on a power to weight ratio, John.
Yes, and it works really well, although look at the qualifying times, of course that sort of makes a bit of a liar of us, but that is because, as we've been hearing from the drivers, the grid is very mixed up because of those strange conditions from qualifying, meaning the first few laps of race is going to be very busy indeed. Generally we have the first third of the grid or so will be Class A cars, Class B cars in the middle, and then the Class C cars towards the back, as you would expect, thanks to the class regulations. But yes, I think these first few laps are going to be very busy, everyone trying to get into some sort of order that they would more usually be in, and therefore you've got to keep out of trouble perhaps if you've qualified well and you've got faster cars coming past you. Equally, if you're trying to work your way through the order, you've got to be a bit more cautious. And because of the nature of this, a 2-hour race, generally you'd hope the drivers are sensible because they know they've got plenty of time to move forwards compared to if it was a shorter race.
Yeah. As I was reading through that grid, I mean, one of the names that struck me as being quite low down was Colin Gillespie in the number 15 car, because he was a Class B winner at Silverstone and fairly well up the overall order as well, I think.
Yeah, that's another of the drivers that used the pit strategy in the safety car to his advantage. Pitted on lap 2 of the race, got his 3 minutes out of the way, so perhaps would be a bit more with the others on pace. Don't think he got pole position there, for example. However, how far down the grid is he? Yeah, 31st. He is going to be one to move up the order. According to the screen there, he's in a Honda Civic, isn't he? Whereas he was in a BMW at Silverstone, so that's different, isn't it?
Yes,
so perhaps he's in a different car, which may be another factor why he's a bit further down the order. Good to see they're going through the screen. First time out for the E46 M3 GTR. That is run by Tim Gray Motorsport for Joe Locke, who is going to be joined by Ashley Hicklin for this race. So a couple of the bike sports competitors from last season teaming up and bringing their team with them too to Club Enduro.
There you can see the Mark II Golf on the back, which was a late addition to the entry list, the car that's being started by Nick Leston. We saw the Golfs going well yesterday in the hot hatch races as well. And so you can see really the great variety of cars that we have in the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. And what's nice as well is that you've got a pretty even representation from all of the 3 different classes as well. It's not like you've got a lot of Class A cars and not many B or C or vice versa. It's that it is a pretty good representation of each of those, and of course points are scored within the individual classes, so the champion overall can come from any of the classes. Last year it was Steve Cheatham who won the championship from Class B, but going into that final round it could have as easily have been a Class C or a Class A car that could have won it overall, I think, depending on how things panned out in that one. And certainly in the overall points this weekend, we've got Andy Bailey and the Baker and Swift combo, both on 27 points coming into this weekend. The James Kell, Darren Kell and Alec Livesley, who drove the car at Silverstone, car has 23 points. Colin Gillespie 22, Luke Handley, who we heard from, he's on 22 as well. The Freeman and Monday combination, they're on 22. So it's all very tight indeed.
And with no drop scores now, because we lost that Spa race recently to a 2 championship status. That'll be a non-championship race later on in the month. We're going to, it's almost definite, isn't it, that the championship will go to the last race at Donington Park.
Yeah.
And it's so important not to get a DNF. You must be finishing every race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does cast a slightly different light on it, because normally you could have afforded a little bit of unreliability in regard to that as a score that you'd throw away, and obviously that is something that does come to play in a 2-hour endurance race as well. So just the 4 races planned this season as far as the championship is concerned for the Takiwa Club Enduro. So we might have the 2-hour race ahead of us. The car's just heading through the final part of the lap. They are looking in a pretty good formation at the moment.
It's just amazing, really, is how many cars there are still out. Now what? But we've had a couple of years of this size of grid for it, but it doesn't get less impressive, does it?
It certainly doesn't. And the Renault Megane safety car leading them round. The blue, black and white car on pole position. Rob Baker starting that one. Alan Henderson is going solo in the Lotus Elise that looks tiny cut by comparison. Then the second row, another Seat Learn Eurocup car. That's Matthew Wallace. And next to him, the dark blue and yellow Porsche Boxster of Steve Cheatham, a long time Porsche specialist, former Porsche 924 champion as well. So the safety car has peeled in. Rolling Thunder about to roll past our commentary position as the race shortly to get underway. The cars are coming up to the line for 2 hours of racing in the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. The red lights you can see are on, and when they go out the race gets underway, which it does now, and they head off up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. Steve Cheatham, I could see from the second row of the grid, has made a good start, but it's going to be a very busy first lap or so, with the order really shaken up, as you were saying this morning, Josh, by the conditions in qualifying. How is that going to sort itself out in the first lap or so of this race? Well, it's the top 2, as expected. Rob Baker leading, Alan Henderson second in the Lotus and Steve Cheetham third in the Porsche. So not too many upsets so far right at the front.
Up to fourth has come Andy Schulz, so he's come through from row 4 of the grid, so that is a good start from him, isn't it? A driver you would more likely see in a Ferrari 488 in other championships. There's the Holden Commodore alongside a Mazda MX-5. Where else do you see that in, well, worldwide motorsport? Probably nowhere else, actually. So they make their way down into Palmer, and making his way up through the order is Will Ashmore, but it's side by side for the lead because Alan Henderson using the lighter, nimble Lotus to get alongside Rob Baker, but he was unable to get ahead of him because then the power come into play, and behind Andy Schulz is going for third. He's trying to get ahead of Steve Cheetham, and he's got through in the BMW, so the M3 ahead of the Porsche Boxster. Really good start from him, really experienced endurance racer, and this first lap is showing why.
Yeah, absolutely right, and bouncing back really probably from a disappointing qualifying session for that car. Final cars still heading around Agostini. That's the treble 6 Mark Jones, Tony Rogers Seat Supercope that qualified behind the safety car at lunchtime. So down towards as they come at Brundle and Nelson for the first time in this 2-hour race, and it is still the Rob Baker Seat leading from the Alan Henderson Lotus in second place, but not too much to choose between them as they make their way out of Nelson. But it'd be interesting to see if Andy Schultz, with that good start already, having made up several places, if he can make up any more here and maybe challenge these two in the opening laps of this race. He's certainly pulling away from the 43 Porsche of Steve Cheetham in fourth position at the moment. We'll try and have a look as well as what's going on as far as the classes are concerned when they come back through to complete lap 1, but through Murray's go the leaders, and it is still Rob Baker leading the way from Alan Henderson.
And it's 4 makes a car in the top 4 positions, isn't it? You've got the Seat, the Lotus, the BMW and the Porsche, and it's a challenge for second place going down towards Rich's Andy Schulz using the power of the BMW M3 to go through and ahead of Alan Henderson. So he's gained another place, has Andy Schulz, but has he got it done for sure? Because Alan Henderson comes back alongside Schulz in the braking zone for Wilson. He brakes really, really late, tries to get alongside that BMW. He's half alongside, he's up the curb, he's got the inside line for Palmer, and the BMW, the bigger car, uses its power to stay ahead. So this is the problem for Alan Henderson. He hasn't got the power of these bigger cars. He's quicker through the corners, but he loses out down the straights.
To put this in context, this car finished 35th overall and 11th in class at Silverstone, 15th overall and 7th in class at Alton Park. So really good start this race by Andy Schultz, who isn't really able to get away from the little Lotus though of Alan Henderson at the moment, but it's starting to allow Rob Baker in the Seat Lowen leading the race to make a bit of a break maybe. They're heading down towards Oggies for the second time in this race.
Fantastic start from Joe Locke, 14th to 6th in his M3.
Yeah, and Mark Grice leading Class B at the moment from Brian Chandler. Class C being led by Andy Bailey, but he dropped from, row 3 of the grid down to 14th position, kind of as you expected really, Josh, with that car somewhat out of position given the heavy rain that set just a few minutes into qualifying.
Indeed, just looking down the order, I think the most impressive start it has been from Joe Locke, which is a good job from him in this first time he's raced this car. So up to 6th place, so that is a car to watch, isn't it? Alan Henderson then is dropping away a little bit, isn't he, to those in front of him. So perhaps Snetterton not such a friendly circuit for the Lotus. Just looking back to last year, Joe Taylor did get second in that similar car on this layout, didn't he? As the rest of the field come through, and he's had a problem here for one of the BMWs. That's the Kevin Denwood car,
yeah,
is it? The red rascal BMW?
I think it is. It's sort of pulled off to the left-hand side, keeping out of everybody's way. That's a car that started on row 13 of the grid. I imagine it had made up some ground.
16th.
It was 16th at the end of that one, 10 places up, wasn't it, pretty much? And now in problems, and it's behind the 481 car, so that's down to... yeah, right into the 30 odd position there. So problems for Kevin Dengate, it would seem, and maybe he'll be an early pit visitor.
He was on the podium at Silverstone at the beginning of the season. Here comes Joe Locke. He's gaining more positions, or he's giving it a go anyway, on Matt Wallace's Seat. He looks to the outside. It's a long way round on the outside line, so he can't quite make it. But he is lapping quicker than Wallace and quicker than Steve Cheetham too.
There's a little bit of damage there on the front of Joe Locke's car that we could see possibly earned on the in the first few corners of that very busy start to the race, and certainly as he was forging his way up the order. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of damage incurred.
Change for the Class B lead. Brian Chandler going solo in that Lotus Exige. Local driver from down in Haverhill has got past Mark Grice and has pulled out a 3-second gap. So that's a great lap there from Brian Chandler. Very experienced MX-5 racer, but now having to go in this Lotus and going solo. That's a strong car in the class, you'd think.
He has been successful with the 750 motor in the 5 Club Racing competition in the past as Brian Chandler. But spends most of his time these days running cars for other people across various categories. There's the 10 car of Matthew Wallace, the Hot Badger Motorsport car run by Area Motorsport. There you can see Steve Cheatham in 4th position, quite a long way behind Alan Henderson now. It was over 6 seconds at the start of the lap, and it's Wallace behind him, and then that fast starting BMW of Joe Locke, number 8 in 6th position. They're turning their way through Brundle and Nelson. That's really the battle to watch. Last time through, Locke was just over half a second faster than Wallace, and he was how far behind? He was only about 3/10 behind, so the gap's not really moved on this lap. There's the 68 car, which is the Darren Kell started MX-5.
He's second in Class C, but 4 seconds behind Andy Bailey, the pole sitter in that class, in the Civic. Remember, you said he started 6th. He's down to 19th now, is Bailey, but he survived those first few laps and got a good lead within the class over the Mazda MX-5 we're watching here. And Darren Kell, is he still in second? Because Graham Kelly, his BMW might be ahead now, I reckon. And a big accident for Joe Locke. We said how well he was going with that car. He's much more damaged at the front now than it was, isn't it?
Yes, so he's got... Where
Richie's is my guess.
Yeah, yellow flags, but Richie's can see out of the window, so he's found the barriers there, I'm afraid to say. Not quite sure how that happened, but Joe Locke was up to 6th position at the end of the 3rd lap, but now out of the race. Now, Alan Henderson here has really not let Andy Schultz get away, has he? They're about 2 3/4, 3 seconds behind the leading car of Rob Baker. That's the Seat, but 69 Andy Schultz and 90 Alan Henderson running nose to tail as they head towards Oggies.
Note for Rob Baker, full tank of fuel, 2 minutes 04.4, is only 1 second away from Phil Keane, very quick driver's lap record in Club Enduro. That's a good effort, I'd suggest.
And news from Matt Suckling. Joe locked up on the inside at Richie's trying to pass the Seat of Matt Wallace. So that's what happened to Joe Locke and why he has ended up, I'm afraid, in the barriers.
I guess the grass is pretty wet still, isn't it? And he's gone straight off into the tyre wall. And significant damage, it looked like, from that shot we got to the front of that car. And Ash Hicklin, therefore, will not get a go in it. There is Brian Chandler, the Class B lead. Look at the gap he's pulled out to Mark Grice, some 6 seconds. He's done a 2:08.1, which is quicker than Callum McLeod's lap record, British GT race winner. So that's a good effort from Brian Chandler, but his gap is going to be eroded because, unsurprisingly, the safety car is coming out.
Yeah, yellow flags waving opposite us, and safety car has been released. It has picked up the leading car, which is good news, which has just come across the line to complete its 4th lap. So Rob Baker behind the safety car. Now, we heard Rob and Carl talking about Sebastian. They said, well, if there's a safety car, we'll take advantage of it. Do you think they'll literally do that now?
Equally, they said the car will only do 80 minutes on fuel. Well, they didn't say it exactly, but I figured from what they were saying that's what they meant, because they said we'd have to come in after 1 hour and 20 minutes. So saying that says to me that car will only do 80 minutes on fuel, which means they can't come in, but there are cars that can in.
Yeah, and not necessarily for scheduled stops. Alex Richardson in the number 81. Mazda MX-5 there, the driver.
So that car is a couple of seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. But if they can't make the use of this pit stop where Alan Henderson can, it really may put them at a disadvantage.
Of course, you're not guaranteed this will be the only safety car period during the race, of course. Run down on the order because we're about 10 minutes in. So it is the number 6 car of Rob Baker and Carl Swift that's leading. From 69, Andy Schultz and Mike Thompson in second place. In third place, the 43 car of Steve Cheetham. In fourth place, the number 10 car, Matt Wallace, Simon Wallace. Fifth, 176 car of Brian Chandler, who's made such good progress. Sixth, number 27, Mark Grice and Will Beach. Seventh, number 14, Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday. Eighth, the number 128 car of Marcus Burnett, as we see the 68 car in. So that's Darren Cowell. Now, have we already had the change of driver? You can see James Cowell outside the car with his helmet on. But yet to get into it.
Of course, can't get into the car till the refuelling is done.
Yeah, but it looks like he's poised, doesn't it?
Yes, James Cowell, current British GT racer, races the new Toyota Supra for Speedworks Motorsport. And there is a shorter BMW M3 than what it started its race.
Obviously quite a hard hit, that one, unfortunately. Just to carry on the order, 8th is 128 Marcus Burnett, then 9th, number 7. Well, that's the Holden Commodore, isn't it, of Will Ashmore, and that started way back on the grid. Don Rowe, 17 of the grid. That started, so that's up to 9th place. And 10th, the 115 car of Jamie Ingram of the BMW 46 M3. There's Alan Henderson's car, though, in the pits, Josh.
The other cars in are 25, Darren Ball, as you said, also 15, Colin Gillespie. That time is green, now saying he's gone back to a BMW, so not sure if Gillespie's in the BMW or a Civic, we'll have to check that. Darren Cowell in the Mazda MX-5. Kevin Dengate must have got back up to speed because he did a 2 minutes 19 before coming into the pits. 59, Nick Dougal also in, as is 81, the Tidmarsh and Richardson MX-5, as you spotted. So a number of cars have made their way into the pit lane, and we'll see if any more do this time. Because I suspect we'll have another lap under safety car. Can Alan Henderson get out ahead of the safety car train? He cannot, and the lead is in, isn't it? Because the first car behind the safety car was Andy Schultz. So Rob Baker has come in. And yes, Alan Henderson does lose a lap, though, because the safety car lap was at, about 3.5 minutes. That's what the time was, and therefore he just couldn't quite get out in front of it. What would be the penalty for going out too soon? Because that actually might be advantageous if you decided to do that.
So there are a range of penalties available, including one for a short stop. And if you don't do that, it will be a penalty added at the end of the race, 1 minute plus the balance of the pit stop duration not taken.
You kind of would suggest, if you were very sneaky, and that's something you should not do really, but if you got out in front of the safety car, caught all that up, you would actually probably lose less than the penalty, wouldn't you?
So that's an interesting thought. So we still are under safety car conditions. We could see that the BMW being driven by Joe Locke had been recovered well out of the way.
That is something that was done, I think it was last year at Laguna Seca in the GT International Challenge race. The Audi team had worked out that a short pit stop, all the penalty was a drive-through, and at Laguna Seca the pit lane is so short that a drive-through penalty was less than what they were gaining. And it's not in the spirit of the rules, is it? But it is something that you can use.
Well, and that's it. Motorsport has always been about pushing the rules, whatever they are, whether it's a technical regulation or a pit stop regulation. You push them to the limit. The danger is you push it too far, you end up penalised, or you just end up with the loophole closed for the next time anyone tries to use it.
Cars that come in onto the pits on that lap, we had car 6, the race leader, Rob Baker. 51, Luke Handley. 95, Andy Bailey, so that's all area motorsport cars. 188, Graham Kelly. 481, the Christie and Mills M3. So another 5 cars came in. 6, 51, 95, 188 and 481.
And I guess more wouldn't have have not done so, because it's not really early enough or late enough in the race to be useful to them, because we're still only less than 15 minutes into this race. And I guess most people, if you have a pit stop somewhere in the middle 40 minutes of the race, then that will be quite useful. But a safety car at this stage is just too early to take advantage of, really.
So safety car, I suggest, is coming in this time. We saw the M3 behind the tyre wall. There's James Kell, isn't it? Say Toyota driver in British GT. So his dad didn't get much of a drive, did he? But this could bode well for their race. Safety car may not be coming in because Joe Lock hit that tyre wall at such a rate it needs repairing. So the Snetterton maintenance staff make their way down there, Ian. If you can probably help me out with that word.
Yeah, they are. The maintenance staff are there. And they are just rebuilding the tyre barrier. There's the belt that will need to be brought across the front of it and reattach the barrier to make that safe before racing can get back underway again. And there's a car in the pits.
That's a problem. Is that the Christie BMW?
I think it possibly is. Yeah.
Ed Christie and Neil Mills, who are out there in 481 BMW M3.
Yeah, that was a car that qualified 36th fastest.
So who's going to come in this time? Look, there's big moment there. Rob Baker's got out in front of the safety car. Now, how long was his pit stop, you wonder?
Well, we know that the last... Well, let's see what the safety car lap time was. Andy Schultz and none of the leading 4 or 5 cars going in the pit, but what's the safety car lap time when it crosses the line this time? Have a look at the Hampson Schultz time. And as they go across the line to complete lap 6. That safety car lap was 4 minutes, so probably reasonably safe, I would think.
So it was longer than the lap before, so that's a big story in the race, isn't it, that's just happened there.
Yeah.
And that was the fastest car in the track. The other question is whether they can do the rest of the race on that fuel tank.
Yes.
Because they didn't sound confident to me that they could do more than 80 minutes in that interview that we heard with Matt Suckling earlier.
And as we said, any pit stop that involves refuelling has to be 3 minutes 30 seconds long.
It's worth the risk though, isn't it? Because if it works,
yeah,
they've won the race really, haven't they? It's as simple as that. Whereas, look here, the Hanley and Bailey cars from the lower classes, because of course they weren't right at the front of that queue when they come in, their 3 minutes and 30s put them behind the safety car train and therefore a lap down, which still is a better outcome than if you pit under green flag running, but it's not as good as the outcome that has occurred for Rob Baker and Cole Swift, who are back on circuit and will catch up to the safety car train and really not lost anything, have they? What, the 30 seconds or so maybe at the back of the queue, but not very much at all.
No. So Schultz it is that leads. Steve Cheetham in second, Matt Wallace third, Brian Chandler up to fourth, Mark Rice fifth, Chris Freeman sixth is the order as things stand, while the safety car is out there. Still this work going on up there at Rich's Corner to get the barriers in good order for the race to continue after it was thwacked by the Joe Lock BMW.
Gives us time just to reflect on that lap time I mentioned from Brian Chandler, 2 minutes 08.1, a lap record in Class B, 4 tenths quicker than Callum McLeod, who is such a fast driver. I think he was driving a Porsche, wasn't he, a couple of seasons ago. So he was a pro driver, obviously, in a British GT race winner, Formula Ford champion, I think, Callum McLeod was in the British Championship. So to beat that time from Brian Chandler, a pretty new car to him, still that Lotus, really does show that is a car to watch in that class in upcoming races and perhaps for a full campaign next season.
A reminder, if you want to get access to the live timing, you can go to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk, and you'll find a link there on the banner to the live timing and also to the digital programme with the entry list for this race and all the other races here today at Snetterton. And also via that, if you're not already watching the live stream, you can find that as well, 750mc.co.uk/live for the live stream on the Snetterton 300 circuit this weekend. Full 3 mile length, and the marshals and the 750 Motor Club rescue crew also assisting to get the barrier rebuilt to allow the racing to continue just as soon as possible.
Obviously, further this goes in, it may open up somebody's pit stop window, mightn't it?
Yeah, it's been the pit stop, the safety car's been out for about 10 minutes now, hasn't it? So, and we've had 20 minutes of racing so far in this 120-minute race. So yes, you're right. It could start to get to the point where it is a viable time at which to stop for some cars, which even a few minutes ago it might not have been.
Do share the live stream links on your chosen social media form, and let your friends know about this is on, and they may want to watch, and you can put into the comments who you're supporting. We'll be able to see who the most popular driver is in the Club Enduro Championships.
So far, on a sample of one, it appears to be Steve Cheetham, who's getting some support. And he's there in second place at the moment. Last year's champion, of course, Steve Cheetham, boxed, but very experienced, racing in Porsches in various championships. Also, the Porsche 924 champion so many years ago. There you can see, just going across the line there, was the number 6 car, which had been in for into the pits, now, and presumably it's now driven by Carl Swift.
Yes, and it sounded like it was going around on top gear trying to save fuel. So is this going to be a fuel save run for Carl Swift to make sure that he gets to the end without the need for another pit stop? You sort of see that in IndyCar, don't you? Lots of fuel saving runs. It's not something you normally talk about in club racing, but that may be something that he needs to do here. Perhaps run the car in a higher gear than what he would normally do to get the best MPG possible.
It's certainly a roll of the dice, the early pit stop, wasn't it? But it may work for them. And the thing is, if it doesn't work for them, then, well, the one situation is they could have another 3-minute, 30-second pit stop to put even a moderate amount of fuel in the car, or they may just run out on circuit, I suppose, is the other possibility before the end of the race. I guess they'll want to try and get to the end to make sure they're classified at least with at least half an eye on the championship.
I don't think anybody came in on that lap at all. So we've got 29 cars that haven't stopped. Interestingly, the last one of those, Liam Bidgeway, why was he at the back of the pack, assuming he didn't make a pit stop and we missed it?
Good question.
Because you would think he shouldn't be at the back, wouldn't you? Not unless he had an issue at some stage. I certainly didn't notice that car in the pits.
Right.
But it is possible that we would have missed it.
It looks like that 49 car, which I was a bit confused about on the grid. That's being soloed from by Joseph Marshall now, by the looks of it. With Will Stacey having switched to drive the Lotus Elise ST with Peter Mansfield. That's the 119 car.
Okay.
So that looks like that's what's gone on there since qualifying. Yellow flags continuing to wave and safety car boards continuing to be shown all around the circuit, as the drivers will be aware of what's going on at Rich's Corner as they pass that every lap. And they'll be wondering and calculating how long it will be until the safety car is back in the pit lane and we can get back under green flag racing again. Had about 13 or 14 minutes of safety car circulation so far, so more than half of the race distance so far has been behind the safety car, or more than half of the race time.
Interestingly, the Wallace hasn't come into the pits, has it? Which you'd think has the same fuel economy to the Baker Swift one.
Well, possibly there. I mean, they're sort of independent teams, in the sense that they'll develop their own strategy, I guess. But equally, maybe you throw the dice. One goes one way, one goes the other. Dave Havis is supporting Nick Dougal, racing on his own in the TWP number 59 Mazda this weekend. John Monroe, his usual co-driver, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, not with us this weekend. He tested positive for COVID. He's isolating at the moment. I'm sure John will be watching the stream as well, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Hopefully you're not getting symptoms that are too bad, John, and that you'll be back racing with Club Enduro very soon. But for the moment, circulating behind the safety car, you're not missing too much effectively. There is that 6 car. And again, it looks like, or sounds like at least, it is very much on a fuel-saving drive at the moment. Snetterton 300 circuit hosted the first ever sort of prototype Club Enduro race a good few seasons ago now, didn't it? Which was effectively at the time just a longer distance road sports race. What was that, 2015?
It was.
The first of those?
Yeah, it was 2.5 hours then. It was won by the BMW M3 of Lee Spencer, Stephen Pearson and Dave Griffin. Yep. And this, who comes second, really shows you how much this has come on. It was a relay between a Peugeot 106 and a Porsche 924. So I don't think you'd get one of them onto the overall podium now. That was Steve Hewson and Rob Gillam. And then third was Stuart Much and Ben Short in the Mazda MX-150R kit car. So that's it's very much come on since then, hasn't it? Then if you look at Snetterton results in 2016, it was a Caterham that won then. Russ Olivan and Elliot Norris from the BMW M3 of Henry Wright and Jamie Packham. And then Andy Marston and Brett Evans as M3 came third.
One of the Lotuses just hanging out of the pit lane.
Is that Liam Bidray?
I think it could have been, yeah. So that would...
So that suggests maybe not, looking at the timing screen.
Anyway, what we saw a moment ago, I know you just came through the results of previous Snetterton races, looked like the barriers had been repaired and rebuilt at Ritchie, so I think we might be good to go racing this time.
Yeah, it looked like the lights may have been out on the safety car. So what's going to happen here is the leader's going to get away, isn't he, Andy Schultz, because he's got a backmarker car between him and the rest.
Yeah, and Steve Cheetham will only be able to overtake that car once he's over the line. But as the race restarts, so it will hold moderately some of the other quick guys behind him, but equally it has, the fact the safety car has been out in the first place has closed some of the gaps to what they otherwise would have been.
Yes, because we saw Brian Chandler, for example, pulling away in Class B, didn't we? So he's now got Mark Grice on his tail.
Zan Tidmarsh asks what happened to the number 81 car. Well, we don't know. It was the first car to come into the pit stop. It looked like there was some damage to one of the corners on that car. Kevin Presswich is watching from Coram Curve. Hi, Kevin. Good to see that you're tuning in from the circuit. But the green flag is now waving and the race gets back underway. 93 minutes left to go, so just over an hour and a half left to go in this race, and it's Andy Schultz that leads at the moment.
Change for the Class B lead there. Mark Grice round the outside of Brian Chandler. It's very busy, isn't it, as they try to pass Ivor Mares. You also had the Chris Freeman Honda Civic and the BMW M3 of Marcus Burnett all battling for Class B. There they are, going through your shot now, and the Burnett M3 has got ahead of the Civic, hasn't it? There's more cars past Ivor Mares. This is going to be quite a lap, isn't it, for Ivor Mares, with all those cars coming past him constantly.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess you kind of have to get used to that if you're running a lower powered car in these multi-class races.
Generally, you wouldn't have this many cars trying to pass you in one go.
Not in one go. And here comes the Holden Commodore blasting its way past, and that is for position, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that's Will Ashmore getting ahead of the number 14 Chris Freeman Johnny Monday Honda, and now setting off after the Marcus Burnett BMW, the 128 car.
Left-hand drive, the Holden. Not many of those, I wouldn't think, in the race. Left-hand drive cars, so there's no more Holdens in the race, of course. 6.2 litre engine this has got, which is a much larger capacity than anything else in the field. What's the next biggest? 3.4 litres, I think, so almost double the size of engine anybody else has got out there. But it does mean, despite that more power it will create, it won't be anywhere near as light as some of the cars. It'll be the heaviest car in the grid, and he's now passing most of the Class B machines. He's got ahead of Brian Chandler as well, so that will put him
fifth, I think.
Yes, because in fourth position, of course, is Mark Grice, which is interesting. He got ahead of Brian Chandler and absolutely bolted away from him,
well, he has.
Unlike the first part of the race.
Well, he has, yeah. That's the Freeman Monday Alpha Honda.
Burnett over the curb sideways. That wasn't an ideal line. He's lost the place that he gained at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, so there's Steve Cheetham. He's still in second place. Then you've got Matthew Wallace in third. Mark Grice pushing on in the Golf in fourth position, leading Class B in the car that he shares with Bull Beach. They won the class at Alton Park last time out. But Andy Schultz has gone across the line to complete lap number 10, and he's 3.6 seconds now ahead of these two cars. Steve Cheetham in the Porsche, Matt Wallace in the Seat, second and third. And they're heading down to the Wilson hairpin once again as we come up to 1/4 race distance.
Okay. A couple of drivers doing their best laps of the race on that restart. One of them was Tom Rogers, who's going well in the Honda Civic in 10th position, also doing personal best lap. Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster. Tom Whitehead, debut for that Honda Integra in the championship that he shares with Tom Gannon, and I'd expect Tom Gannon to be pretty quick when he gets into that, because that is a Class A Honda Integra. That might be one to watch. Meanwhile, for second, Matt Wallace is alongside the Porsche now of Steve Cheetham. So you've got sports car versus touring car here, and that say, it makes the Porsche look pretty small, really, doesn't it? Steve Cheatham, though, hanging on to second, a driver who's upgraded his car over the winter, of course. Was the champion last year, running that car to Class B spec, so taking a bit of weight out, a bit more power into Class A. And he's battling away here with the Seat of Matt Wallace down the Bentley Straight on what is lap 11 of this race.
There's the race leader, Andy Schultz. Of course, we've had some drivers go very early with the pit stop, so it'll be a little while before we can really start to make sense of the overall order. There is the early leader, Carl Swift, we think, now aboard that car, the number 6 car. Where's that in the running order, Josh, at the moment?
24th, so he only gained 6 places on that first flying lap. His lap time was a 2:10, compares to Alan Henderson, a 2:13 actually, so he did better than Henderson, who would also have been right in that traffic, but a lap further down.
Yeah, on that lap, the race leader, Andy Schultz, did a 2:07.5 to put that in context, but the other leading contenders were doing around 2:10s as well. Past the number 56 Mini goes the number 6 car, that's Lloyd Quinn in the Mini Cooper R56 at the moment.
And he's second within Class C, behind the Honda Civic of Jeremy Crook. They were only separated by a second at the beginning of the lap. There's another place gained for Swift. He's getting ahead of that Honda Integra now of Tom Whitehead. Race lead gap for Andy Schultz is out to 5 seconds over Steve Cheatham, who's starting to get away again from Matt Wallace. Did a personal best lap to achieve that, 2:08.5. Brian Chandler's lost another place, has he, here, to Chris Freeman, and his lap times are some 5 seconds off what he did earlier, which is just really weird, isn't it, that he's lost all that pace that he had before the safety car period.
A bit weird, yeah.
There he is. Oh, he's got about ahead of Freeman, hasn't he? But
not by very much. No. The two of them nose to tail as they head down to Agostini. Now, car off there is the treble 6 car. That's the one that started right at the back. Mark Jones in the Seat Super Copa, 2 litre. Drive from Crewe. Just looks to have come to a stop with some kind of mechanical issue there, maybe.
Quite possibly. So enough of the Seats, but that one's not having such a good run. Got the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 there. Who's in that? It says 49 on it.
Which is the Joseph Marshall car.
Is that not supposed to be a Lotus? So that is that a car change as well as losing his teammate?
That could be, yeah.
That car was taken to a podium finish, I think, by Abby Eaton in the MX-5 Super Cup, wasn't it, a few weeks ago? Assuming that's the same Clapham North MX-5, of course.
Yeah, there is the 119 car that's just ahead of it. So that is the effectively the teammate car. There, that's the Leon Bidgeway car, isn't it?
So perhaps it's in problems, isn't it? That's not the first time that car's been in problems, unfortunately, in its race history.
No, DNS and DNF so far this season, its results.
And it wasn't much better last season, was it?
No.
There's James Cowell now, isn't it, in that Mazda MX-5. So his battle, which actually might be for the victory, really, with Andy Bailey. Now, where's the Civic in all of this? They were separated by 700ths of a second at the end of the lap. He's ahead of Bailey, isn't he? No, he's not. He's behind, sorry. But he's only just behind. That's Bailey just turning into the S's from James Cowell. And that could well be the Class C lead battle once everything sorts itself out with the pit stops. Both having pitted already. Both good drivers. That should be a pretty interesting race. Two very different cars, though, the Honda Civic and the Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of this class structure, designed around power to weight ratio. There's Ivor Mayers getting stuck in as well, and that's the Andy Bailey car that's alongside him, isn't it?
So yeah, not very much between those two, is it? So you've got really an hour and a half race. All problems in the background, though. There's a lot of smoke or steam I spotted, but we moved away from that shot, so we'll go back to it if that is a problem. Hopefully all is okay.
Of course, the Mazda was alongside the 15 Colin Gillespie Honda there, which sort of answers the question that we were both having earlier on.
Okay.
85 minutes left to go.
And that's also in that battle for position, but it is a Class B car, of course. But there is Cole Swift. How far is he up now? He is 13th, and he's done a 2:06, so he pretty much is the quickest car on the circuit, isn't he? And compares to Alan Henderson, who's doing a 2:07, but a lap behind, basically. So, You would not pick any other car to win this race at this point, would you, other than that one on your screen?
No, unless, of course, there's the second stop to make, of course, which we just don't know for more fuel.
So there's Brian Chandler. He has fallen now 8 seconds behind Mark Grice and hasn't found any more pace yet in that Class B battle. Third in class is Freeman, fourth in class is Tom Rogers, and in fifth position is John Maudsley in golf. We've seen quite a few of the golfs this year, which is good to see them coming into the championship for 2020.
Again, I think it is the kind of car that is going to be a good, robust, reliable car for endurance racing as well, isn't it? And quick. Oh, and one of them,
Luke Handley.
It looks like Luke Handley, isn't it? Yeah, heading straight on onto the runoff and missing out Brundle and Nelson there. Back on the just maybe outbraked himself, did he? Into Brundle.
And for the little time you lose by going down the escape road, perhaps that's the better option in these longer races, isn't it? Now, I saw a smoky car, now we see a driver, so is that related?
Yeah, I'm not sure, or is, yeah, I'm not quite sure who that is. Can't see the car to which it relates.
But it's in the area of where I did see some smoke or steam earlier. Here's Andy Bailey, and he's pulling away, I'd suggest, from James Kell, isn't he?
Yes, he is, definitely. Certainly the bigger gap between those two cars than there was a lap ago. So in terms of overall positions at the moment,
something like 34th and 35th.
But that will shake out with the pit stops that all the drivers and teams will need to make during the course of this race. That's Ivan Mayers again.
You've also got Graham Kelly in there, who's also pitted. He's only a couple of seconds behind James Kell.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 of them, which are pretty close. There's car 15. That is Colin Gillespie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not his BMW, but in his Honda Civic today. Yeah. And there is Ivan Mayers in his Mazda MX-5, the car that's run by Paul Sheard this season. He raced the BMW last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
There's Luke Handley, who had that off a moment ago.
Yeah, strange whether it indicates that there's a problem with the brakes or something, or some other issue on that car, or if it was just a driver misjudgment on that previous lap. One to keep an eye on.
Luke Handley is one of the few drivers that made the use of that safety car period to pit.
Yeah.
So he, at the end of this, could be in a good position, assuming all is well with the car.
Yeah, absolutely right. 316 Ivan Mayers. Been a good supporter of Club Enduro over the past few years, but also we've seen him supporting Formula Ford 1600, Formula Ford Festival as well.
He's gone from
over the years,
one extreme to another, really, hasn't he? With really short races at Brands Hatch to long races here in Club Enduro, but he seems to enjoy himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, great enthusiast for Club Motorsport. So along the Bentley Straight stream, these cars.
John Munro suggests that's Nick Dougal we saw at the side of the track.
Ah, right, okay. You're right, he does, doesn't he? So our Dougal recognition is as strong as it should be, but would have recognised John, I think, had he been here. But no, great show. The 59 TWP car is.
He had just done his personal best lap of the race before that too, 2:21.3.
How often does that happen? Someone does a personal best lap, and then the next lap they retire for whatever reason.
You wonder if they're related sometimes, don't you?
Sometimes you do. So the TWP car progressing no further. There's the 6 car then, which made that stop to hand from Rob Baker's car Swift in the early stages of the race, and
passing Brian
Chandler for position.
But did you see that Brian Chandler was waving him through, and he kind of forgot that he needed to stay on the tarmac at the same time and had 2 tyres on the grass, but he's sorted himself out. He's quite used to having his arm out the cockpit of cars, isn't he? Did that in Mazda MX-5 racing a lot too.
Let's head down to the pit lane and Matt Suckling.
Thanks guys, down here with the number 6 machine and Rob Baker, who did a very short stint in that first part of the race. It was about 10 minutes, Rob, wasn't it?
Yeah, short stint. We saw obviously the Lotus stopped, and we're tight on fuel, but we're more than fine for getting to the end. And we managed to get out before the safety car came round, so we've not even lost a lap from doing the stop. So we're kind of in the same situation, but doing a stop just places down, but Carl's making them up reasonably quickly. So take it steady now and we'll get us to the end.
That was really handy to come out in front of the safety car for Cole, and just before the safety car got back underway, it looked like he was saving a little bit of fuel, just kind of backing off and reducing the speed.
Yeah, because he came out in front of the safety car, obviously he's got a lot of distance to cover to catch the back of the train. So as soon as he knew that he was going to catch the back of the train before it came in, we basically eased right off after that.
So as you said, if anything goes wrong, you're going to come in, but if it stays as it is, you're going to stay out there?
Yeah, he'll stay out there. We should be good on fuel. Car felt great. It was a bit sketchy on the first few laps, but once we got the tyres warm, it was really good. So, yeah, fingers crossed we'll get to the end.
Good stuff. Cheers, Rob.
What did we spot in the background of that interview, Josh?
It looked to me like Alan Henderson was for the pit lane, and he hasn't completed his 14th lap of the race, so I think Alan Henderson is in problems.
Yeah, and that, of course, the main rival to the number 6 car, certainly in terms of pace in qualifying this morning.
Guess what Alan Henderson had just done?
Was it his personal best lap?
It would have been. It was a 2 minutes 5.0 as well, not that far away from what Rob Baker done in that car earlier on.
Best lap of the race so far is in the Baker and Swift car, which is in 6th position overall, a 2:04.21. You talk about Phil Keen's lap record, 2:03.48 in this category, so not too far outside of that.
Phil Keen's won a few races in the past.
Certainly has. Very experienced driver, professional driver now. But I remember him starting. I think it was Formula Vauxhall Junior. I saw him racing. I remember at Mallory Park.
He's a Lamborghini factory driver nowadays. Up to 4th now is the Holden. So how's Will Ashmore doing on lap time? 2 minutes 10. So he is a little bit down, isn't he, on other Class A cars? But this is the first race for that car. It's fantastic to see something like that out in Club Enduro, because it isn't really what you'd think of, is it? But it's and actually it's Bathurst 1000 day, isn't it? That happened earlier.
Yeah.
So a great day it is as well for that car to make its debut with the championship.
Absolutely. Right, there is the Kell Mazda, and it is still running in 34th position, about 9 seconds behind Andy Bailey, who is the sort of nominal class leader, but of course we can't really say that at the moment because these two have made their stops. Lots of the Class C cars haven't.
Kelly's being caught though by Graham Kelly, which isn't the first of the BMWs behind him, but the second of them.
Yeah, the blue car.
Indeed. And perhaps the Mazda MX-5 not suited so well to Snetterton, long straight. Oh, Andy Bailey has a big moment trying to go past some of the traffic there. He was really crossed up on the brakes, so he's pushing on, isn't he?
Yeah, certainly is. So heading through the bomb hole now, 56. That's the Lloyd Quinn Mini Cooper, man from Newcastle.
So he's actually second in Class C. The class leader is Jeremy Crook, yet to pit 20 seconds up the road.
Yeah. And I guess we're getting to the point in the race where pit stops do start to become more viable for drivers, because we're into the middle third now, aren't we? That's the 481 car. That was in the pits earlier, wasn't it? And it looks like it might head back there.
Well, might be going for the paddock even, indeed.
Yeah.
So problems there for the Ed Christie and Neil Mills Class B. BMW M3. He's only done 5 laps, so I don't think he's been out. Yes, he's been out. He did 1 lap. He hasn't even done 1 lap, sorry. He's done 3 corners since he come out the pit lane.
Obviously realised that whatever the issue was hasn't been solved, and decided to call it a day.
There goes Andy Schulz, the leader in the BMW M3 that he shares with Matthew Hampson. And he's got a bit of traffic now to deal with. He's 7 seconds ahead of Steve Cheetham, who's just done his personal best lap, 2:06.6, who in turn's a couple of seconds ahead now of Matt Wallace. But it is Andy Schulz leading. Britcar reigning champion, I think he is, with Paul Bailey in a Ferrari, but out this season also in Club Enduro.
That's the 28 Lotus that we can see there. Stephen Lake's Lotus at least. Now I think that probably was the one I did see coming out of the pits a few laps ago actually. So Stephen Lake I think has pitted already in this race. Does that make sense in terms of his position? Yeah, I think it probably does, doesn't it, down in 37th.
Okay, Novice Cross on the back, so good to see that he's chose Club Enduro as a place to come out and play. He's battling with that Clapham North Mazda MX-5 there.
And did well at Alton Park as well, 11th overall and 5th in class as well. Very good result for Stephen Lake, who's coming towards us now. Then there's the Mazda just behind it. And there's the Kell, Master James Kell now aboard. And you can still see that BMW definitely catching, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Graham Kelly. So this is for what is 34th and 35th positions. James Kell just did do a PB though, a 2:17.41. The gap at the beginning of that was a full second. It's kind of still that, I guess. Here's car 14. This is Chris Freeman, who's third in Class B, and there's been a change for the Class B lead because Brian Chandler thought he's better get on with this, and he's got himself ahead of Mark Grice again and doing much better laps than he was at the beginning of this part of the race, and he's not far away from that fastest lap from earlier.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, his best lap time, Chandler's best lap time, 2:08.1. Grice is a 2:11.3, but now Chandler back into the 2-minute 9s again with Grice into the 2:12. So very strange how that's worked out because the conditions aren't changing.
No, his pace somewhat fluctuating for no apparent reason, but it seems to be going quick again now when he's regained the class lead. There's the third place car in the class. That is Chris Freeman, who is 5 seconds ahead of the Volkswagen Golf of John Maudsley, who's got himself ahead of Tom Rogers recently, so that's a change for position behind this car, the Honda Civic.
Yeah, that's the number 14, Chris Freeman, Johnny Monday, Honda Civic Type R, 9th position overall at the minute. 18 laps have been completed by the race leader, Andy Schultz, 7.5 seconds ahead of Steve Cheetham, number 43. Matt Wallace about 2.5 seconds behind him. In number 10, the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, and then it's the Holden Commodore up to 4th place from low 17 of the grid, I think it was. William Ashmore aboard. We've seen Will win races in the past in things like Hot Hatch, from memory, a few years ago at Rockingham.
Yes, and Armed Forces Challenge as well, another thing. 3/4 of an hour have been completed, haven't they? So we're into that middle third of the race, as you say, when you'd expect the pit stops to occur. I'll blast across the line.
I guess you get into this phase of the race, you're now thinking, well, do I make my stop now? Do I wait and see if there is going to be a safety car at some point in the next, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or so, and maybe wait for that to happen, because there's every possibility that there could be one here. 2:04, 2:1, still the best lap of the race. What's the best lap in Class B? I think it is with Brian Chandler, 2:08.1.
Significantly quicker, isn't it, than anything else?
Yeah, and quite a lot quicker than some of the Class A cars as well. Brian Chandler pushing that car very hard.
I reckon, though, in Class C, Jeremy Crook in his Honda Civic has done a better lap ever so slightly than Andy Bailey, 2:15.85. That's about a second and a half, though, slower than the lap record that was set by Steve Hewson, former champion.
Just catching a glimpse there of the 1:12 car of Manoj Patel, who we heard from in the assembly area at the start of the race. Now, he started relatively up the order. I think he was 5th on the grid, but down to 14th now, and I think he alluded to the fact that he was probably a little bit out of position. One car into the pits, looks like it's going to be for a driver change. It's the 56 car. Lloyd Quinn it will be, to hand over to James Scott for the second part of the race.
Patel, I think, is someone that drives his car to the circuit, so a road legal race car, that one. Into the pit lane has come Will Ashmore in the Holden there. So, and Steve Cheetham hasn't completed the lap either, so that would suggest he is also for the pits, possibly. Well, if he's not, he's in trouble because he hasn't completed lap 19 of the race. So Cheetham and Ashmore, presumably therefore, are in the pit lane.
Yes, that's car 43, Steve Cheetham, and it's the 7 car of Ashmore. He'll hand over to Matty Taylor, but going solo, as usual, Steve Cheetham. So 50 minutes have now gone in the race, still being led by Andy Schultz here. Lotus heading over the timing line to complete another lap. And there's the 78 car. Now that was a car that was, we thought, in trouble for a little while. Kevin Dengate, how's he faring now? He's in
27th.
27th, oh yes, there he is. So way back where we'd normally expect to be. But nevertheless circulating it appeared at a reasonable pace, so maybe it was a problem or a recovery from a spin or something when we caught Kevin Dengate earlier on.
If he made a pit stop, I'm not sure we mentioned that or not.
I've marked him as having made a stop.
He actually might not be in a bad position though, so that may be one to watch. Like a number of the cars when it all works its way out later. The only one that really does look like it is in a good position is the Baker Swift car, assuming the car can get to the end on the tank of fuel that it currently has got. They're up to third overall now, behind Andy Schulz and behind Matt Wallace. So the field make their way through. Class B, that's still led by Brian Chandler, but only just 3/10 ahead of Mark Rice. And in third, Chris Freeman. Then in Class C, still Jeremy Crook, but he has now into second place Joe Marshall. So Joe Marshall, now he's gone from a Lotus to the Mazda. He's gone into Class C, unsurprisingly. And then James Alford in a BMW 330 is third in Class C. There were the two Class B leaders across the line. Brian Chandler still only just ahead of Mark Rice, but we look back to the Class C car.
Yeah, about 0.3 of a second, I think it was.
Graham Kelly's ahead.
He is now, isn't he? So James Keller's lost out to the BMW here. So that is significant because the Kell car, third in the championship, coming into this weekend with the win last time out at Alton Park within Class C. The lowest of the power to weight ratio classes. Remind you, it was Alan Henderson that took the overall and Class A win, and Mark Rice and William Beach that won a Class B at Alton Park. So Graham Kelly then now ahead of that Kell Mazda. Oh, and now that is that Luke Handley? Yes, I think it is, pulling off to the left-hand side of the circuit. I think he thought he was going to pull on to he's stopped and turned the engine off and he's trying to restart the car. Maybe he's trying to reset something in the car, and he pulls away again. Sometimes with these modern cars that does work. But Luke Handley there, very much one of the front runners.
And Kevin Dengate's off too.
Maybe not quite in such a good position as we thought. That's at Ridge's Corner, as you can see with the damaged Joe Locke car in the background. But yeah, Luke Handley, fifth in the championship coming into this weekend. One of a few drivers on 22 points.
And he was one of the only Class B cars to pit in that safety car period. So we thought he may be in a good position in this race, but we saw him have an off earlier, didn't we? And now he's stopped the car with some sort of mechanical problem, electrical, you wonder.
And now, of course, the car that we're seeing on screen there, 6 car, Baker and Carl Swift, is up to third position on the road again, and it's 42 seconds behind the Hampton and Schultz car.
Yes, so it's going to have a bigger lead, isn't it? If he doesn't have to make another stop.
Which is an if, but
I wonder if
Rob Baker was fairly confident, didn't he?
Well, he sort of said they were tight on fuel, and then he sounded much more confident after that.
Yeah, on the fence really, but I took from that they thought they'd get to the end okay.
So here is Joe Marshall in that Clapham North MX-5.
Yeah, imagine that car's a late substitute this weekend. Busy little bit of action here involving the number 12 car, which is the Tom Rogers and John Griffiths Class B Honda Civic Type R, the Nottinghamshire drivers.
They were out in a Clio when they made their debut in Club Enduro a year ago. Now this battle continues between Graham Kelly and James Kell, two Class C cars. Both cars that have pitted, they're in 29th and 30th. They have, though, fallen 20 seconds behind Andy Bailey, so they haven't got the pace of the Honda Civic driver, who is a real championship contender, equal on points with Rob Baker and Cole Swift in the overall order.
Well, there's a hot air balloon, desperately trying to stay airborne by the looks of it. It's gradually going to drift out of our shot if he's not careful, heading groundward. I don't think I've seen too many hot air balloons from race circuits before.
Certainly not at 750 Motor Club meetings.
Let's hope you can bring that down safely, because it doesn't look like it's going to stay airborne for much longer. I'm no hot air ballooning expert, and it's not what I'm being paid to commentate on, quite frankly. But it is heading towards the ground.
Looks like we're not the only ones looking at it either.
No, it's making a good few photos.
Everybody's at it now.
It's finding a bit of... It's rising again. This is the CKR Club Enduro Championship race here at Snetterton, featuring hot air balloons in Class D. That's the 25 car of Darren Ball. And how's he faring at the moment? We're scrolling down our screens to find him, which suggests he's not that high up the order.
24th, but he was one of the few Class A cars to make a stop earlier. Looks like we got the Holden Commodore back out in 13th. Is that right? That's impressive if that's correct.
That's what it appears to be on our screens, yeah.
Was that a full pit stop?
Well, that's a good question, and probably the way that we find the answer to that out is if we see it being brought in for a pit stop penalty at some point. Another car in is the 115, which is Jamie Ingram, who's going solo. In the background, I can see the 62 BMW of Ben Woodcock. He'll be handing over to Andy Gay as well. So it looks like there's going to be a change of drivers there.
There's no way that's a full pit stop, because they couldn't have lost much more than a minute or minute and a half, something like that. So perhaps, they're only 2 minutes behind the leader, and they were what, 30-40 seconds behind before that. So obviously a small issue that needed to be fixed, and not a driver change.
There's the driving standards flag going to go out, so I'm trying to see what the number. Oh, I've just hidden the number from me. I thought I was going to see it. More numbers are now being pulled out of the rack as well, so there's a couple of cars that are going to get a driving standards flag. By the looks of it.
James Cow down the inside of Graham Kelly in the Class C battle. They've been at it for a little while now.
49 and 78, the two drivers getting driving standards flags. So one of those is Kevin Dengate and the other is Joe Marshall.
Okay, so through Coram comes this battle, which could be for a pretty good position in Class C at the end of the race. And it's the BMW of Graham Kelly in front, but he's slow out the corner, so James Kell gets alongside. James Kell, the winner, with his dad Darren from Alton Park. Graham Kelly hasn't had that kind of success really, has he? So this could be a good end result for him if he can keep it up, but he has lost that position in the end. Two James Kelly's ahead as they turn into riches.
He's from Matt Suckling. He's told me that the Commodore, the Will Ashmore and Matty Taylor car didn't do a full pit stop. They thought they had a left rear puncture, so it wasn't the intended stop, but they were concerned they had a left rear puncture. Presumably they've satisfied themselves that they don't have a left rear puncture and the car's gone back out.
And they didn't choose to make the pit stop while they were there. Now we're getting towards that halfway stage now, aren't we? 58 minutes completed, 62 to go. And now James Cowell's got ahead of Graham Kelly. He's pulling away. James Cowell, perhaps a bit more experienced driver, you'd say, Jess, than Graham Kelly. More used to doing these longer stints. Of course, he did some Ginetta racing last season, didn't he, before moving into British GT this year, which he's had some success in. I think he's had a podium in class, where he's competing against the reigning Sports 1000 champion.
Chippy Westmount, of course, who did a couple of seasons in Sports 1000. You could just see there the Nick Dougal car parked up against the barrier, couldn't you?
I didn't look in, so no, I couldn't.
Well, I could. I could see the Nick Dougal car. It's more or less actually where Richard Morris spun yesterday, which also we couldn't see very well. But I did look back at the stream last night, and if we hadn't blinked at the wrong moment, we might have seen it.
Okay. Brian Chandler is now 17 seconds ahead of Mark Grice, so he's extending that out pretty well. Joe Marshall now leads Class C, so that suggests we've had Jeremy Crook into the pits. He actually might be in the pits at the moment, so that'll be interesting to see where he comes out in relation to those who have pitted earlier.
Good to see the balloon has gained some altitude as well on the screen, so I'm glad about that. That's the 115 car you can just see out of our window, just heading back out into the race. That's the Jamie Ingram car after its pit stop. We saw it making its stop a few minutes ago.
So he has come out further behind.
Yeah, a long way. 33rd is where he's showing on the screens at the moment.
So that's behind all the Class C cars that pitted even. It was a 5 minute, no, it was an 8:13. There was a long stop, wasn't it? So it was an 8:13 lap, take 2 or so minutes off for the actual lap time. So it's about a 6 minute stop. So that is why it's so far down.
Yeah. So normally it's got to be 3.5 minutes stationary. So you're probably looking at around about 4 minutes once you got into pit in, pit out. But even though that's a couple of minutes longer than it should be.
Absolutely. Personal best now from Chris Freeman to 11.45 as he goes after Mark Grice. So Mark Grice being caught for second within Class B by Christopher Freeman.
Travel 7 cars just heading out of the pits. That's the that'll be now Alec Livesley at the wheel of that.
So that's an important stop. He has fallen behind Andy Bailey by getting on for a minute and a half. So that's what you lose by not pitting in the pit stop window. In the safety car period. So it is Kell from Kelly. Bailey from Kell, from Kelly, from Livesley out of those pit stoppers. But it's still on the road, leading Class C. There is Joe Marshall, just watching him on the stream at the moment, and his Mazda MX-5. Actually, he's on the road around James Kell, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I think these two raced together actually in the MX-5 Championship. I remember watching them at Brands Hatch a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, that was Super Cup, wasn't it? That had been, or was it Super Series?
I think it was Super Series on that occasion.
Yeah.
I think Joe Marshall's been doing a bit of Ginetta racing as well. Let's see if I can check that.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'll just give a quick rundown on the order because we have just got over the hour mark. It is number 69, Andy Schultz, leading the way in the BMW M3. Second, number 10, Matthew Wallace in the Seat Leon. Third, having made their stop, Carl Swift, number 6 in the Seat Leon Euro Cup. Fourth, 176, Brian Chandler, yet to stop in the Lotus Exceed. Fifth, number 27, Mark Grice, yet to stop in the Golf. Sixth, number 14, Chris Freeman, yet to stop in the Civic. Seventh, number 118, John Maudsley, yet to stop in the Golf. 8th, number 88, John Lampington, going solo in the Elise. 9th, number 12, that is the car that was started by Tom Rogers, the Honda Civic Type R. 10th, number 7, the Matthew Taylor and Will Ashmore Holden Commodore that has been into the pits but not from mandatory stop.
Yeah, Joe Marshall races with Rob Boston in the Ginetta Super Cup, which makes sense since he's with Rob Boston this weekend in, he was going to be one of his Lotuses, but now in one of the MX-5s. He has had a best result of 4th last weekend at Croft, so he's had a pretty decent season in the Ginetta Super Cup.
Yep, so there he is on screen now, that number 49 car, heading down to Agostini past the Tyrrell's cafeteria.
Looks like James Kelly's catching, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? In the number 68 car.
But obviously the James Kell car has been done to compete in this class, hasn't it? Where I'd suggest that's just an MX-5 Super Cup car that Joe Marshall is in, so maybe it doesn't quite go to the power to weight ratio. And he wasn't expecting to race that either, was he? So his best lap is a 2:18.5, which actually he just did, and the car that is on track around him
2:16.8 for James Kell, so a little bit faster, and the last lap was also close to his fastest lap time as well. But Kell is a lap behind because of the stop.
He gets alongside. Behind them you can see Brian Chandler, who continues to lead Class B, now 19 seconds ahead of Mark Grice. Again, he had his arm out the cockpit waving. Graham Kelly's gone off, and Brian Chandler is no longer leading by 19 seconds, is he, to that Golf that's not that far behind him of Mark Grice. So Graham Kelly's back on again, so that was a bit of an odd moment for him.
Yeah, sort of did what Luke Candy did earlier on in the race.
So he didn't go right down the escape road, did he? He sort of rejoined, which is a longer way of doing it, really. I think if you know you're not going to make the corner, go down the escape road, and you don't lose quite so much time. The MX-5s are still at it. Is Brian Chandler going to get a bit confused here? Because he's got a couple of MX-5s in front of him. He might think he's in a Mazda MX-5 race.
Bring back memories. Another driving standards flag being hung out at the moment.
Now, was that a slow lap for Chandler? Oh, no, perhaps not then, 2:12.
2:12. What did...
So not the difference I thought it was. Again, it's that long shot, isn't it, that makes it look different.
Oh, dramas. And that's one of the Hondas. Is that the 12 car? I think it is, isn't it?
It's Tom Rogers.
Yeah, and that's created a very effective smoke screen, I'm afraid. That's looking quite a serious conflagration on that car.
You'll never guess what he did on the previous lap.
His personal best lap.
2 minutes 13.79. He's out the car now, which is good to see.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure how close he is to any Marshall's post there. That's the thing.
He's on the wrong side of the circuit. The Marshall post is on the other side of the track.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty scary moment for anybody going down there, isn't it?
Well, you can see drivers getting on the brakes because they just cannot see what is the other side of that smoke screen. And that will also be drifting over towards Agostini now as well, won't it? So that will be causing a problem there.
It might even go towards Murray's as well. So now the entry to the Brundle corner is clear.
Yeah, I can see the smoke rising out of our commentary box window as well. So it is making its way across the circuit now. I'm trying to say I think there is something underneath the car there that was stationary. It looked like there might be 1 or 2 flames licking under there. So hopefully that can be attended to, although it looked like the main smoke had gone. Stop-go penalty board, well, the back of it is a stop-go penalty board. It doesn't necessarily mean that the side that's being shown to the driver is a stop-go penalty. But looks like someone's being called in, and that could be for pit lane infringement, maybe speeding in the pit lane or something like that. It's the 115 car that's getting it. Thanks, Matt.
That's Jamie Ingram, who had the really long stop, isn't it?
So maybe it's a long stop and then blasted out in pit lane. That's a possibility there. I'm getting messages at the same time from Jason Noble and Matt Sutty. Black and white flags for Graham Kelly as well. He has also had one, as well as the 115 car of Jamie Ingram. Thanks, Jason.
He was exceeding track limits earlier, but I don't think that was a very effective way of doing so.
Didn't get much of an advantage out of it. So they will have to come into the pits and make a stop-go penalty. Well, it would just be a stop and then go. It will be a period where they have to stay stationary in the penalty box as well. Meanwhile, the Bacon Swift car now is within 40 seconds. Stripy flag, yellow and red stripy flag there is warning of fluid on the circuit, and that will be because I would think of the whatever it was that was put out by the engine that let go on the number 12 car.
There it is.
Well, there's a Marshall now, I can see, just on the scene.
Yeah, so there's Marshall post just out of shot on the inside of Brundle. So obviously one of the Marshalls from there has made his way down to greet Tom Rogers. So that means no go for John Griffiths, who was due to get in the car in the second half.
Yeah, well, we are in the second half now indeed. 52 minutes of this 2-hour race to go, the TQR Kilimanjaro race here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. And it's being led at the moment by Andy Schultz in the BMW from Matt Wallace in the Seat, and then another Seat, but one that's already made its pit stop, and that's Carl Swift aboard that car at number 6. 52 minutes of the race remaining then, and there's Kevin Dengate, and also number 6, the car that we were just talking about. So both of these have made their stops, I think, but it's Swift that we're most interested in, the blue, black and white Seat. In third position. What's the gap to the leaders now? It's 39 seconds. Actually gone out a little bit that time. A slower lap for Swift relative to Schultz, but it's all academic because Schultz will lose quite a bit of time in the pit stops.
And so who's going to come second, which is interesting. And the first of the Class A cars to have stopped is Darren Ball, who is 15th overall now in the Porsche Cayman. And he, in turn, is about 35 seconds ahead of Kevin Dengate, who we just saw there.
Right, stop code penalty score was for 115.
Dengate's off now.
So moments after he appeared on screen, he's off at Rich's there, isn't he?
He was very close to Cole Swift, wasn't he, at Murray's?
He was. Now, going through the gravel has dislodged the bumper, and rescue crew hopping out of the rescue vehicle to try and see if they can get the car moving, but it looks well stuck in the gravel there, doesn't it?
Indeed. So he hasn't reached the tyre wall. It is a little bit of an awkward place, really, isn't it? They're head on off the road. And the bumper's being removed. I think you're right, just the gravel that took that away. He hadn't gone into the tyre wall. Don't think Brian Chandler's got much in the way of a pit crew, has he?
If you want a job doing, as the old adage goes, do it yourself. So,
of course, he does run a garage down in Haverhill, BC Cars. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing. But trying to do the stop in the time frame, it does make it a bit more difficult, doesn't it, when you've got to do everything yourself?
I suppose with 3.5 minutes to play with, though, that's a reasonably generous amount of time in the scheme of things. The Holden's coming in the background, you can see. This will be for its scheduled stop, I imagine, then. So for Will Ashmore to hand over to Matty Taylor, hopefully he'll be comfortable with the situation on the tyres on that car now.
Yeah, you'd imagine that car uses up more tyres than anybody else, really, wouldn't you?
Oh, our cameraman was clearly anticipating the car arriving into the pit lane because it was right in position for it. So driver's out of the car, which has to be done before the refuelling goes in.
We've got a snatch tractor down at Ritchie's that can remove that car under local yellows, can't it?
Yeah, driver just going to make sure that gets hooked up effectively, and hopefully this will continue without the need for a safety car. There's probably teams and drivers that they wouldn't mind a safety car being called for this. No indication that we're going to get that at the moment, though. 49 minutes of the race left to go in this Tagore Club Enduro race. Kevin Dengate's Red Rascal BMW number 78 being hauled out of the gravel at Rich's Corner, the first corner on this 3-mile lap.
The rescue unit guys in the Torque racewear, their new suits for this year look good, don't they?
Certainly do, very smart indeed. There's the number 6 then, which will gradually be climbing up the order, just going past that number 707 BMW, which started at the back, the Jonathan Barrett E46 330.
Currently 15th, yet to stop.
Yeah, so he's climbed up the order, hasn't he, because of that?
Although he's only, what, 3/4 of a minute ahead of Andy Bailey, who has stopped. And Andy Bailey is now 26 seconds ahead of James Kell.
There's the 42 Integra, lovely looking car, the Integra, I always thought. And has that stopped yet? No, it hasn't, has it? It's in 7th place overall, so it's still going to be Tom Whitehead aboard that at the moment. So Kevin Dengate's been released from the gravel, but is he just going to... Well, it's on the grass, but it's not handling very well.
I imagine he's shaking the gravel out, ready to rejoin.
Yeah.
Not long behind the tyre wall, so I suspect that Kevin Dengate can get back going.
He will rejoin. Obviously lost a lot of time, probably want to head back into the pits just to get everything checked over if indeed he does continue for the rest of the race.
That's put him out of contention, where he actually was looking like he could have a good result. There, 128 is Marcus Burnett, somebody that's done a bit of racing at the Nürburgring. He was there the year I went to the 24 hours, where we had hail and snow on one half of the track, or one part of the track, where there was sunshine on another, and the race had to be stopped. If you've done that race, you think you're pretty prepared for anything.
Even a drizzly day at Snetterton. Yeah, I should think so. And not drizzling at the minute. Staying dry at the moment. Still the best lap of the race at 2:04.21. 8/10 outside the lap record for these cars.
There's the leader, Matthew Wallace, whose birthday is tomorrow. So happy birthday for tomorrow, Matt. Everybody's birthday seems to be over this weekend.
It does seem to be the case, doesn't it? It does seem to be the case. So Schultz then having come in from the lead.
Where will he appear? Around sort of Darren Ball is where the battle is, isn't it? Who had pitted earlier.
Yeah, Matthew Hampson will pick that up. Marcus Burnett getting a bit over the curb there on the exit of the corner. So Matt Wallace, hand over to Simon. They have 15 points at the moment in the championship, so they're a little bit out of contention for the championship in this car.
8th and 9th, I think, in the 2 races.
Yeah, I think that's right, and 5th and 6th respectively within the class, which is where the points are scored.
It's Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3 now. Matt Wallace from Cole Swift and Mark Grice.
Still, the marshals showing driving standards flags from the pit wall. Blue flags as well being waved by the marshals to let slower drivers know that quicker cars are about to come past. There's the 27 car then, so that's the car that's in 3rd place at the moment. Still Mark Grice aboard that, isn't it?
Leads Class B.
He does, and puts a lap on the Mazda of James Kell. Just behind him is the 14 car, so that is for position, isn't it? As well.
Yes, that's been catching.
It has. Yeah, only 4/10 or so faster on that lap.
Of course, any one particular lap doesn't really tell a story sometimes in these longer races
No,
with traffic and
it doesn't.
the like. But over the average, over the last 5 or so laps, that must have been coming down, because that was a much bigger gap earlier.
It was. So that's Chris Freeman at the moment in the Honda Civic Type R, drive from Loughborough. And hand over to his fellow Leicestershire driver Johnny Bundy for the second half.
Brian Chandler's got out of the pit lane, but he had a slow stop. It was over 5 minutes, I reckon.
Okay.
So he has fallen behind Luke Handley, who, remember, made that stop earlier. But I think we've had the Maudley and Mead Golf in, haven't we?
We've not seen it, but yes, I think you may well be right. Yes.
So I think that is the leading pit stopper within Class B, just ahead of Luke Handley by a couple of seconds, and then Brian Chandler about 15 seconds behind them. But of course, these two cars we're watching on the screen, which actually are right behind Luke Handley, are the battle on the road for the Class B lead, and that isn't an ideal approach to Murray's for Mark Grice. He's an ex-autograss racer, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was very sideways there, but he saved it pretty well. And he's still ahead of Chris Freeman.
Yeah, in circuit racing, he's had success in Honda Civic racing as well, hasn't he? But on this occasion, he's in the Golf, doing battle with the Civic just behind of Chris Freeman.
It looks like that Golf's sort of on Volkswagen Racing Cup spec, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not so many cars in that particular competition now these days, are there? Maybe because they've come over to Club Enduro instead, some of them. That's the 27 car, so it's now cleared the Luke Handley car, which is a lap down.
So the leading Class C car is the BMW 330 of James Alford from Jonathan Barrett, but they're both yet to pit.
Yeah, both of them in 330 as well, aren't they?
Yeah, and then it's Andy Bailey. So Andy Bailey certainly looks good to have another class win, which means fastest lap points important against the Baker and Swift team, isn't it? Because there are equal on points coming here. Neither of them have scored fastest lap points at either meeting so far, but that may change because Rob Baker set the fastest lap in Class A earlier. And in Class C, I think Andy Bailey might have that as well, in fact.
Host of drivers getting the driving standards flag, including the one that we can see on screen at the moment. Number 27, Mark Grice, he's seeing the driving standards flag. So 2 is Colin Gillespie, 15, 68, James Cowell, and also the Treble 7 car, the car now driven by Alec Livesley, the Honda Civic. So quite a few drivers seeing the black and white driving standards flag.
We saw Mark Grice get very sideways a moment ago, didn't we? So you have to be careful when doing things like that. You're not exceeding the track limits, and he is under increasing pressure from Chris Freeman. And then both these drivers to switch out to Will Beach and to Jonathan Munday. So yet to see how their paces are compared to what their co-drivers are currently doing. And these two drivers doing a much longer stint than the second driver will get. And going to do another lap. There is now Andy Schulz, who's handed, so it's not Andy Schulz anymore, of course, and Matthew Hampson, and that has come out in 6th place, hasn't it? So that is ahead of Darren Ball. So that car, you'd think, is still on for a podium.
Should be good for second place, shouldn't it?
Depending on Matthew Hampson's pace comparing to Andy Schulz from earlier.
Yeah, it's not yet done a representative lap time, so we'll have a look next time through to see what kind of pace Matthew's lapping in. But Schultz did a low 2 minutes 6 earlier on in the race. Still this battle going on for Class B lead. The car that's from Class B that's out there, John Alton in the Lotus Elise, but he's about 36 seconds behind those two.
Luke Handley's got himself ahead of the Gulf, the Maudley Mead car, which is for the Class B leading stopper. And they're both being caught by Brian Chandler, who's only 10 seconds behind now. But as we say, these two cars have got to factor into that battle yet. So Class B is pretty intriguing, I think, in this race, isn't it? And they're the ones in the championship that are a bit further behind. Colin Gillespie and Luke Handley are the equal champion. And the Freeman Munday car, they're all on 22 points, aren't they?
Yeah, so very even at this stage of the season. 3/4 way mark of the season after this race, of course, just the 1 round to go at Donington Park next month. 40 minutes of this race left to go. And most of the drivers now have made their pit stops. Still not all of them, though, as we've said. maybe there are a few that have, perhaps will be clinging onto a roundabout now, thinking, well, let's see if there's a safety car until we get to the 40-minute mark, and if not, we'll just have to go for it. Just change over.
Does this suggest Matthew Hampson's not as quick as his teammate? He's being passed by Class B cars.
Possibly so.
And that has allowed Chris Freeman to get right onto the tail of Mark Grice. And we know he made an error here a lap ago. He runs wide, and we know he's got the track limit warning already. So that'll be closely inspected, won't it, how far wide he did run there.
Yeah, of course, you get the track limits. Driving standards flag, the next penalty is a 5-second time penalty, then 10 seconds, and another 30 seconds, making 45 altogether. And the next penalty after that is exclusion, and that applies to the car, not just to the individual, or disqualification, I should say, the car, not just to the individual driver.
Hampson is... Oh dear.
The two Class B leaders coming together there. I mean, they both continue, but a big biff in the door of the Golf, and on the left front wing of the Civic there.
What I was going to say was Matthew Hampson is 10 seconds a lap slower than Andy Schulz at the moment in that car. So the battle they were really having was with the Wallaces, wasn't it? So we could get the Wallaces into a good result here. And Darren Ball is half a minute behind Matthew Hampson, but was 7 seconds quicker on the most recent lap. So this is a real improvement for Darren Ball in that Porsche Cayman on the first couple of meetings.
It certainly is.
Well, particularly on Silverstone, where the car caught on fire.
Well, it's hard to go backwards from there, isn't it? Yeah, it was a non-finish there. He only finished 31st at Alton Park and 10th in class, so certainly an improved showing here for Darren Ball. The number 25 Porsche Cayman, new car for him this season. Enjoys racing in the Club Enduro and has no problem with the Long Tower race. He's even in a 3-hour race solo. Quick rundown on the order as it stands then. It's Matthew Wallace, number 10, leading from number 6, Carl Swift in second place. In third place is number 27, Mark Grice. Fourth, number 14, Chris Freeman. Fifth, number 88, John Atherton. Sixth, number 69, Matt Hampson. Seventh, number 25, Darren Ball. Eighth, number 707, Jonathan Barrett. Ninth, number 95 now, Andy Bailey. And 10th, number 89, that would be James Alford. But 7 of those cars yet to make their stops.
And the two Class B leaders, do they continue? Not both of them, no. The Golf is in.
The Golf is in.
So that's Mark Grice to hand over to the car owner, William Beach. So that is going to be really interesting where that comes out, comparing to Luke Handley, who made his pit stop earlier. The Golf has lost the position, has it, to Brian Chandler. And actually, Brian Chandler's going to pass Luke Handley soon. He's only 3 seconds behind him. So Chandler v. Beach, we'll find out in about 3 minutes' time, won't we, what the situation is.
Certainly will. It's Darren Ball blasting past our camera. Fantastic impression of speed of these cars that you get from the pit lane, pit wall vantage point. And there you can see the damage that was done to the Golf with that incident with the hairpin a couple of laps ago, Josh.
Indeed, where Christopher Freeman tried to grab the class lead into the Wilson hairpin and it didn't quite pay off. We say this is a Volkswagen Racing Cup spec car. They're fairly used to that, aren't they? There's Brian Chandler. So after about to coming into a position of strength, Brian is climbing out of the car.
Yeah, and that's still on the exit of Palmer, isn't it? I think
it is.
He's pulled off, not too far away from the pull into the paddock actually, but obviously the car would go no further. It's going to need a straight toe by the looks of it. Looking at the signal of the marshal.
Did that car get to the end at Alton? You got that? I don't think you've got a decent result because it's not on my success spreadsheet.
What number is it again?
76. Or was it 176?
176, you're right. 33rd overall, 12th in class.
Yes, I think
seem to remember having problems at Alton as well, actually.
Okay.
I can't quite remember what, but that suggests it probably did do.
Michael Downey has been given an 80-second penalty, so that would suggest his pit stop was 20 seconds under what it should have been, maybe?
Possibly, yes. I mean, that sounds like a feasible reason for that. It could also be for speeding in the pit lane, with 1 second for each kilometre per hour over the limit, but that would suggest she was going quite a lot.
Let's hope not.
So I'm going to go for your original suggestion.
More comments coming in on the live stream. Sammy Nudd, who's here, saying glad the weather's held out. We thank her for the birthday cake yesterday, which we missed out on today, mainly because I ate the rest of it last night.
35 minutes of the race left to go, and it's Wallace that will surely soon hand over to Simon Wallace, his brother, because there's only just over half an hour of the race left to go, Josh.
It's not very fair brotherly love, is it?
No, exactly. I'm sure it's all been agreed in advance.
And actually, they look like they might get a good result here. I reckon this could be on for second, because their pace is a lot stronger than Matthew Hampson's.
Yeah, and I think the two brothers will be quite equal as well, won't they, in terms of their lap times?
Yes, we saw Matt Wallace do a lot of MR2 racing, didn't we, with pretty decent success. Simon concentrated more on Honda Civics, if I recall correctly.
Going back to your Michael Downey penalty, yes, it will be for a short pit stop. So 20 second too short pit stop plus the 1 minute is a stop and go penalty you have to serve for the excess speed in the pit lane, plus with the amount of time you're stationary equating to how fast you were in relation to the 60 km per hour limit. Was that the beach car? Yes, it was the beach car, just getting out past my window and back out into the race.
And he is ahead of Luke Handley. So that is the leading pit stop. So really it is them against the Freeman-Monday pairing, and well, a moment ago there was no gap between them at all, was there?
As evidenced by the door. As the winner-elect, if you like, the 6th car of Rob Baker and Carl Swift. Carl Swift at the wheel at the moment, Rob Baker just having that very short 10-minute stint. That's just sometimes how it goes, but that they go into this race, this pairing, knowing that that's how it might pan out, and they're not too worried about splitting the track time evenly.
When Matt and I were at Silverstone, the same thing happened, but in the opposite way round. They made the pit stop right at the end of the race. Yeah. And Rob Baker only did a few laps, so Rob doesn't seem to like too much racing in front of Matt and I. But I think he did a bit more driving, didn't he, at Oulton Park?
Yeah, he did. But yeah, that's the way they go. They've got the mind on the strategy.
Looks like Matt Wallace might be in, because now they are the leading car, Rob Baker and Cole Swift. And they're going to lead really by the best part of 2 laps at the end of this, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is a lot. It's fair to say. I mean, it's not a true reflection of... I think they were going to win anyway, but it's not a true reflection of their advantage over the rest.
No. And there we can see the 10 car in, and just coming in front of it is the little John Atherton Lotus, the car that's been running. It's up to 4th in the rankings, having not made its stop. With what have we got? 32 minutes of the race left to go. So that's the new race leader. Carl Swift, number 6, so one set lane taking out from the other.
Looks like all the Class C pit stops have been done, so that now reflects some sort of sense, doesn't it? With Andy Bailey leading by over half a minute, so this has been a dominant drive from him, ahead of James Kell, and then there's another half a minute or so to Graham Kelly. Jonathan Barrett, 4th in the BMW. Has he completed his stop yet, though? Because you said he was in, I think, not that long ago. So he may have not completed his stop, in fact. And that would promote Alex Livesey in the Jeremy Cook Honda to 4th, quite possibly. And then Joe Marshall in the MX-5 to 5th, by the looks of it, in Class C. But it's the top 3 looks pretty set, with Bailey ahead of Kell, who is ahead of Kelly. All the cars that stopped in the pits in the safety car period.
Yeah. Rob Baker looking over the Seat there.
And in the overall order, Andy Bailey is up to 8th as well, so it's a really good overall finish in store for them as well.
He qualified well, and he might well get a good finish out of it as well. In the lucky Class C car on the Civic.
So we await the Freeman Monday pit stop, don't we? That's the only real important stop, actually, might be the only full stop left.
Yeah. did just hear the pit lane klaxon go off. I wonder if that's the car going in. But yes, pretty much everyone has now stopped. Obviously the Hampson car now back up into 4th, and that will become 2nd for a time at least, won't it? When the Freeman and Monday car goes in and the Wallace car.
Depending where the Wallace has come out in comparison.
True, yeah.
Because we expect that to be a fairly tight battle, don't we? Problems with the Holden.
It's not holding on to the end of the race, I'm afraid. Commodore is out of Ashmore and Matty Taylor. Matty Taylor was doing the second stint, not getting as much of a run. A 5-second penalty now being shown for somebody, and that's Jamie Ingram, I can see. 1:15 now getting a track limits penalty, showing on our timing screen. It's well down the order anyway, so it's not going to make too much impact up at the front.
Chris Slater, who knows the guys well down there, doesn't he? So strictly speaking, it's not a Holden Commodore. It's a Chevrolet Lamina from Bahrain. I don't even remember, there was a Middle East series for V8 cars a few years ago. But to me, a Holden Commodore sounds better. I don't know about you.
It does. It does.
Oh, this is what we saw at the beginning of the race, isn't it?
It is, and that side by side, and it's the 1 different laps, of course, this time. And that is the 6 car, the leaders, putting a lap on the Hampson car. 2 laps, in fact, yeah. So they've come through to complete 39 laps in the case of Carl Swift and 37 laps in the case of Matthew Hampson.
Matthew Wallace is already back out, or Simon Wallace is already back out onto the circuit. So that looks good for them to have a podium. Not sure if we've seen them have a podium in the past. I know they look good for second.
You're going to get your data out of there, but certainly as far as this season is concerned, they've not had one. There is Simon Wallace, number 10, making his way around the Agostini hairpin with 28 minutes of the race left to go.
No, I don't think we've had a podium for the Wallace brothers yet, and they look set for second in this race. There they are.
How are Josh Leake and Luca Diella faring at the moment? They are in 19th position in their Class B Honda Civic Type R. Who started that car? It was... I've lost them on my list. Can you find them?
What number are we
it is the 130 car. So it
was Luca
that started that, and it was Luca Stefano that's put in a message and congratulating them on their performance so far. So that's Luca Diella and Josh Leake. Josh Leake, I think, now at the wheel of that number 130 car in 19th position.
Half an hour to go. On lap 40 is the leader, Cole Swift. It's a shame they had such an advantage in that pit stop, isn't it? Because their pace, they didn't really need it.
No, and looking at the lap times, well, I mean, obviously there's traffic, so we can't really directly compare it to the best lap time, which is a 2:04. That last lap for Carl Swift in the 2:09s, and you just sense that they're pretty driving the car well within itself, just to make sure there's no issues with fuel towards the end of the race.
But it is still pretty much the quickest car on the circuit as well, though, despite
some of that. Yeah.
Because we lost Alan Henderson, of course. Have we lost Steve Cheetham?
This is a good point.
We haven't seen him for a while, have we? No, he only did 18 laps. So we thought he came to the pit lane, didn't we? Well, if he did, he retired into the pits. If he didn't, he went missing.
Yeah, we've not seen him out on circuit, so I suspect that was Steve Cheetham entering the pits. I don't know if perhaps Matt Suckling can see if he can go and find out what happened to last year's champion, Steve Cheetham. That's along with Alan Henderson, the most significant retirement so far this race. So if there is a story behind those, it'd be interesting to try and find those out in the last 26 minutes or so. But yeah, Steve Cheetham, who was about 8th or 9th in the championship coming into this weekend on 18 points. 9 points off the lead. Don't think he was going to take the championship again this year.
Could Baker and Swift wrap up the Class A title here?
That's possible, isn't it?
Let's have a look, yeah, because they had that 9-point lead over Cheetham, who's not going to finish.
Yeah.
And Henderson's not going to finish. So the Wallaces, they look to be second. That'd be a 16-point gap. And Baker and Swift have won 2 races, assuming it finishes up like this. So they are set on the Class A title.
This is just about the last of the significant stops, isn't it, I think? Now, with Chris Freeman in to hand over to Johnny Monday with 25 minutes of the race left to go. 14 car into the pits, and that's the car that's shown on our timing screens in second position, but it will fall back. But where will it filter out in Class B is the question.
The class leader, of course, is Will Beach, who we saw when Mark Grice was driving that Gulf, how close it was. There's Darren Ball in his Porsche, the Cayman, that runs in 5th, which will become 4th, and he's 18 seconds behind Matthew Hampson. Actually, on the last lap he was slower, but when I last looked at that gap, was it half a minute, did I say something like that? So he's halved it. Can he bring it down further for a podium, which would be good if he can manage it. We haven't really got any more Class A cars going, have we?
No, we've lost a few, haven't we, during the course of this race, unfortunately. Various dramas. Joe Locke, the first of those, with his crash. Leon Bidgeway we've lost, Alan Henson we've lost, Steve Cheatham we've lost. Kevin Dengate's lost time, of course, with his various dramas. So I've got a few Class A cars that have been rolled out, unfortunately. Had a good number of them starting the race. Let's go down to the pit lane. Matt Suckling once again.
Okay, we're down here with Matt Wallace, who has just jumped out of the number 10 machine. Matt, that was a fantastic stint. Quite a long one. Was that the plan from the start?
We were just waiting for a second safety car, to be honest. We were just hoping and praying there'd be another one. The first one came a bit soon for us, fuel-wise. So I just stayed out as long as I could, and then that last lap that I did there, my in-lap, the fuel was actually gone. The car was starting to splutter a little bit, so we had to make our stop then.
And in terms of that stint, it was good times. It was kind of a steady pace around that one. Now Simon's in the car. Can we keep that up and try and get a podium?
I hope he can keep it up. Yeah, it'd be nice if he can. We'll have to see how the tyres do and all the rest of it.
And the stats have gone well here today. We know that Carl and Rob are out front. Your kind of first podium in Club Enduro?
It would for Club Enduro, yeah, so keep everything crossed for that.
So in terms of the rest of the race, just plug on now. You've got the fuel in the tank, so you can just push on and get the laps in.
Yeah, the car's running really, really well, so it's just down to Simon to keep it on the tarmac, and hopefully we'll come home in a podium. Would be lovely.
And luckily the conditions have changed as well. No wet weather about on track.
No, it's really nice out there now. It's completely dry. It's just like a normal day. It's completely different to this morning, which was obviously very tricky.
Good stuff, Matt. We'll let you get back and see how Simon gets on.
Sorry?
We'll let you get back and see how Simon gets on.
Yeah, I know. Can't wait. Cheers.
There we go then, Matt Wallace down here, out the number 10 car. As he said, a long stint, but it was all about that safety car and trying to make sure it came at the right time, which it did. And so Simon now in the car and ready to go to the end of the race in car number 10.
And what Matt Wallace, and indeed Matt Suckling, didn't see there was that before we handed it down to that interview, we saw Simon off on the grass, but he did resume the tarmac, but lost a little bit of time.
It was quite a slow lap, wasn't it? 2:28, but he has held on to second and is still 25 seconds ahead of Matthew Hampson.
A couple of cars with problems, James Winstanley tells me, in that both car 14, which is Chris Freeman Johnny Monday Honda, and the 15 car, which is Colin Gillespie's Honda, neither of them have got third gear.
Right.
Apparently, so both of them struggling with that particular issue.
And you mentioned there Johnny Monday, he's come out half a minute behind Mark Grice, so he's second in Class B. Third in Class B, which is sort of shot up there, is John Atherton in his Lotus Elite. We haven't really mentioned him, but he's on for a Class B podium. Luke Handley is fourth, and then Stuart Mead is fifth, who doesn't appear to have the pace that John Maudsley did in that Gulf earlier.
Yeah, John Atherton, he went very deep into the race, didn't he, with his stop, and seems to have paid off for him. Just over 20 minutes to go. Quick rundown on the order.
2 laps gap, by the way, between the two leaders you just see on the screen there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a dominant performance for number 6. Carl Swift, taken over from Rob Baker, of course. Second is number 10. That's Simon Wallace now having taken over from Matt Wallace. Third is the 69 car. Matthew Hampson having taken over from Andy Schultz. Fourth number 25, Darren Ball. Fifth number 27, the Class B leading Will Beach in his Volkswagen Golf, ahead of number 14 in sixth place, that's Jolly Monday in the Civic. Seventh is number 88, John Atherton in the Lotus. Eighth is number 95, leading Class C, that's Andy Bailey in the Honda Civic. Ninth is 51, Luke Handley in the Honda. And then 10th, running out the top 10 is 68, which is James Kell in the Master MX-5.
The next Class A car is the Tom Gannon Honda Integra that really hasn't quite had the pace that I wondered it might do. 2 minutes 12 its best lap, which is 6 seconds off of Ben Rushworth's hot hatch lap record in a similar car. I thought that Tom Gannon might have got a bit closer to that.
Jonathan Barrett there has had a spin up there at Wilson, not too much harm done, and he rejoins just ahead of the 128, which is the Marcus Burnett BMW.
Burnett's further down now, isn't he? Down in 24th position. So he was higher up earlier. Change though, because 2 places lost for Johnny Monday. We heard about that gear that's not working no more, no third gear. He's lost 2 places, so John Atherton is up to second in Class B, and Luke Handley is through into third position.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. There's the race lead, though, leading by 2 laps. And even if they did need to make another pit stop now, they'd probably be able to do it and still get back in front if they needed to. Baker and Swift in the number 6 car.
Remember we said we had those 3 Class B cars on 22 points, so now Luke Handley ahead.
So we think there might have been contact, we are hearing, which involved the race leading Carl Swift Seat and the Jonathan Barrett 707 BMW that was pointing the wrong way earlier on. So that possibly explains that. So we can see if there's any sign of any damage there on the front of the Seat. Nothing immediately obvious. Maybe a bit of a crunch there.
Nothing to worry about for them.
No, but nevertheless a bit of an incident that they've been involved with maybe.
We're going back to the point I was going to make in Class B. We had those 3 cars on 22 points, didn't we? And 2 of them were Luke Handley and the Freeman Monday car, and now Luke Handley ahead by just 1.4 seconds at the start of the lap. So that's a real close championship battle in Class B going into the final rounds at Donington Park in a month's time. Now here's Darren Ball. He's fallen away from Matthew Hampson, hasn't he? He's half a minute behind again. Slow last lap, 2:24 for Darren Ball. So did he have a moment?
Could have done, couldn't it? It's sort of that kind of lap time discrepancy that might indicate a brief spin somewhere. 17 minutes left to go. And got the little Lotus sweeping through as well. That's the 119 car that's now being driven by Will Stacey in the second part of the race.
He's another quick drive, isn't he, Will Stacey, in that Rob Boston car.
Another driver getting a stop-go penalty by the looks of it. I can see there on our screens. I can see out of the window. Not sure who that's for. Hopefully someone will be able to let us know who is going to get that stop-go penalty.
One of your spies in the pit, ain't you?
Yeah. I'm relying on them to keep us informed because I can't see the number that relates to at the moment. Hopefully nobody too significant. But yes, it is looking pretty settled as far as the overall in Class A situation is concerned, and indeed Class B now. And Class C, there's 9 seconds between the 2 leaders. That's the closest battle.
What's happened there then? Because Andy Bailey had over half a minute gap at one point when I last looked at the Class C gaps.
Yeah, well, his last lap was not particularly slow, 280, and a bit slower than normal. And James Kelso wasn't particularly fast, so...
Has that been a consistent lack of pace, or was there one big loss? Because I guess a one big loss is actually better in the long term than a consistent loss, because if it's a consistent loss, James Cole could beat Andy Bailey yet.
He could do. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's 15 minutes or so of the race left to go. Still that stop-go board being hung out to whoever needs to see it.
Luke Handley's going after John Atherton for second in Class B, isn't he? That gap is only 4 seconds, and that came down pretty decently on the last lap.
Yeah, so that's the sort of yellow Lotus, isn't it? And the 51 Luke Handley car.
They should be across the line shortly, I think. So
Not too far away.
Let's see if that gap has come down any further. Atherton's gone through. There's Handley.
Yeah.
2:14.2 for Atherton, but personal best for Luke Handley, a 2:13.3. So that's another second the gap's come down. That means the gap is now 3 seconds from second to third in Class B. John Atherton to Luke Handley.
Stop go for Marcus Burnett, 1:28.
Okay. It's another 2:18 for Andy Bailey as he comes across the line. And what lap time will we get out of James Kell? A 2:18, so that gap stays the same.
My eyes caught by the personal best lap time of Stephen Lake in 15th place overall, a 2:11.36. So I think he could make a few places before the end of this race.
And he's actually going after 5th in Class A, isn't he? That's a Class A Lotus, Stephen Lakes.
So he's got the Integra to get ahead of, and then it's
he's done it.
Class B cars. Yeah, he's done it. Yeah,
goes across the line ahead. So Stephen Lake up to 5th in Class A. The other thing that's going to change is this problem for Johnny Monday, who's being caught rapidly by Will Stacey, and he's going to lose 4th position in Class B. So, well, they looked like they could have got a class win at one point, didn't it? It's not going to be the case anymore, it would seem. Well, it's certainly not going to be a podium. It's not going to be a class win either, and it may not even be a 4th place with Will Stacey catching at the rate he is. He was 6 seconds faster on the most recent lap. There's John Atherton, by the way, on your screens, lapping the Jonathan Barrett BMW. You can see in the background was the catch-in Luke Handley.
Yeah, so he's just about to make it in shot now. There he is in the Golf, just behind the Barrett BMW.
There's the struggling Johnny Monday Civic, and there's the Lotus that's catching it. There is the Lotus driven by Will Stacey.
So that's going to be a change for 8th overall, ultimately, isn't it, I think?
And he just got past Andy Bailey for what would be 9th. Andy Bailey ahead of James Kell. There's the Class B leader. That is William Beach. Or that was, that you could see a moment ago. There it is again. That leads the Class B in the Volkswagen Racing Golf.
Yeah. Very smart cars, the Golfs, aren't they? Golf GTI.
This one is on this side.
Not so much the other at the moment. It still looks nice, even with that slightly bent door.
To be fair, I can't really tell it too much, can you?
Not without looking a little bit more closely, maybe.
I've seen Golfs in worse shape.
Yeah. Through Oggies goes William Beach, who drafted Mark Blythe in to share the car, and they took it to a win at Alton. Looks like they are on course to do the same here, which will be good because it will get them more into contention in the overall championship, but still not desperately high up.
Well, they're only 5 points behind Luke Handley, aren't they? And at the moment they'll be scoring 5 points more.
Yeah, so from a Class B championship point of view, they'll be right there. Overall, possibly not so much.
No, I don't, because Class B has had more variation, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the Class A and C points leaders look like they're both going to get class wins today as well.
Yeah, so but winning your class championship is pretty important, isn't it? Because you've got them as your direct competition.
Yeah.
So that is what they would like to do, but of course Luke Handley therefore would be keen not to be equal on points going to Donington and would like to get ahead of John Atherton for second in Class B, and that's what he's trying to do. Of course he was stopped at one point in the race completely, wasn't he? Not in the pit lane, but out on the circuit. Yeah. And he had an off as well, didn't he, at the S's quite early on.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 dramas.
So he's clawed back to a podium. At which step he'll be on the podium is yet to be seen. 2.4 seconds he was behind John Atherton. I think you just see those cars going into Murray's in the background of picture there. The Lotus are still ahead, it looked like. You can see that car pretty easily. Bright yellow. Meanwhile, with Andy Bailey in problems here, the Class C leader, because James Kelly's much closer, isn't he? That gap was 6 seconds at the line. It was 9 when we last looked at it It was about half a minute at one point, so it isn't a one particular error, it seems. It's a longer-term problem.
So maybe we're not going to get both Class A and Class C championship leaders and the joint overall championship leaders winning their respective races, because, as you say, Andy Bailey, with 10 minutes of the race left to go, is starting to come under pressure. He's coming up to the line again to complete his 44th lap.
Again, this could be a car that's fuel saving desperately to make it to the end of the race, because it was one that pitted really early on, isn't it?
Gap between them is now, what, 1.125 seconds, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, so James Carroll should do this, because he was 5 seconds quicker on that latest lap. He's right with the Civic now, and he looks to the outside. And does he drive around the outside of Andy Bailey? He's giving it a good go, and for whatever reason, Andy Bailey's car doesn't look particularly quick at the moment, whether that's a fuel problem and he's just conserving, or if there's something else going on. But it was an easy pass for James Carroll, and they're looking now for some back-to-back victories, and he wouldn't have thought it when he was falling away from Andy Bailey much earlier in the race, would he?
No, and this will as well gets this car into overall championship contention. Certainly they were 4 points behind the joint overall championship leaders, and indeed the Class C leader Andy Bailey. So with the Cals here taking points off Bailey, it will certainly narrow the gap, won't it? Which of them's got the best lap of the race, or have either of them got the fastest lap of the race in Class C?
Yeah, James Carroll's gone quicker than Bailey now, hasn't he? 2:15.07.
Has anyone gone faster than that? I don't think they have, looking down the screen. So that would look like then it's going to be a 16-point haul for the Cals. So if I feed that into my spreadsheet,
that would put them equal with Andy Bailey if Bailey can get second, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would do, because they're 4 behind and they've got 4 more on this occasion. Looks like it's going to be the way it finishes.
So it looks like Classes B and C are going to be really close going into the final round, where Class A looks like it'll be wrapped up.
Yeah. But still, the overall championship
yes.
Up for grabs, as it's almost certain to be with the no-drop scores this season.
You just never know what kind of competition they will get at Donington Park next month.
No. Someone else getting a 5-second penalty now. Let's see if we can work out. It's Graham Kelly. He's got 1. Alec Livesley's got 1 now. No. Jamie Ingram, I can see, has now got 15-second penalties. Well, all of this for track limits. And confirmation that the Michael Dowdy penalty earlier on, that was for a short pit stop. And so he's in 14th place in the number 76 car, and it will drop him back 4 or 5 places maybe. 7.5 minutes of the race left to go here at Snetterton.
Andy Bailey hasn't completed this lap.
So maybe it's a more serious problem than we first thought.
So has he run out of fuel? If it's my theory of being short on petrol. And this is going to completely turn around the Class C championship if he does not finish, won't it? Because he won't be scoring just 4 points less than James Keller. He'll be scoring
16 points less. Or 15 points.
Might pick a few up, because of course there's only 7 minutes left, so there might not be 10 cars gets ahead of him.
Yeah.
To get classified, you don't need to finish endurance race to score points, do you? So that puts Graham Kelly up to 2nd place now in the BMW 325i, and that will put the Alec Livesley and Jeremy Crook Civic onto the podium, because Bailey's still not come through, so it seems he has gone. This car's still going to get a podium, isn't it? Matthew Hampson. He's pulling away from Darren Ball now.
His lap times have improved, haven't they, over the course of his stint. Last lap was 2:13, he was doing 2:17s in the early part of his stint. He's over the line now. What does he do this time? 2:12, so an improvement on his previous lap, certainly, for Matthew Hampson, but several seconds off what Andy Schultz was doing in the early part of the race. But yeah, it should be good for 3rd position here.
Will Stacey's got ahead of Johnny Monday, by the way, for 4th in Class B. He's just done a PB, 2:09.96, which is still slower than that lap we saw from Brian Chandler in the earlier stages, but this Lotus has lasted the distance.
Yeah, up into 8th place overall as well, the Mansfield and Stacey Lotus.
11 seconds behind Luke Handley. Don't think there's going to be enough laps to catch him, is there? But it's been a good stint from him. to chase his way up there. Still looking at that M3.
Just see the 128 car leaving the pits. I think that's one of the ones that had a stop-go penalty, Marcus Burnett, so he'll have been in to serve that.
Strange we don't have many M3s anymore in the championship, isn't it? There was one stage where there was just loads of them, wasn't there? A couple of years ago.
Yeah, it just does change, doesn't it? And certainly people seem these Seats go well.
And I think some people just want to try something a bit different, like the Commodore, for example. You've got the Lotuses have come on this year, maybe because Joe Taylor won the championship in it last season. And won a lot of races as well. But yeah, the M3s have just sort of disappeared.
The E46 M3 would be a good, solid, reliable choice, wouldn't it, for Club Enduro? But there's perhaps more exciting and probably quicker choices as well.
And like with Darren Ball, if you say you're racing a Porsche, that's got a bit more going for it, I think, than a BMW. Although BMW's still a nice car to race, obviously, but that Porsche just sort of takes it to the next level, doesn't it? Particularly if you tell your mates, perhaps not down the pub at the moment, but tell your mates that you race a Porsche, they probably get a bit more interested in it.
Yeah, not in certain parts of the country anyway. Can't tell them. 4 minutes of the race left to go. And there is our race leader. Dominant performance really from Rob Baker and Carl Swift, who's been in the car for almost all of the race. Pretty relentless showing from them. And
look at their last lap time.
It was slow, wasn't it? 2:19.96.
And what has happened to their teammate Class C car?
Well, that's a good point. That is a good point. Are they going to get to the end?
Andy Bailey's just made a pit stop, by the way, so that's for fuel, isn't it? A 4-minute pit stop.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So that'll be about that 3.5 minutes. So they've come. Andy Bailey has come out in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th position in Class C.
Yeah. So yeah, it was looking so good for him as well. So I'll just take those points away from him, giving them to him earlier on. Finishing second, we'll work out who he does get later. So yeah, we need to keep an eye on the 6th car. It led by 2 laps.
It's still just ahead of Matt Wallace and Simon Wallace now that we're looking at on our screens.
So they could almost park it now and still win the race, couldn't they?
You know, I've always wondered what happens here if the leader of the race by multiple laps stops in a long race like this.
Well,
when does the checker? Because the checker flag's supposed to go out to the leader.
Yeah. Well, if the leader sort of parks, at Murray's for a minute or two, and that sets off at the right time, providing he's still ahead, that could work.
Yeah, but if the car completely stops, who does the race wait until the new leader about 6 or 7 minutes perhaps later?
I think you have to, don't you?
We'll have everybody running out of fuel then. It's always occurred to me, racing say at Le Mans, right, well, it actually happened at Le Mans, didn't it, a few years ago, where the car ran out of fuel. That stopped the Toyota a few years ago, although there was a car much closer to it to take the flag. Right, so a 2:15 that time for Carl Swift. There was when he crossed the line, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. So is this going to be a really slow lap to make sure this is the last lap for him?
Well, it's the smart thing to do, and it's not looking particularly slow there to look at, is it? I should look at the Golf GTI, the Mark II GTI, Nick List and Peter Grist. They're 27th overall in that car, which is an excellent effort. There's a quite late entry thing that they put in.
It's very much underpowered, isn't it, even compared to the Class C machinery around it?
Yeah, so I hope they've had an enjoyable afternoon in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship reel, showing the true spirit of what this competition is all about. So,
well, Cole Swift isn't really slow enough, is he? Not enough to make this the last lap. Wallace takes your pointer and stops at Murray's for a quick break.
No, so they're leading by a long way. Just behind them on track is the teammate car.
For second in Class B, both cars doing personal best laps, and they're separated by 6/10. So Atherton versus Handley is very much on now. Will Stacey's only 8 seconds behind them, but actually on that last lap was a bit slower. But that gap continues to come down. But the second place battle in Class B is going to go right down to the wire.
Yes, that's the little Lotus, at least the yellow Lotus, and the 51 white-black Golf of Luke Handley. So here comes the leading car. It's going to not be its last lap. It will have another lap to go at the end of this one. 40 seconds of the race to go. I'm sure they'd rather like it to be the last lap, just to make absolutely sure. But they're going to have to do one more lap of the 3-mile Snetterton circuit, up to the line, and over the line it comes. 27 seconds remaining, so it definitely will be the last lap this time.
That was a 2 minutes 9, so it's a bit quicker as well. Perhaps now they've worked out they have got enough fuel, so they've told Cole he can drive back quicker pace. There's Andy Bailey back out after his fuel stop. There's a mini in dramas, it would seem. There they are, side by side for second in Class B. The Lotus is just still ahead of the Civic there, wasn't it? John Atherton to Luke Handley, so just went out of shot. I think we're going to catch up on that now. Yeah, so this is a battle for second and third within class. They've still got a lap to go at the end of this. It's been a good drive from John Atherton. Luke Handley's had some problems, but he's recovered well too. But who's going to end up in second place? They've got another 3 miles to go at the end of this one, Ian.
Yeah, and that's going to be second place for the Will Beach Mark Rice Golf, number 27. It's going to be 5th overall. This is the battle for 6th overall as well, just putting a lap on the number 191 Mazda. That's Stuart Humphrey, but Stuart Reid-Jones now at the wheel of that car. Two drivers both from Kettering. So here they come. The battle for second in Class B, up over the line, and it looks like Luke Handley carrying good speed along the start and finish straight, the centre straight, up into Rich's corner. And I don't think there was any change in position there. Meanwhile, Carl Swift on his last lap, the clock having counted down to 0. Oh, and does that look like Handley was ahead, actually? Yes, he is, so Handley did get ahead at Rich's.
Last lap pass after 2 hours of racing.
Yeah, so John Atherton, who's done such a good job, and this is still a good finish for him, a podium finish. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that, but he'll be a bit frustrated, no doubt, to have lost second on the final lap, and I don't think, looking at it, that he's going to come back from that.
There's a number of cars going past the commentary box at very reduced speed, just trying to get to the end of the race. And one of them will be the leader, won't it? We'll have Cole Swift through shortly while that second place battle continues. John Atherton pushing on sideways out of Agostini, but here, Ian, is the leader.
Yeah, so it's not really been in doubt, has it? I don't think. I suppose we had that little question a moment or two ago as to whether they were slowing to conserve fuel, but out of Morris for the final time, and they are going to make it to the finish line for a second victory of the season for Rob Baker and Carl Swift in the Tagiwa Hub Enduro Championship. It's a formation finish with the other car run by Area Motorsport, Simon Wallace at the wheel of that, but there's 2 laps between them. Rob Baker and Carl Swift getting the win. Number 6, number 10, Matthew Wallace, and Simon Wallace taking second place. And then other battles coming. Oh, and that's the car that was second in Class B. I think it should still be second in Class B. Leading Class B, I should say. Yeah. 27 William Beach.
A dramatic way to win your class.
Up to the line he goes, so he does cross the line in 5th place overall to win Class B in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. We've got various other cars coming across the line now. Graham Kelly, you can see he ended up with a 5-second track limits penalty as well during the course of that, and was second in Class C in the end, wasn't he, Graham Kelly, even with that penalty, I think, because behind James Kell and Darren Kell.
There's Luke Handley just ahead of John Atherton, and caught them at the end was Will Stacey. So 3 cars across the line, nose to tail for second, third and fourth within Class B. Luke Handley, John Atherton and Will Stacey. That was a great drive from Will Stacey.
Yeah, and he was lapping 4 seconds a lap faster at the end than the 2 cars ahead of him. I don't think there's any concerns with enough fuel on that car.
Stephen Lake recovered well too in the Class A Lotus to get back to 9th towards the end. So that's quite a bit of a gain from where we saw him earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's another good drive from Stephen Lake. Sort of almost unnoticed, a bit like it was at Alton Park. He's come through to take 9th overall. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in class. The same class finishing position as he had at Alton Park. So that's a good result for him.
Still cars coming across the line. But I think the podium position cars are all been through, haven't they? So Baker and Swift the winner, the Wallace is second, and then Hampson and Shaw's third. So all the podium cars are shared cars.
Yeah. Darren Ball 4th, number 25 in the Porsche Cayman. 5th, number 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice, the Golf. 6th, number 51, Luke Handley in another Golf. 7th, number 88, John Atherton in the Lotus. 8th, number 119. As Darren Ball's just crawled across the line there, we can see out of our windows. I think he was struggling on fuel to the end. 8th, 119. Mansfield and Paul Stacey at the end in the Lotus. 9th, number 28, Stephen Lake in another Lotus. 10th, number 112, Manoj Patel, good drive from him in the Civic. 11th, the Maudsley and Mead Golf GTI, number 118. 12th, number 68, the Class C winner in the end, the Mazda MX-5 of James Kell and Father Darren Kell. 13th, number 14, the Chris Freeman Johnny Mundy Honda Civic Type R. 14th on the road, but with quite a penalty to be added to his time. Number 76, Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxer. 15th, 188, Graham Kelly. He gets a 5-second penalty in the BMW. 16th, number 42, that's the Tom Whitehead, Tom Gannon Honda Integra. 17th, number 777, Alec Livesley. He gets a 5-second penalty as well, but it doesn't change his position in the Honda Civic Type R. 18th, 130, the Luca Diella and Josh Leake Honda Civic Type R. 19th, number 49, Joe Marshall in the Mazda. And rounding out the top 20, the Steve Dolman and Paul Sherd Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, number 18. But let's head down to Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner from the Club Enduro, Carl Swift and Rob Baker, and it's Carl Swift who did the second part in that race. Carl, longer stint than expected there due to the safety car, but it worked well.
It did. That wasn't inside our stopping window, so we were under-fueled for the race. So the first sort of 50 minutes of that were lifting, coasting, short shifting. Luckily, we managed to catch the train on the pit stop before we stopped, which I don't think many other people did, so we managed to jump a lap somehow, so it worked out great.
I think the guys in second at the time just missed it and came out a lap down. You, as you said, got out just in time, which was fantastic. We spoke to Rob. He said you were good on fuel, you were looking good. It should be right till the end. Towards the end there, though, the lap times just dropped off for some reason.
Yeah, I was just backing off. We'd got, I think, about a lap, so just backing off and saving the tyres. They're literally like jelly at the minute. So I just wanted to finish the race. I don't know if it's right, but they were saying over the radio that the championship contender had a problem, so it should be the championship wound up.
I think Class A looks good for you. I think about the overall, I'm not too sure yet, so it could go all the way, but we'll have a look at that one. One more round to come in terms of championship. That's going to be good fun as well.
Yeah, favourite track as well, Donington Park, local for me and Rob, so we've done plenty of laps around there. Just not sure about November weather.
It's going to be a little bit different, isn't it? It could be snow, could be anything, but hopefully it's not. It's going to be a little bit chilly. But good luck with that one. You and Rob, I'm sure, back in the car, and maybe Rob will get a little bit longer in the car.
Yeah, hopefully next time. I don't want an hour and 50 again.
Good stuff, well done, Cole.
Thank you.
There we go, then our race winner from that one, Carl Swift in Class A. We're going to have a quick chat with our Class B winner as well. He's just on his way over, and teammates, of course, and all the rest of it. So well done to the Class B winner there, William Beach. We had a quick chat to Mark before the race. You came home to finish the car, and Class B victory for you. That was good stuff.
Yeah, great race, thanks. Great job by Mark doing the longest stint. He didn't really want to do that long, but it all goes with the safety car, and it just all panned out nicely. Had a couple of little offs, not just getting into the rhythm of it, just not I don't know, not that much time to do it.
And in terms of this year for you, the first round wasn't that good with the 1 point score, but then the next two have been fantastic with the 2 victories.
Well, yeah, it's been brilliant. First round we had overheating issues, but in the last 2 rounds we've been brilliant, especially now we're putting this new radiator on. The temperatures are spot on as well.
One more round to go, of course, at Donington. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, hopefully we can tie the championship up there and jobs are good.
Good stuff, well done.
Thank you very much.
There we go then, our Class B winner in that one, and good luck for the next one for Class B. And then we move in with our Class C winner as well, which is James Kell. James, many congratulations on Class C. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was long. We did an early stop under safety car, so I had quite a long stint, so I had to manage the tyres, manage the fuel, and go a bit safe to start with, and then build up the laps as we went. And really happy with how it turned out. We got what we wanted, which was the first place and the fastest lap, because I think that puts us somewhere at the championship now, is it? Yeah. So I think we're P1 in the championship, passing Andy. So really happy.
Yeah, I think Andy had a few problems, so that really does help you up in the championship. It's all going to be kind of on the edge going to Donington Park.
Yeah, it definitely is. I saw Andy had a few problems. He flew by me at the start. We were just really heavy with fuel, and the car doesn't like it when it's that heavy. So I just had to pick up the pace near the end, and unfortunately for him, but fortunately for us, he had a few issues. So nice to take the win and nice to take the points as well, and hopefully going into the final round at Donington, me and my dad can get up there and hopefully win it. We'll see.
And in terms of Donington Park, is it a circuit you get on well with?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Donington Park, both the national and the GP circuit. Probably the national is a bit nicer, but the GP is pretty good. I do like it, and I think my dad's looking forward to going there as well. He hasn't been there in a while, so it's going to be a really good race, I think.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch, of course, with Class C as well, to be wrapped up by someone. It's going to be all action.
Yeah, definitely really looking forward to Donington, and hopefully me and my dad can get up there.
Good stuff, well done, James.
Cheers, thanks very much.
There we go then. Class C winner in the Club Enduro was James Kell. Class B there, of course, with the golf team, and Class A with the second victory of the year for Carl Swift and Rob Baker. We've got the one round to come at Donington Park, which we look forward to. But here today at Snetterton, 2 races left on the cards, and up next, the second race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Yes, we've already had one race today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and that was won by Stephen Scott Dunwoody. It ended, unfortunately, behind the safety car, so we were denied an exciting finish to the race. Stephen Scott Dunwoody taking the win from Paul Cook and Michael Pensaval. Stephen Wood, Scott Dunwoody in an invitation class car, as to Jason West, I can see, and Jazz Sapp, all invitation class cars this weekend. Grid for race 2 though, forming up, and it's going to be another 20-minute race around the 3-mile Snetterton circuit, the 300 circuit, and with the grid based on a slight reversal of the race 1 finishing order. It's a little bit mixed up, so let's talk you through the grid. Pole position is going to be the number 18 car of Jason West, and alongside him will be the number 146 car of Michael Pensaval. Second row, that's going to be number 26 Paul Cook, and alongside him will be the race 1 winner, that's number 48 Stephen Scott Dunwoody. On the third row, it's going to be number 47 Niall Bradley on the inside. Now Niall Bradley, I should tell you, was disqualified from the first race for overtaking under yellow flag, so I think actually has been a revised grid issue, so it looks like things have changed around slightly. I'm just looking out of my window. That's not what we can see on the screen. Is not what I can see out of my window, I'm afraid. So I'm going to stick with what's on my grid sheet here, and that says Niall Bradley lines up on the third row of the grid next to number 91 Hugh Gurney. Fourth row 80 Mike Eustace and number 2 Rick Kerry. On the fifth row 44 Mike Cutt and 15 Graham Crowhurst. The sixth row 3 Kaz Singh and 70 Wayne Lewis. The 7th row, 43 Stephen Schweikart and 7 Kevin Denwood. The 8th row, 35 Colin Whitmore and 67 Adrian Williams. The 8th row. The 9th row, 140 Jazz Sapra and 76 Stuart Pywell. Row 10, 19 Rob Lyons and 77 Paul Travers. Row 11, 40 Sean Jackson and 71 Jordan Sayward. Row 12, 60 Carl McMillan and 37 Kevin Granger. 13th row, 42 Mark Havers and 72 Matthew Smith. 14th row 21 Andy Abrams and 8 Bill Redrop. Row 15 64 Gareth Montgomery and 10 Clive Watson, and row 16 I should say 31 Paul Aramey and 154 David Nunes. Although both of those had issues during the race, it will be something like that anyway, a close approximation to that. Just looking out of my window, yeah, I think that Niall Bradley, I suspect he may have been moved to the back with that disqualification from race 1, and therefore Hugh Gurney and Mike Eustace and everyone else has moved up a position. But the disqualification for Niall Bradley from race 1 was for overtaking under yellow flags. So another 20-minute race ahead of us, Josh. And as far as the championship is concerned, race 1, it was a good race for Kevin Denwood because he won Class 6 and he was leading the championship anyway.
Yes, I reckon he leads by 4 points in the overall championship over Graham Crowhurst. And then there's 1 point to the equal Stephen Schweikart and Paul Cook. And interestingly, actually, Crowhurst, Schweikart and Cook are all in M2, aren't they? So that's just 1 point between the top 3, all in the same class.
Yeah, we didn't really see much of Graham Crowhurst in the first race. He finished 9th, didn't he? But within the M2 class, that was still second place, wasn't it?
He starred at Brands Hatch, didn't he, where he got the overall victory, but then both at Alton Park and Castle Coombe just has been nowhere near the pace of Paul Cook.
Yeah.
And he's therefore just been really scoring second places. And Paul Cook actually, even though he had lots of pace at Alton, he didn't actually finish either race, did he?
And as we said earlier on, what is rewarded in this championship is consistency, because you get points for starting, and the drop away from first to second, third to fourth, and so forth is not very significant. So there's not that much difference between, say, winning and, say, finishing fourth. It would only be a 3-point differential, and that's within each class as well.
Of course, one of the things to note, as you mentioned before, was that both Stephen Scott Dunwoody and Jason West have been placed into the invitation class, which we weren't aware of prior to that race.
Yeah.
So therefore, Michael Pensacola was the winner again in Class M1. So 3 wins on the trot for him. And in the M1 Championship, he's got a 20-point lead now because Brad Sheehan not here. Was he one of those drivers that got involved in incidents at Mallory Park 7 days ago? Yeah. So his car not out, which means Mike Eustace, which hasn't really been a front runner, should move into second within the M1 Class Championship. Eustace has had one podium, hasn't he? At Brands Hatch, but hasn't been on the overall podium since then.
Conditions much better for this race than they were for race 1. It was pretty damp, wasn't it, early on, so we should see some faster lap times. The best lap time in the early race was for Michael Pensacola, which was a 2:22.14. The lap record for these cars held by Mike Cutt, actually, so we should see what he can do as well from, I think, 4 of the grid he's on.
You've got him and Rick Kerry there, which I think is going to be a fast row of the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, that lap record 2:06.09, so that's what we're looking for in the dry.
I think this will be a really good race because if I think back to Castle Combe, we sort of had 6 cars all within a second in qualifying, and there's no reason why that shouldn't be the case here with those first few rows of the grid. West, Pensacola, Cook, Scott Dunwoody, Bradley, although he'll be at the back, won't he?
Yeah, and we've just seen him go through a shot, so he is starting at the back.
He's going to be one to watch them back there. Then Gurney, Eustace, Kerry, Cutt, Crowhurst possibly. They all should be in roughly the same kind of pace. So that's going to be quite exciting, you'd think, over this 20-minute race. And then in Class 6, you can't really see Kevin Denwood being beaten, can you, with the competition today, without Jim Benson, who he's had some great races with over the course of the season. Of course, thinking back to Brands Hatch, Kevin Denwood ended up on his side, didn't he, in that first weekend at Paddock Hill Bend?
He did.
But he's recovered well since then, hasn't he, with a few victories and podiums as well within the class. There is race 1 winner, Stephen Scott Dunwoody, hopefully enjoying his debut this weekend. And we saw this last year, didn't we, where we get a few drivers who perhaps race other series with their BMWs trying out the car club in the invitational class, and then they join in, hopefully, in the following season with a full championship class run. Like to Noel Bradley, Michael Pensacola, last year we did that, didn't they? And now are doing full seasons. So that'd be good if Jason West and Stephen Scott Dunwoody do similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Always welcome more and more cars on the grid, and lots of different drivers now over the past couple of seasons also have enjoyed their time racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. A few couple of the BMW Cup class cars going through towards the back, just ahead of Niall Bradley's car. They run to specific specification of 325 Ti compacts. I think there's actually only 3 of them running this weekend, isn't there?
So they don't score full points, and it has been the case for the majority of the season. The Cup Class Championship being led by Clive Watson.
Great shame, because it is a very cost-effective way of getting involved in BMW racing. So they weave their way across the Bentley Straight, try and get some heat in the tyres. There's our pole position driver, number 18, Jason West, another of those drivers that's in the invitation category this weekend. But I think, as Josh says, we do have a good racing prospect here with some quick guys a little bit further back on the grid trying to fight their way through, with conditions having changed from what we had in qualifying and for the first race earlier on.
I don't think you'll be picking a winner from this race, really, can you, with much ease? With those first 4 or so rows, it could come there for sure. But you wouldn't want to pick anybody in particular. If you said it was Mike Cutt, who's got the lap record round here, and he'll be really keen to have a good result, won't he? Because he hasn't had many of them this season. He got that win at Alton Park. That's really the only result he's had to talk of. At Castle Combe, when he retired from the first race, he came through in the second race really well. The race had to be stopped early because the car off at Quarry, but he still got into podium position, did he? Have a look. Yeah, got third position in that race at Castle Combe from pretty much the back of the grid, so he's not shy at making his way through the order. So there is a potential winner, but he's not the only one.
One more race to go after this is the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, but for the moment it's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, with backing this weekend from the Ipswich Accident Repair Centre.
Let's hope not too many of them would need to make use of that.
No, so cars coming up to the grid pretty slowly, it must be said. Relatively pedestrian green flag lap this, led by Jason West in the number 18 car. He's going to have Michael Pensaval, number 146, playing up alongside him onto the front row of the grid. And then second row, it's 26, Paul Cook, black and yellow car, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody in the black and white car that was the race 1 winner. Hopefully we will have a full race distance without safety car disruption this time.
No, let's hope not, because there's quite a lot of interest in this race.
Definitely is. So last few rows, and there's a lot of these rows, 16 of them coming into position. Now we should have the 5-second board shown to the drivers, and then we will be ready to go for 20 minutes of racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. West and Pensaval on the front of the grid. Pensaval with his door open there just to get as much air into the car as he can before the race gets underway.
Not going to shut that shortly, mightn't he?
5-second board is shown, waiting for the red lights to go on, which they do now. They go out now, and away we go then. And a pretty even start. Paul Cook, it looked to me as if he made a pretty good start from the second row of the grid, trying to find a way between the two front row men.
There's been an accident.
There's been an incident at the back.
I think Kevin Denwood involved.
Okay, we'll pick up on that in a moment. That's the number 10 car with problems getting away and heavy damage to the front of the car. That's Clive Watson, one of the Cup class cars. So it is the Pensaval car that leads then as they go into Wilson Hairpin for the first time. Second is Paul Cook. Third, I think, was the pole position car of Jason West as they all stream through the Wilson Hairpin first time. There is Kevin Denwood.
He's lost a lot of places, but his car's not damaged, so that's one good thing, where the Clive Watson car was pretty badly damaged at the front, so there's one less of the Cup cars. We didn't have many of them to start with anyway. Great start from Mike Cutt. He was right amongst those front runners. There's Kaz Singh. Well, if there's one heavy damaged car to the front, you'd imagine there's one heavy damaged car to the back, and there's that fluid on the road that the officials and marshals are investigating, seeing if that needs attention. Denwood's still ahead of Stuart Pywell there, isn't he? So perhaps it wasn't quite as bad a start as I first thought. We'll check that at the end of the first lap, though. And here's the battle for the lead, because the M2 class car of Paul Cook all over the back of Michael Pensaval, but then it's Mike Cutt, third then. So third from 8th on the grid for Mike Cutt. Great start from him. Then Stephen Scott Dunwoody. So Jason West from pole has dropped down to 5th as the cars charge their way down to Brundle. Scott Dunwoody now, though, fighting to come through. The M1 power of Mike Cutt puts himself ahead of Paul Cook. So Cook's lost one position. And then Scott Dunwoody, he couldn't quite make it work. But it's Mike Cutt, who's the man on the move, up into second.
Yeah, as we predicted, really, because he is the lap record holder here. Mike Cutt, the driver, former Northern Sports and Saloon Car champion a couple of times, did racing with CSCC as well. But he's been a regular in the BMW Car Club Championship for a couple of seasons since it got underway, really. And he is the man that's going after Michael Pensaval. And these two were sort of sharing the wins. They had a win apiece at Alton Park in September. Stephen Scott and Woody here is going to try and get ahead of Paul Cook. The marshals signalling to the drivers, get to the left-hand side of the circuit, keep away from the slippery side of the track, because that is where there's fluid down. And there is the 48 car, Stephen Scott and Woody, getting up to third place now at the expense of Paul Cook.
Yes, I think Paul Cook knows he hasn't got the power of these cars around him, so he's letting them go. So he's down to what is 4th position now. Rick Kerry's up to 5th, so he's made a good start, hasn't he? So he's up there into what is 5th position, because he's got ahead of Jason West at the start of this lap. Then Hugh Gurney, Graham Crowhurst, Mike Eustace, Kaz Singh. Kevin Denwood has lost the Class 6 lead to Paul Travers, so he didn't make a great start, but it wasn't quite as bad as I feared it might have been.
And there's someone, or Stuart Pywell, coming through there, but the car in problem is the number 19 car, which is Rob Lyons, and he was... Look and see where he finished race 1. He finished in 18th position in his Class 6 car. I think he was third in Class 6 in the earlier race.
And he was third currently at the beginning of that lap. See there, the top 5 pretty much together. There he is then, so Rob Lyons, don't think he's going to be going much further, unfortunately for him. Here's Jason West, he's in 5th. Or he was at the start of the lap. He's lost that position, of course, to Rick Kerry. And has he lost another place to Hugh Gurney? I think he might have done. So Jason West, who went pretty well earlier to get 4th, he's losing out. Rick Kerry now, he gains another place. He's ahead of Paul Cook. So that's another of the M1 cars passing Paul Cook. And now it's dry. Cook can't quite compete with these more powerful machines. But he's still leading Class M2.
Yeah, he is. Rick Kerry, of course, another East Anglian driver, number 2 from Ipswich.
Is he not Ipswich actually repair centre?
I believe he is the very same. So we'll turn their way through Coram. Kerry, former British Touring Car Championship driver, moving up through the field then.
Did he not race a 1 Series in the BTCC?
I can't quite remember that. But we may be right. Over the line goes the leaders anyway. Marshall's again saying to the drivers, keep left, keep away from this fluid that has been spilt. Hopefully they won't need to keep doing that, because drivers will remember that it's there ultimately, but in the heat of battle maybe it would be easy to forget. There is Kerry in the 1 Series, so he is looking to make up a position on Stephen Scott and Woody here. On the last lap he was about 3/4 of a second faster than Stephen Scott and Woody, the first flying lap of the race, and Michael Cutt did a 2:06.45, which is within 4/10 of his own lap record. And look at him now, because he's right with the race leader Mike Pensaval.
He is. They make their way down towards Agostini. 2 different eras of M3. You've got the E46 model of the leader, Pensaval, the E36 of Cutt, so slightly lighter machine, the E36. As with most cars, they've got bigger as years have gone on, haven't they, the BMW M3?
Yeah, bigger and heavier, and not necessarily therefore as agile, maybe, and I think Cutt is going to be really challenging Pensaval before too much longer. But they were only 0.06 of a second apart in terms of their lap times on the previous lap. Cutt the faster of the 2, that's 6:45, so they're pretty evenly matched, I would suggest. But Cutt just looks like he's got that bit more race in him today. Heading down towards Brundle and Nelson, he pulls out of the slipstream, headlamps ablaze, of course, as they turn into the left-hander. Brundle still behind Pensaval for the moment. They are getting away though from the scrap for 3rd, which still has Stephen Scott and Woody ahead of it, doesn't it? Ahead of Rick Kerry and Paul Cook.
Yeah, Rick Kerry tried a similar move to what Cutt did, but was unsuccessful, as was Cutt. So he'll be keen to get past Scott Dunwoody, Kerry, I think, and then while these 2 battle, try and go after them, but the gap is extending, like you say. But they make their way through then. Still Pensaval leading out of Murray's. This is the end of lap 3. In the second half of the lap, do you think Pensaval's got the advantage, and it's the first half of the lap where Cutt is quicker?
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Different parts of the circuit will suit the different cars. Up towards which as they go.
Cutt 200th away from the lap record now.
Wow. So, and it's his own lap record as well. 2:06.09 was the mark that he set in the M1 class, and overall within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He gets very close to the back of Pensaval now. Tries to get a better run on the exit of the corner, but no way through there. Heading down out of Wilson towards the left-hander at Palmer.
I think there's been a change behind Rick Kerry ahead of Stephen Scott Dunwoody.
Okay, I think you may be right. Just having a brief glimpse in the background there, but over the line it was Scott Dunwoody ahead, but only by 3/100ths of a second as Cutt tries to outbrake Pensaval into the Agostini hairpin, goes deep into the corner. Now that was working for people earlier on when it was wet, but Pensaval holds on there, trying to get the Cutt back on the exit. Is Mike Cutt and put the car on the inside for the left-hander for Hamilton, and there's contact between the 2 of them, and that sends Pensaval off the road, and Cutt gets into the lead, but not without a bit of contact.
Yes, it was getting pretty tight between the two of them. They weren't giving each other huge amounts of room. They've actually come out pretty close together. Cut's got his hand out the cockpit there. What was he suggesting to Michael Pensaval? Yes, I don't think there's going to be too much love lost between these two after that. And Pensaval is still going after Mike Cutt now. As they've held each other up, how far behind now is Rick Kerry? Can he go after these two? Well, it's still a decent gap, isn't it? But if they get together again, Rick Kerry might get closer some more.
Yep, so they're turning their way now through the right-hander at Nelson. On towards the bomb hole they go, coming up to just another 12 minutes of this 20-minute race left to go. And in the first race they got 8 laps out of it. We can't read too much of that because it was wet and there was a safety car for about a third of the race at the end. So I think we'll get more than that this time in terms of the number of laps in this race. And these two really quite a long way clear of the rest now. Well, I'll save that. Rick Kerry is closing, isn't he? Well, I think Rick Kerry is closing in, so it'll be interesting to see what the lap times compare like this time. Driving standards flag going out for someone. There go the two leaders. And where is Rick Kerry in all of this? There is Mike Cutt heading into Rich's corner. The gap to Rick Kerry, 3.24, because the lap record has gone, and it's gone to Rick Kerry, a 2 minutes 5.62 for the 1 Series.
That's another driver, of course, recovering from not a great season up to now. Lap traffic is already underway, so we expected lap traffic earlier. We're going to get it this time. There is Rick Kerry, their new lap record holder here at Snetterton, 2 minutes 5.62, as you say. And that is half a second quicker than what Mike Cutt managed 12 months ago and earlier in this race. Class 6, by the way, Kevin Denwood's gone back to the front. He's got ahead of Paul Travers on the most recent of laps, and he goes across the line there. And he has just broken the Class 6 lap record, has he? Breaking the lap record held by Lee Deegan.
Okay, so Lee Deegan, a long-time racer in the 750 Motor Club across different categories as well. So Lee does, well, still not much to choose between them. Pensaval, you sense, really does want to gain some form of revenge on Mike Cutt, and the best form of revenge would be to get back through into the lead, wouldn't it?
Let's hope that
that's all it is.
Yes.
But the potential spanner in the works with all of that is Rick Kerry, because that was a fantastic lap time that he did, and obviously took quite a lot of time out of the two leaders, so we're falling over each other. They've not fallen over each other to quite the same extent on this lap, so it'll be interesting to see whether he's gained the sort of 3 seconds on this lap than he did on the previous one.
Yeah, you wouldn't think he'd be caught each other that much. Well, if he did, he'd be right with them, wouldn't he? He was only 3 seconds behind at the start of the lap. Stephen Scott Dunwoody in these conditions unable to go with these three, isn't he? 6 seconds behind and only just ahead of Paul Cook. Jason West really unable to replicate the earlier pace. He's dropped to 8th. Yeah, Pensaval now seems to be as close as he ever has been to Mike Cutt. They turn their way through Murray's. And yeah, perhaps Rick Kerry is catching some more in the bigger engined car, the 4 litre. There's a mechanical warning flag now going out to one car, so we're trying to get some news on that.
Yeah, and that will mean that driver of that car has to come into the pits to get that issue checked over.
How about this? Mike Cutt, new lap record, 2:05.4. Rick Kerry breaks it 1.8 seconds later, 2:04.02. That's 2 seconds under last year's pace.
Yeah, and looking at some action a little bit further back, that's number 64, Gareth Montgomery. He's in 19th position, one of the Class 6 drivers, but Class 6 being led by Kevin Denwood, number 7, from number 77, Paul Travers. So that's more good news for Kevin Denwood as far as the overall lead of the championship is concerned.
We've lost Stephen Scott Dunwoody.
We have, haven't we? So Stephen Scott Dunwoody, the race 1 winner, looks to be out of it. That there, though, is the number 21 car going through, which is Andy Abrams in his E46 M3, and just behind him is the number 8 car of Bill Redrop, who was on the back of the grid for race 1 and on row 14 of the grid for this one as well, and has got his car up into 22nd.
Paul Cook has absolutely thrashed his own lap record in Class M2. It was a 2:08.7 from last year, a 2:06.0 today. So the lap records are coming down at quite a rate, aren't they, in the BMW Car Club?
Certainly very good conditions for it here today, or this afternoon at least. At Snetterton, not so much this morning. But Whitmore just goes across the line, and he is in 18th position. And then the rest of these cars making their way through. That is the Andy Abrams car then in 19th place, with Bill Redrop up to 20th now in car number 8, only just behind him in one of the 330 CIs that have their own one make competition for a little while.
There was a car stopped there. I wonder if that was Scott Dunwoody on the run down towards the Wilson hairpin. Now, if the leaders have to lap this lot, it'll get busy, won't it? And how close is Rick Kerry getting to the 2 leaders, I wonder, on this, the 6th lap of the race?
Yeah, well, here's the answer as they're coming up towards the end of lap 6 now with 7.5 minutes left to go. It was 1.5 seconds between second and third. I suspect it's a bit less than that now. Over the line they all come. Do we see any more purple on our timing screens this time? Wait for them to update. No, we don't. But Rick Kerry did another 2-minute 4 and we've got 8 tenths closer. No, not quite 8 tenths closer. 8 tenths closer to Michael Pensaval that time.
Indeed, but both Cut and Pensaval doing personal bests as the lap times just come down and down. Real pace out there in this one. There is Rick Kerry then in 3rd place, and his lap time slightly quicker than we saw in the Club Enduro race, interestingly, wasn't it? Quicker than we saw from the Rob Baker Sayat, just about. So these 3 cars pretty much together down to Agostini. They will have a 10-lap race, do we reckon here? We're on lap 7 of it, and they have got a car to lap. That's the Matt Smith BMW Z3 as they make their way down towards Hamilton. Cut's got past him easily. Pensaval has to do a bit more of a dive bomb up the inside, which actually didn't work too badly. So perhaps Rick Kerry, did he lose out a little bit there?
I'm not sure he did too much, really, did he?
No, they got away with it. I think Matt Smith knew what was going on there when the first one came through. He expected more of them, and that's what he had coming down the inside.
So all 3 of these M1 class drivers, so not getting the invitation class drivers getting mixed up with things this time. Paul Cook even in 4th place leading the M2, so you get 5th number 91. Graham Cohos 6th overall in 15, 2nd within the M2 class, and still it's Kevin Denwood leading Paul Travers in the class 6, and Cole McMillan, the best of the Cup class cars, got 5 3/4 minutes left to go, and Rick Kerry now attacking Michael Pensaval for 2nd place as they go through the bomb hole.
Yeah, Pensaval's dropped away, hasn't he, on this lap from the leader, and that's allowing Rick Kerry to challenge down into the Coram curve, but Michael Pensaval, by the looks of things, is going to be given a drive-through penalty, as is Jason West. So the 2 drivers that started on the front row of the grid appear to be... there you go, the board's being shown to them now. So Michael Pensaval and Jason West, drive-through penalties.
Yeah, and that looks as if it's a practice start on the grid by the looks of it, so... that is something that's attracted the attention of the clerk of the course. They're going to get drive-through penalties, which really in a 20-minute race means that, well, that's your race over, isn't it, effectively, in terms of any serious contention for overall wins. There's Graham Crowhurst. Now, we didn't see much of him earlier on. He's got Jason West behind him, so he is the other of those drivers, as well as Pensaval, that's going to be called in for that drive-through penalty. So Crowhurst in 6th position in car number 15. Jason West just behind him. Niall Bradley, by the way, has made it up into 8th place in car 47 from the back of the grid after his disqualification for an infringement with the yellow flags in race 1.
And he's another of the drivers that got under the lap record, isn't he? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, I reckon. So the top 3 plus him have all got under the lap record. There's Jason West on the screen chasing Graham Crowhurst. They've got a lap Z3 now. So this is for 6th and 7th positions that we know Jason West is being given a drive-through penalty. And that's a penalty, a drive-through. We don't see very often in 750 motor race, and I can't recall that really happening before.
No, it's unusual, but no doubt the clerk of the course was unhappy with what's gone on and has asked that that penalty be given out. There we go then. Crowhurst and West then nose to tail, but West will have the penalty to serve.
Kevin Denwood, by the way, leads Class 6 by just 4 seconds, so not as dominative as earlier, ahead of Paul Travers and Stuart Pywell, which are together 2nd and 3rd within the class.
Yeah, so a good scrap going on there, but here is the scrap a bit further up the order. Well, Mike Cutt now pulling away, isn't he, from Michael Pensaval, who's got to make that stop, and they're just struggling to get past the number 42, Mark Havers, back marking car there that started on row 13 of the grid.
And that's the car that Rick Kerry runs as well, and he'll be frustrated here, won't he, behind Pensaval, who's got a penalty, but holding him up and meaning he can't go after Mike Cutt. Is Pensaval taking the penalty? He is not. I wonder if this might be a common theme as the race continues. Well, he's been given the board again, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he hasn't come in, whereas...
That's Gareth Montgomery, who, as far as we know, hasn't got a penalty, that's come in. So that's some kind of mechanical issue, one would think.
2.8 seconds, the new gap for the leader, Mike Cutt, over this battle for 2nd. Pensaval versus Cutt. Paul Cook still fourth, leading Class M2. Hugh Gurney through next, Graham Crowhurst, and then Jason West also not taking his penalty just yet. But he has got 3 laps to do it, don't they, from when the ball goes out. They've had one of those laps. Big slide here. That's 37. That's Kevin Granger, isn't it? And he's in 22nd in his 3 series.
They were spectacular in race 1 for not necessarily the right reasons as well, as Kerry and Pensaval almost overlapping then as they go through the left-hander, getting alongside one another as they head into the left-hander at Hamilton.
Couldn't quite make it work though, could he, Rick Kerry? I thought he was going to give it a go, but he wasn't quite as robust as the move earlier that we saw for the lead, which happened at the same corner. He thought it'd be better just to back out of that and not get involved in a bit of a pushing match.
Onto the Bentley straight they go. There you can see Mike Cutts coming up to lap Kevin Granger actually. And then Kerry diving out of the slipstream this time with his car on the inside, but no, it's too far back actually to make it work. And again, the perspective was somewhat deceptive, wasn't it? So we're going to get one more lap to go at the end of this one.
Indeed, so Mike Cutt looks good for victory here. Second position on the road very much still is disputed, and Rick Kerry again looks to the inside of Pensaval. Traffic for Cutt, but he's got a bit of time to deal with it with this gap now into Murray's. Are we going to see Pensaval peel in this time? Yes, so he does take his penalty then on the penultimate lap. So he's seen the board.
So that unleashes Rick Kerry, I suppose.
It'll be too big of a gap now, won't it? You'd think, anyway. 4 seconds. Here's Jason West. Is he going to take his penalty? He's about to be passed by Niall Bradley, but he's got his indicator on, hasn't he? So both drivers do react to the penalty, therefore. Pensaval goes back out, and he's coming out just behind Graham Crowhurst, I think. So that will put him down to... There's Crowhurst, so I think he's 5th now.
Yeah.
And Pensaval will be 6th.
Yeah, so it's really cost him dear. There's Rick Kerry then. Making his way down towards Agostini with almost the time having run out, so we're on the 10th and final lap of the race. Rick Kerry pushing on. Gets on the power again as they come out of Agostini, then towards the reasonably sharp left-hander at Hamilton. 0 seconds left on the clock, so Mike Cutt looking good for the victory here, and he will make it his 2nd win of the season, therefore. Michael Pensaval having had 4 M1 class wins and 3 overall wins. And other overall winners this season having been Graham Crowhurst and Gary Whittaker in the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch. Paul Cook 2nd on both occasions there. But there's Rick Kerry just putting a lap on the number 21 car of Andy Abrams. And towards the last couple of corners they go through Nelson and the bomb hole, and Michael Cutt leading by 4 seconds or so at the beginning of this lap. It's going to be a comfortable win.
It looks that way, doesn't it? I don't think Jason West has come back out, so...
He went past the window very slow. I don't think he did go back out into the race, though.
OK, but it's going to be Mike Cutt, as you say, to take his 2nd win of the season and get himself back in a bit of form after not the greatest of seasons, but it's not been a great race there for car number 8, has it? Bill Reddrop. Looks like his car has expired, but Mike Cutt wins by 4.4 seconds over Rick Kerry, and Paul Kirk, he's going to take another victory in Class M2, isn't he? This is win number 5 of the season for Cook, and he takes 3rd overall. So a good result in the overall order too for him.
Yeah, 3rd for him, and Hugh Gurney it is that takes 4th place in the number 91 member. Michael Pensaval just come back to 5th, ahead of Graham Crowhurst, I think, in the end. Yes, by about 1.2 seconds. Graham Crowhurst 6th overall in number 15 and 2nd in Class M2. Niall Bradley from the back of the grid, number 47, takes 7th place, 8th in the first of the invitation class cars, number 140, Jazz Sapra. 9th place to number 80, that's Mike Eustace. In 10th place, number 70, Wayne Lewis. I think Eustace and Lewis still to come through, in actual fact, to complete their races. There is the number 80 car for Eustace, and the 70 car of Wayne Lewis is a little bit further behind him.
Battle for 2nd in Class 6 is yet to be decided. Paul Travers just a couple of tenths ahead of Stuart Pywell as they started their final lap. Kevin Denwood looks good to win the class, but second in Class 6 is up for grabs. Wayne Lewis hasn't come through at the end of the last lap, has he? So third in class, there he is. So Wayne Lewis is
slowly
failing. Just in the background, the two Class 6 cars, I saw it very close indeed. Wayne Lewis for the pit lane.
And Kevin Denwood just going past him there, and he goes up to the line now to take the check flag in what will be 12th position overall then. Kevin Denwood winning Class 6 as well. Another good day for him as far as the championship's concerned.
He's about over second, a race to the line, pretty much side by side. I think it was Paul Travers though that did hold on in the compact from the one the one series of Pywell, but that was a gap of just 800ths of a second at the flag.
Yeah, so a very good battle for second place within Class 6. As far as the Cup class was concerned, Carl McMillan, I think, has already come through to win the Cup class, but sadly not too much support, and we lost at least one car very early on, didn't we, with that damage at the beginning of the race for the number 10 car.
There is a discussion going on around Mike Cutt's car. Now, is that Michael Pensavel by any chance that's gone to have a word? He came running over. Matt Suckling is there to do... could split anything up, potentially. Not sure if Matt fancies that.
He's a fine mediator. But no, we'll hopefully hear
Yes, it was Pensavel that went over. So interesting perhaps to hear in a moment from Matt what they made for that down there. But we saw that contact, didn't we, in the middle of the race.
Yeah, so still one more race meeting to go for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. That's going to be at Donington Park again in about 5 weeks' time in middle of November. And it is going to be that meeting that will decide the season. One more race still to go here at Snetterton today. There is the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Those cars will be out on track shortly for their third and final race of the weekend. But we're ready now to go down to our reporter in the pit lane, and Matt Suckling is going to be the one that will talk to the drivers.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that second BMW race, Mike Cutt. Mike, that was a great race between you and Michael. You just had a quick chat with him there.
Yeah.
Nothing bad. It was kind of all sorted.
No. I mean, I come down the inside. I didn't know whether he'd seen me, but we just touched a little bit. We both carried on. I think it's just a mutual. We're okay about it. That's racing, I'm afraid. He didn't give me room. Maybe I got down the inside. You have half cards. It's one of those, isn't it?
It was a great dice between the two of you. So there's kind of you did give space when it needs to be there.
Yeah, have to do. I don't want to go on with into the barriers and things like that. We don't want any of that, do we? It's bad enough driving at 110% trying to catch them all, but I just had a mare this morning in qualifying in the wet, and in this first race with the safety car and stuff like that. Never got a chance to really get into the rhythm this afternoon. I'm always a race day man, and I always like my second race. I can always go. I have this bit of mental thing where I just go, right, I've got to go and have a go, and that's what I've done today, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
And to be fair, when you got past, you did start to pull away a bit, so you had the pace there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know I've got the pace this year. It's just I've had so many breakdowns. I've had 4 DNFs, and it's just been one of those years. Yeah.
It has been one of those years indeed.
In general, totally, yeah. And all the best to everybody in 750 and everything for getting this together again. Because, I know it's very hard with the circumstances we're in. So thank you very much to 750 as well, yeah.
And that's your second win this year, so you can go happy, home happy this evening.
Exactly, yeah. I'm capped with that, absolutely capped. Thank you very much. Thank you all, thank you.
There we go then, Mike Cutt is our winner for the BMWs. We're going to grab a word with Rick Curry as well, if we can just grab him over here. He's got his mask on, and he can come and join us in this little Parc Fermé area after the race. Well done, Rick, second place in that race, and you definitely had the speed towards the end. I think you did the best of anyone in that race.
Really, yeah, it was... I was disappointed with the first lap because I got boxed in and couldn't do anything about it. Mike managed to go around the outside, and I was a long way back, so it was great. It was a great drive through, and competing with the front cars was excellent.
And I think by the time we got into that race, as you said, a few mistakes towards the beginning, the top two, and maybe just got away, but you tried your best to catch them up.
Yeah, I actually when I caught up to Pensavel, all three of them were together, but because he was fighting me off, I let Cutsy get away, and I don't think I would have catched him, but I'd have been nice to have been a little bit closer, so I'd get a bit of a dice with him, really. But that was great fun.
And not a bad season for you in general. We've got 2 more races to come at Silverstone as well.
Yeah, I've not had a particularly good season because I blew an engine at Alton Park, so I've only had one finish before today. So last season was a lot better for us, but it was good fun. Donington, I think, is the last race. I think we've got in a few weeks. Whether I do that or not after buying the engine at this year, I don't know. But it was after I've had a race like that, I suppose it is a little bit tempting.
You still enjoy the 1 Series though?
Yeah, it's good. It's finally got to where we want to get it. It's now getting there. We didn't have a wet setup in qualifying. We got a better wet setup in the first race and managed to drive through. So, to be honest, it's always been a bit challenging, a little bit different, that car, but it's finally starting to pay off in the end.
Well, if you do the final 2 races at Donington, good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go then, Rick Curry, who finishes there in 2nd place. He has a great race there and one of the best laps of the weekend as well in the BMWs. But it's Mike Cutt who takes the final win in the BMWs here at Snetterton. We've got one more race to look forward to, and it comes from the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship.
Yes, so final race of the day. It is the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, and the question here is whether Rob Wellham can go home from Snetterton with a clean sweep of 3 victories. He won yesterday, he won this morning as well. Different conditions for both of those races as well, Josh.
And the second question that I will add to that one is that will Dan Clues win the championship in this race? I reckon he's got a 60-point lead. There's 60 points up for grabs, is there not, at Silverstone? So therefore, if he beats Jack Tomlin and Matt Booth, I would suggest that this will be the championship for him, provisionally, of course.
Yeah, Sarah Fraser, the coordinator, reckons that Clues needs both Tomlin or Booth to beat him by 18 points. I'm trying to make sense of that. Anyway, so I think I'll go along with what you said. Let's have a look at the grid, though, for the race. And this is a grid set by the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So on pole position, it is number 5, Rob Wellham, and alongside him, number 11, Elliot Mitchell, who went so well in both of the earlier races this weekend. Second row, 37, Ben Powney, and number 4, Dan Gore, more of whom in a minute. Third row, 56 and 1, 56 Lee Morgan, and 1 Matthew Booth, the reigning champion. Row 4 is number 2, Dan Clues, and number 42, Paul Butcher. Row 5, 69, Eddie Falkingham, and 41, Billy Stiles. Row 6, 33, Rob Bailey, and 7, James Hills. 7th row, 55, Nikita Abramov, and 66, Max Windhauser. Dax Ward, number 29, and Peter Lake, number 9, are on row 8. And Alok Iyengar, number 30, and Andrew Wheels, number 67, are on the 9th and final row of the grid. Oh, not quite the final row, because Jack Tomlin is there at the back. And now Jack, he was off on the green flag lap in the earlier race, and that was because his throttle stuck open, which is why he pulled off there, which was probably a sensible thing to do. But he is back out for this race. I mentioned we'd have more news of Dan Gore. Well, having changed his engine earlier on, and where did he finish? He finished in, 4th position overall, 3rd position within the main championship class earlier on, did Gore. He has actually changed the engine back again, back to the original engine that he was running yesterday. So the Mattel crew that run that car, they probably need some kind of award for changing engines in and out and back in again. And previously it's not actually a big job, relatively speaking, compared to what it might be on some cars. So Tomlin, as we've mentioned, back on the grid for this race. Lee Morgan also had issues in the previous race, as too did Peter Lake. They are both back out on the grid. Tomlin, as we've mentioned, and his fellow MSUK Academy driver Billy Stiles as well, who lines up 10th on the grid. They're both coached by Luke Kidsley, a former champion when this championship was known as Formula Jedi. And something else to mention as well is that we have the circuit champion concept within F1000, which is the driver who gets the most points over the weekend at the circuit. Rob currently holds the Snetterton Circuit Championship title, and he can probably reclaim that as well.
His main rival there probably Elliot Mitchell, won't it, who has had a couple of good races. I'm not sure what Rob Wellham will think about his starting, what his grid spot is like, because there's a lot of cement dust on it from where that BMW incident was earlier. So he might have a little bit less grip than he would have liked when the race gets underway. after a green flag lap. Yes, in the championship then, Dan Clues, I reckon, on 180 points, Jack Tomlin and Matthew Booth on 120. Elliot Mitchell's come up to 4th in this good weekend for him, 99 points. Paul Butcher 5th on 83. Then you have Adam Walker, not here this weekend, on 82. James Hills on the same points, 80 points for Lee Morgan, who retired earlier. Edward Falkenham on 74 and Dan Gore 10th on 64.
Yeah, so the question then is, can Dan Clues wrap things up in this race as far as the championship is concerned? I remind you that he won all 3 races at Silverstone. He was on the podium in both of the races at Alton Park. He was second yesterday, wasn't he? But only 6th in the first race this morning. So his worst result of the season, and the drivers can drop 1 score out of the 10. That's the score that he'd be dropping.
There's Matthew Booth, who I think is going to be the main person to try and take that to Silverstone, isn't he? Because he's there ahead of Clues on the grid, whereas Jack Tomlin is right at the back, and he's not had a great weekend anyway, has he? Even before that retirement, the car wasn't as quick as it was. There he is, 60, Tomlin. Wasn't that quick yesterday, unfortunately, with that new engine that went in. Didn't seem to give him the power that he would have hoped for. No,
Alec Mitchell there in shot in the number 11 car, and that is the car that's run by the JFK racing team of Dan Cook, himself used to race one of these cars. Cookie was 3rd overall here himself in 2011, the last time he raced here at Snetterton, and that was with a time in the 1 minute 50s, and that record is Richard Mitchum's 1:48.2. But Mitchell has also had a win here in the past, so he and Clues and Falkingham all race within the JFK racing team. Well, the teams on the grid, you've got the Perpetual Motorsport team, Lee Morgan and Andrew Wheels. Team Sellers have got Nikita Abramov and Ben Powney, of course, who was on pole position and finished 2nd earlier on. We've got Max Windhausen, number 6 in the Team Grey Motorsport car. We've got Dan Gore and Rob Bailey for Mittal cars this weekend. We also represented Jedi Racing Pulse and Jedi Racing Cars team with the 2 factory teams, and then you've got the likes of the privateers, depleted in number this weekend, but Matthew Booth, the privateer, and Peter Lake also. And here's Jedi in the invitational class, the only privateers left this weekend, because now Adam Walker is now Matthew Millett, who I'm sure is watching again on the live stream. And Andrew Dunn hasn't turned up so far this year, unfortunately, due to his father being ill. But really, Rob Wellham's been going like a train all weekend, hasn't he, Josh?
You were trying to fit that in somewhere, weren't you, Ian?
Yeah, well, you can rely on me. Heading up towards the start line they come.
Anybody listening on the PA wonder what on earth we're on about.
Maybe they spotted in the distance the train, the freight train rumbling past. Now look how Rob Wellham has parked his car on the front of the grid. He's parked it deliberately, just a few inches to the right-hand side to avoid, Josh, what Smenders you were mentioning earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Good tactics there. I presume that still counts as at least grid box. Let's hope so for his sake. But watch out for Lee Morgan, Matt Booth, Dan Clues. They're all going to be quick in these dry conditions, aren't they? And they were fast earlier, and you'd think they would be able to take the battle to Rob Wellham and Elliot Mitchell there on the front row of the grid. Mitchell's been really quick all weekend.
Red lights go on now. And they go out, and away they go. A bit of wheel spin from Rob Wellham. Let's see if he's able to hold on to the lead. Great amount of dust going up into the air. There's Dan Clues in the back, and he's finding some good speed there. But who was it that got into the first corner first? We will pick them up as they go. It's certainly Lee Morgan that is out in front. Now, he started on row 3. So where has Rob Wellham gone? There he is, pretty much right in the middle of the field, and it wasn't the best of starts for him.
An amazing start from Lee Morgan, from 5th on the grid. He squeezed between Powney and Gore. I thought it was fearful there was going to be contact there. There wasn't. They saw him coming, And then he also passed Elliot Mitchell and Rob Wellham too. And he leads away, and now it's three abreast as they make their way down towards the Agostini hairpin. Paul Butcher is making his way through the field. Matthew Booth is there too, as well as Dan Gore and Dan Clue. So it's very busy as they went down towards the Agostini hairpin. But Lee Morgan is getting away out front as those battle behind. Rob Wellham's keen to come back through. Rob Bailey is ahead of him, the driver that started a length on the grid, although he's run out a bit wide, and that should allow Wellham to come through. So if Wellham's going to win all the races this weekend, and he really has got his work cut out now.
Yeah, it certainly has. But he likes a challenge. He's had 2 good wins already during the course of the weekend. But apart from anything else, he's got a long way to go to catch up with Lee Morgan, because he's got a huge lead already halfway around this first lap. There's Matthew Booth, number 1, and Ben Powney, number 37. He was just hoping for wet weather here, wasn't he? Well, he's not got it, I'm afraid. So let's see what Ben Powney can do. He started on the second row of the grid, but looks like he's going backwards, and Elliot Mitchell there and Matthew Booth getting alongside one another for second position, and it's Booth, number 1, that's gone through of Mitchell, who's had such a strong weekend so far. Out of Morris they come. Oh, and problems there for Ben Powney. All of a sudden a plume of smoke coming out of the back of his car, and Mitchell was just over the curbs as well just before that.
That smoke appears to have disappeared, strangely, but hopefully good news for him. Here comes Wellham. He's going to get another place. Is he on the inside of Paul Butcher, and he goes through. So that's Wellham back to 6. So this has been a good recovery already. But the problem for him is Lee Morgan is 4 seconds ahead of anybody out front after that quick start. Dan Gore, he's lost out. He's down to 15th. What's happened there to him? He was in that pack at the first few corners. Well, there he is. And they put that engine in, have Mattel cars, and I'm not sure it's running as it should be.
And Paul Butcher going very wide indeed at the Wilton hairpin, the number 42 car, who was 6th at the end of lap 1. He'd already been passed by Rob Wellham, probably losing some more ground there. So Ben Powney, should say, number 37, still continuing. I was worried for a moment that we were going to see the back of him because of the smoke that was emitting from the back of the Jedi. But for the moment, it seems to be running okay. There we have 60 Jack Tomlin. He's up to 12th place at the end of lap 1, and he's trying to get past Eddie Falking there. Now he was 9th, so that might well be up to 8th position. Rob Bailey's ahead of him. Falkingham, though, trying to come back on Tomlin, who had a good couple of results at Alton Park in particular, and was second in the championship coming into this weekend. And there's the 55 car, that's Nikita Abramov in the TSR run car, and he's just behind the 7 car of James Hills, the only retirement from yesterday's race.
It's been a busy old start to this race, hasn't it? There's Billy Stiles, so he leads this group now, so he looks to be the one that's moved into 8th position, I reckon, from Bailey, Falkenham, then Tomlin, but Tomlin's coming back at Falkenham again on the inside line. He gets back ahead. He's already done the move a few corners ago, but this time I think he has got it for sure. He's cemented that position inside the top 10 as Lee Morgan completes another lap. So that's 2 laps in the books from Matt Booth, who is in 2nd position. The gap though goes out further to 4.3 seconds as the battles a bit further behind continue. They will blast up across the line with Jack Tomlin side by side. They're 3 abreast, aren't they, as they head down towards Richie's. Around the outside of the pair of them goes Eddie Falconer. What a move from him. Don't think either of those in front saw that coming.
Not at all. So great move there from the former Clio racer, Falkingham. He had good runs at Silverstone. There is James Hills up on the inside of James Bailey, of Rob Bailey, I should say. Number 33, Nikita Abramov as well, trying to buy into this as well, and does so with Bailey running wide on the exit of Wilson. So Abramov makes up a position as well, which I think gets him just about very nearly into the top 10 anyway. We'll get confirmation of that in a minute, but we're already getting on for a third of the way through this race. Lee Morgan's lead at the end of lap 2, by the way, was 4.3 seconds, and then it was 2.6 seconds back to Elliot Mitchell, side by side there, and that's Eddie Falkingham losing the place against Jack Tomlin.
Yeah, it's been quite a battle between the two of them. They've changed positions, I think, 4 times within the last lap. Jack Tomlin be hoping that is it done now into what is 8th position, is it, as they've both got past Rob Bailey. So there is 60 Tomlin ahead of 69 Falkingham as they make their way out of Williams and down the Bentley Straight. But out front it's Lee Morgan that leads by 4.3 seconds from Matthew Booth, who's pulling away from Elliot Mitchell. So this has been a better race for Booth, and he's keeping his championship hopes clinging on alive with Dan Clues there in 4th position.
Yeah, so you've got the 2 MSUK Academy drivers together now. Billy Stiles, number 41, and Jack Tomlin, number 60, in 7th and 8th place, just ahead of 69 Eddie Falkingham. his first full season of racing in F1000. He joined the season partway through last year. 9 minutes 16 seconds to go. There is Billy Styles, and there is the Jack Tomlin car. Rob Bailey now at the back of this group, so he's really been shuffled back in the pack, hasn't he, on this lap?
Battle here is for third. Elliot Mitchell hasn't got the pace which he had yesterday, and he's under pressure from not just Dan Clues but also double winner this weekend, Rob Wellham, as they make their way out of the Wilson hairpin. This is lap 4 of the race. They turn into the left-hander at Palmer. Really quick corner in these cars particularly. And there is Dan Clues looking to win the championship this season. Doesn't appear that's going to happen today now, if my calculations are correct. And there is Rob Wellham. He's keen to get himself back onto the podium after that problem start as they make their way down towards Hamilton.
Yeah, Lee Morgan there out front, fourth yesterday, non-finish earlier on. He got the fastest lap of the race, 1:51.03. The second fastest man out there is Rob Wellham, who is going to get alongside Dan Clues now as they come through Oggies, and then the right-hander at Williams that brings them onto the Bentley Straight. So Wellham, well, he's not going to get ahead of Clues because Clues doesn't give up. I thought he was going to concede the position there, but Clues back ahead as they head onto the Bentley Straight. Side by side as they come down to the left-hander at Brundle. Wellham up the inside, and this time he has done it. Does he run a little bit too deep into the corner though? No, he doesn't. So Wellham now does go up into fourth position. His next target is Elliot Mitchell. Now he's only a few tenths ahead, but then it's a long way in front. You've got Matthew Booth and Lee Morgan.
Yeah, so you think a podium is possible, but perhaps not too much more. They make their way down towards Murray's. The leader's already crossed the line, Lee Morgan. That's how much further ahead he is. He's just done another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 50.36. Matthew Booth unable to live with that pace, so the lead gap goes out to 6 seconds. There, 5. Rob Wellham continues to chase down Elliot Mitchell as they turn through Ritchie's and charge up to the hairpin at Wilson. And Rob Wellham then can't find a way through there. He's got Dan Clues behind. Still in 6th position is Ben Powney. In 7th is Billy Styles, who's hanging on just ahead of Jack Tomlin for that battle inside the top 8. Then Eddie Falkenham and James Hills complete the top 10. So it looks like we did lose Dan Gore, doesn't it? So he he did just 2 laps, didn't he? And now we're on to lap 5.
Yeah, so lost Dan, unfortunately. So a shame that the hard work of the Mattel Cars crew not better rewarded. So there is Elliot Mitchell in 3rd position, number 11. With Rob Wellham just behind him and Dan Clues just behind him. Mitchell from Goole. There's the race leader though, Lee Morgan in the Perpetual Motorsport car, number 56. Been a champion in the past, of course. Won many races in F1000. And that includes the 2 at Alton Park, the last meeting in the championship when he was on really good form. But he's got a fair advantage here over Matthew Booth. Booth in turn has a reasonable advantage over Elliot Mitchell, and I was kind of expecting actually that Wellham would have been able to make a move on Mitchell on this lap, but it's not really come to pass, has it?
Yeah, so is that Elliot Mitchell getting quicker? We shall see the lap time when they complete the lap. This is lap 5 being completed by this group. They accelerate out of Murray's. Lee Morgan completes the lap 6.6 seconds ahead of Booth. Then Elliot Mitchell comes across the line. It's a personal best lap from him, 1 minute 51.24, quicker than Booth, who passed him earlier in the race. So it is more pace coming from Elliot Mitchell, which is holding up he's not really holding up Rob Wellham. He's pulling away from Rob Wellham, who did do a PB last time. So Elliot Mitchell picking up his pace here, Ian.
Certainly is, and probably realised that he needs to if he's going to stay ahead of Rob Wellham, because I think he'd be quite keen to do that. It'd be nice to say, well, I finished ahead of Rob this time, who beat me in the first 2 races, who had really good, strong performances, but this time in a wheel-to-wheel battle, direct battle with the individual, I've come out on top. And really that's because Wellham didn't make a great start. I think it perhaps was as a result of the starting position that he had with the cement dust and fluid down from the previous race. He's come back well as Rob from that, but seemingly just Mitchell actually able to build a bit of a gap now over him.
Yes, he's falling back into the clutches of Dan Clues there in 5th position. as they now accelerate down towards Brundle. In the tow is Clues. Yeah, certainly Wellham falling into his clutches and falling away from Elliot Mitchell. But if fourth position is the worst result of the weekend for him, I can't imagine he'd be too disappointed with that if you told him that was going to happen before yesterday after all the problems at Silverstone.
Yeah, of course he's missed the meetings at Silverstone and at Alton Park. Well, didn't do the races at Silverstone because of engine issues there, and didn't go to Alton Park. So first outing of the season for Rob. 3 3/4 minutes to go. Lee Morgan has been through already. 5.59 seconds is advantage over Matthew Booth, who did his personal best lap time that time through to take 8/10 out of him.
And Wellham's back with Elliot Mitchell all of a sudden. So through those last few corners, he's caught him again. And he's challenging Elliot Mitchell down into the hairpin, almost like he just dropped away, get out of that aero wash, and then pushed on again, and is right there once more.
What's so notable there is the very different line they're taking through Wilson to what we saw as the optimal line earlier on in the wet race, where you really wanted to go very deep in the corner to find the grip on the outside line, but very different lines being taken now. Best lap of the race still is 150.36.
Wellham looks to the outside of Mitchell, then cuts back on the exit of the corner, and he's alongside Mitchell. They're absolutely a level as they go down towards Hamilton. Wellham on the inside, backed out of that move, didn't he? Then he cuts back to the inside for Oggies, but Elliot Mitchell is staying in front. It's a good bit of racecraft between the two of them here. Real good battle that was through some a really quick corner, Hamilton. Rob Wellham thinking it's a bit too risky to stay on that inside line.
It's worth just putting in context the speed these cars doing. The average lap speed of the fastest lap of the race for Lee Morgan, 150.36, is 96.85 miles an hour, and this is a circuit with quite a few slow corners. Now, Clues here, I thought it was going to be upon the inside of Wellham, but Wellham actually very quick into Brundle.
He was massively sideways trying to slow the car down. He did, but he saw that Clues was alongside him, didn't he? And braked as late as he dared, and that Jedi was right on the limit.
It was, and it's nibbling at the heels now of Elliot Mitchell, almost alongside as they come through Coram with not too much time left on the clock. Lee Morgan has gone through. I think they would just about get 2 more laps out of it this time. Over the line goes this fight for third position then. 11 Elliot Mitchell, 5 Rob Wellham and 2 Dan Clues behind 56 Lee Morgan the leader, and 1 Matthew Booth in second place. And again, Josh, they get very close to one another through Riches.
Meanwhile, the lead gap's coming down as Matthew Booth is hunting down Lee Morgan. The gap's still 4 seconds, but that gap was 6 seconds 2 laps ago. So maybe one just to keep an eye on, just to make sure it doesn't come down any more rapidly for the race leader. But yes, this battle for third is certainly the most intense, and Wellham's car's really moving about in this race, isn't it? As the cars are on the limit. It's almost like these cars, they move around more in the dry, which is what the opposite what you'd expect.
Yeah, it's interesting. It just depends how the cars are set up as well, of course. A minute to go in this race. Third, fourth and fifth still right together. Mitchell, Wellham and Clues. What do we think this does in terms of the championship status for Clues if it finishes this way? I will perhaps let you have a minute or two to try and work that out as they make their way onto the Bentley Straight once again, heading down towards Brundle and Nelson. A bit more daylight emerging there between Mitchell and the 2 cars behind him, and indeed it's Clues there into second place now. Well, second in this group, 4th place. Almost forgotten about Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth out front. But yeah, so Wellham down to 5th position, Clues up to 4th.
Yeah, so Matthew Booth is keeping his championship hopes alive, but they're very minimal because he'd have to win both races at the last meeting, and Dan Clues to not finish both races.
Okay, so it's a possible but unlikely set of circumstances.
Indeed.
And Dan Clues certainly in good position. So we are on to the last lap of the race now. Lee Morgan's gone through, and the gap's stabilised. It's about 4.7 seconds now between Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth, and Booth about 8 seconds clear of Mitchell and Clues and Wellham. And you sense that these 3 over the last few laps have been slowing each other up a little bit.
Clues trying to get third though before the race is over, isn't he? Looking down the inside of the hairpin there. Couldn't do it. really, you wouldn't rule out any three of these finishing on the podium, because Rob Wellham is still with them. If the other two held each other up in an attempt for a pass from Clues. Again, here he comes, up the inside, really late on the brakes this time from Clues. But this is the point where they might run each other out wide, and Wellham gets into the side of Elliot Mitchell's car that goes over. So I said they were going to, they were pretty close together, and Rob Wellham, I think, went for a gap. Elliot Mitchell didn't realise he was there, and the two cars came together and it just rolled the car over. So dramatic scenes right to the end of Rob Wellham. I think very concerned, isn't he, about his competitor, and gets out of his car. I think he could have carried on if he wanted to, but he wants to go and see to Elliot Mitchell, make sure he's okay.
Meanwhile, Lee Morgan and he is out of the car, so that's very good news indeed. Meanwhile, it's Lee Morgan then making his way through the final few corners of this race. It's going to be his third victory of the season. Just waiting for him. There he is, hoving into view at the bomb hole. There's Dan Clues now clearly on his own in third position, and so he's in a strong position for the championship. But here is Lee Morgan out of Murray's for the final time this weekend here at Snetterton. Checkered flag goes out, and it's Lee Morgan that takes his third victory of the season in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And it is Matthew Booth that keeps his championship hopes alive, we think, just about in second place, 5.15 seconds behind the leader. And then third in the end is going to be the man who is in prime position for that championship, though, Dan Clues.
Yeah, I think he needs like a 16th place finish in one of the races at the last meeting. So, and Matthew Booth, who hasn't won a race yet this season, would have to win both of them.
Yeah,
so it's pretty unlikely.
Drama there for James Hills right at the end, number 7. He's had a spin by the looks of it.
Ben Powney comes home in 4th, so that's been a good weekend of results for him. With Wellham not finishing, I wonder who's going to pick up the circuit title this weekend. That's
well, and neither did Elliot Mitchell, who was his main rival as well, we reckon, in that. Yusuf, you can work that out, and maybe Sarah, in her coordinator role at home, is trying to work that out as well, and I'm sure she'll send me a message if she has done.
Dan Clues might end up...
Well, he could do, couldn't he? Because he's had a 2nd, a 6th and a 3rd, which sounds reasonably consistent to me.
He's got 3 more points than Wellham, I reckon, this weekend.
Yeah. So there you can see Wellham's car, which just tapped the Elliot Mitchell car into the situation where it got airborne, and just physics took over, really. And Mitchell's car was inverted, but good to see that he was quickly out.
Yes, indeed, and you can see the sportsmanship in the championship as well, couldn't you? From Rob Wellham not trying to carry on, he wanted to go and make sure Elliot was all right, and you can see, despite obviously being gutted what just happened, Elliot Mitchell was, I think, quite... he liked that fact, didn't he? You sort of said he tapped him on the shoulder, sort of said thanks for looking after me, kind of thing. But yeah, dramatic stuff right at the end. And poor Elliot Mitchell's had a great weekend. His car is going to be rather second-hand after that. Yeah, just looking at the rest of the cars that have come through. So 4th number 37, Ben Powney. 5th number 60, Jack Tomlin. 6th number 41, Billy Stiles. 7th number 69, Eddie Falkingham. 8th to number 55, Nikita Abramov. 9th was 42, Paul Butcher. And 10th number 33, Rob Bailey, Max Windhauser, Alok Yengar, Dax Ward, Andrew Wheels, Peter Laig. The other finishers, 15 of them making it to the end. So that's all of the racing completed. Let's hope we have a good final round for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s at Silverstone in a month's time. I can see that down there in Parc Ferme, it looks like we're getting drivers into position. So very shortly, I think we'll be able to go down to Matt Suckling for the final time this weekend in Parc Ferme, and he's going to be talking this time to F1000 drivers.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our F1000 winner, which is Lee Morgan. Lee, you failed to be on the podium this weekend, but you've wrapped up the victory in that final race.
Yeah, the last race was definitely a case of trying to just salvage something for the weekend. You know, we were thereabouts in race 1. We just didn't have that outline pace to catch Rob and challenge right at the very front, but 4th place was okay. The wet race just made an absolute hash of that one. So, yeah, sort of... it was nice to get on the podium this weekend. As I said before the race, if I can get on the podium, I'll be a pretty happy boy going home.
Could you see Matt in your mirrors, who was closing you down gradually towards the end?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of knew I got that nice gap at the start. He got a little bit stuck in traffic, I think, because he was also got on good tyres. It was just watching my mirrors, really. I knew I put a couple of good laps in, and then it was just a case of like managing the pace, manage the car. We were a little bit higher on pressures than maybe we would have normally gone, so I knew I was going to be quick at the start, but then the rears did just start sliding a little bit towards the end, so Yeah, I was watching him. He was sneaking closer, then I just had to sort of just put my head down a little bit, just up the pace and just manage it really to the end there.
3 wins now this year. You've got 2 more races to come at Silverstone. What's going to happen there?
Who knows? We should be back on the race engine for Silverstone. Hopefully some decent tyres. Yeah, it's a track that, you know, it's not one of the best circuits in the country in terms of like you know, 3 corners, but it creates a lot of really good racing. I mean, it's going to be probably like 1, 2, 5 bike races, just going to be slipstreaming each other down the straight. So yeah, I think any one of like the top 6, 7 could quite easily pick up wins there. So it's going to be a tough weekend, but it's going to be a fun one at the same time. And I think Dan's, you know, pretty much thereabouts with the championship, but everything's to race for, innit? Always wins to take. So we'll give it our best shot.
Exactly. Good luck for that one, Lee.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Lee Morgan, our winner of the F1000. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with our second place man, which is Matthew Booth. Matthew, come and join us in here after what's been a difficult year. You've had your few problems. We've have you on the podium in a couple of second places, or third places, sorry. That's your first second place of the year.
Yeah, it's been a tricky year. We've had so many issues after such a great year last year. But a race like that, it just makes you feel so much better for all the work you've put in, even when it is going wrong. Yeah, last 2 races at Snetterton here weren't that great. Terrible starts, issues, my own fault, most of them. But yeah, and then we had a bit of fueling issue with engine, but it seems to have cleared itself out for that one, and yeah, it felt good.
It was certainly showing towards the end there, because I think you were closing that gap down on race leader Lee Morgan.
Yeah, I noticed towards like the last 2 laps he slowed down quite a bit. Then through Coram, I was pushing it so hard I sort of lost it a bit. I was pretty sideways all the way through. I think that overheated the tyres, and then I had a poor run through the first corner, and that sort of opened it back up. But yeah, I felt like I was catching him the last few laps.
Well, good stuff, Matt, and good luck for Silverstone.
Cheers, thanks.
There we go, the Matthew Booth, our second place man, and not too sure if we're going to have time to speak with Dan. If he can just quickly come over and join us, we'll have a quick chat with the man who's going to go to Silverstone as the championship leader. He's going to just have to score a few points from that event, of course, to wrap up the championship, so we'll see how that one goes. Dan, lots of action in that final race, especially for you there for third place. First off, what happened in front of you between Rob and Elliott?
They were having a great ding-dong. I was kind of trying to get involved, but not really trying to get involved, if you know what I mean. I'd passed Rob the lap before, so I'm tucked in behind Elliott. It's all going okay. Got a chance down the inside of him into the hairpin. Passed him, clean, all good. And then I saw a green car, certainly on 2 wheels in my mirrors. I understand he's gone upside down. One of the lads said he's out the cars. So, yeah, he'll be all right.
Yeah, and for you this weekend, it's been consistent. It's been some good solid points. So it's now just the final couple of races at Silverstone to look forward to for you.
Yeah, very solid points. We did have a very outside chance of sneaking the championship in that race, but it needed a lot of bad luck on other people's behalves. So yeah, we go to Silverstone now in the driving seat.
Good luck for that one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go then, our top 3 from the F1000 Championship here at Snetterton, with Dan Clues there in third. Second place going away of Matthew Booth, and a race victory for Lee Morgan, the 3rd time this year. That's all we've got time for though here at Snetterton. Thank you so much for your company. We hope you've enjoyed all the weekend action here that's been provided from the 750 Motor Club. Don't forget, we're back with you next Saturday for the Burkitt Relay Race. It's going to be a great 6-hour race, so do not miss that one. It's all here on Alpha Live, so join us if you can next Saturday for that. In the meantime, from all the team here at the 750 Motor Club and Alpha Live, from Ian Sowman and Josh Barrett and myself, Matt Suckling, we look forward to your company very soon indeed.